Cosmogony, Holography, and Causality. Comment number 1. I notice several recent posts on this board asking about those aspects of ID theory having to do with cosmogony, holography, astronomy, and other questions to which the biological aspect of ID theory is intimately related. Dr. Frank Tipler of Tulane has a theory which says that the universe is a function of front-loaded design by the God of traditional monotheism. In essence, Dr. Tipler's theory says that the evolution of the universe is following a pre-written script consisting of the laws of physics and implicitly containing the blueprint of life, and he offers what he and others consider to be strong physical evidence of such a relationship. I have a theory which goes somewhat farther, acknowledging the distributed or front-loaded aspect of design while making the universe a self-contained feedback system in which the design function can take specific local arguments and deliver specific localized output in the course of evolution. My theory, called the CTMU, short for Cognitive Theoretic Model of the Universe, implies that a self-aware designer distributes over reality, or in theological terms, that God configures himself as reality. This, of course, is fully consistent with the idea that God is the ultimate reality, an insight that has been oft made but seldom explored by theologians and philosophers. With regard to holography, the CTMU utilizes a concept called hology, which differs from holography in its dynamism. Specifically, hology is a species of self-similarity involving a kind of space-time dualization in which certain general aspects of the structure of reality are internally self-distributed as rules of grammar. The associated language is called SCSPL, short for self-configuring self-processing language, and it includes the laws of physics as a restricted sublanguage. SCSPL can be characterized as a self-contained metaphysical extension of standard logic. While some of the informational and probabilistic aspects of this language have been generically addressed by the noted ID theorists Michael Behe and William Dembski, they have done so without committing themselves to specific cosmological and causal models, including those described by Dr. Tipler and myself. This has been convenient inasmuch as producing a true model of causality is a rather tall order. With certain notable exceptions, many of those involved in the ID-Darwinism controversy seem not to grasp the full connection between the ID hypothesis and systems of cosmology. They want to restrict the discussion to conventional laboratory biology, which places severe limits on the kinds of problem that can be addressed and the kinds of solution that can be verified. These limits can be regarded as the price of undertaking causal analysis and attempting to verify causal hypotheses without committing to a specific model of causality. Since both neo-Darwinism and ID amount to biological theories of causality, neither side of the debate is in full compliance with the logical entailments of its position. While I don't know the level of support enjoyed by Dr. Tipler's work, mine is officially unsupported and pursued strictly as a labor of love. So as near as I can tell, even if one asks the right questions, and certain questions that have recently appeared on brainstorms at least resemble the right questions, one is unlikely to hear much about cosmology from rank-and-file ID supporters, who typically seem uninterested in such matters and evidently do not understand all of the logical issues involved. In answer to such questions, I thus have to respond that even though work on the causal and cosmological foundations of intelligent design is only infrequently acknowledged, it has been ongoing for quite some time. However, this brings up another question in dire need of attention: why are so many biologists who formulate and express opinions on hypotheses and methods critically dependent on the fundamental nature of causality apparently so unconcerned with the fundamental nature of causality? This is a question to which I myself would one day like to see an answer. Comment number 2. In response to David Garrett, Rex Kerr says that what David calls the mental aspects of reality may be ontologically secondary and emergent. No, they may not, at least insofar as emergence is an orderly process requiring coordination by general, abstract syntactic principles. That is, where emergence entails syntax, and syntax is abstract, mental or trans-physical, in nature, mental reality is critical to the emergence of physical reality and not vice versa. The fact that mind then achieves physical instantiation is beside the point. Syntax is still more general than, and therefore logically prior to, the physical objects and states which instantiate it. In response to a statement by Zachary, Rex then writes there are multiple inconsistent sets of axioms of logic. Quote, here's a potential counterexample. Let P, X, be a proof that X is true, and let LC be the statement that logic is internally consistent. Then, System 1, not P, LC, is true. System 2, P, LC, is true. System 1 is the subject of Gödel's incompleteness theorem, which basically says that not P, LC, for first-order predicate logic, and it's been extended to other areas. System 2 is the system that must be assumed if one can start with rationality and know that rationality is justified. So, assuming we admit the law of the excluded middle, i.e. A or not A is a tautology, then one of the following holds. 1. First-order predicate logic is inconsistent. 2. The process of rationally justifying rationality is impossible. 3. There are multiple inconsistent sets of axioms of logic. Gödel never intended to show that logic must be either true or inconsistent, that would have been too obvious. Instead, he showed that a particular combination of logic and arithmetic is either complete or consistent, but not both. Because the consistency of logic has never been seriously in question, an undecidable, but logically correct, axiomatic system is merely incomplete, which means that certain true relationships cannot be verified within it. The reason that logic cannot be inconsistent is that when all the inessential chicken scratchings are stripped away to leave only the essential ones, consistency still equals truth, which equals the inclusion of the formal or factual image of an expression in a descriptive system or its universe. Because logic is tautological, i.e. universal, and reflexive, that which is logically inconsistent is not only illogical but unreal. Any conceivable attack on the consistency of logic would effectively destroy its own logical integrity and thereby defeat itself, excluding itself from reality in the process. Because there inevitably comes a point at which any attempt to deny the consistency of logic undermines and invalidates itself, it can be taken for granted that logic is consistent. If it weren't, then all argumentation regarding it, along with the entirety of human thought, would be futile, and in that case, it would be pointless to argue for or against anything at all. Because the laws of nature exist independently of concrete instances and are therefore abstract, reality must conform to a self-consistent logical syntax consisting of valid rules of sentential and semantic abstraction. The rules of perception must be isomorphically consistent with the rules of logic, otherwise, perceptions could not be mentally acquired, i.e. isomorphically mapped from the natural world into the mind of the perceiver. The same applies to cognition itself. If there were no consistent cognition-to-cognition identity mapping, then cognition could not acquire its own products, and what some have characterized as the many-valued logic of human mentation would infiltrate cognition at the syntactic level. Cognitive perceptual reality would then disintegrate for lack of a stable syntactic identity in terms of which its rules of structure, evolution, and recognition could be formulated. Rex continues, however, if you can't use logic to prove that logic is valid, then it may matter how you happened across it. For example, suppose you find a box and you point it at the sentence, not A and B, IFF, not A or not B. It says true. You do this a whole bunch and it always gets the right answer. Then you write down, this box always gives me the truth value of a sentence. You point the box at it. It says true. But are you justified in believing this answer? Actually, you are. This is because of another, related, kind of box called a truth table, which effectively defines logical connectives and functors on truth and consistency and vice versa. A little reflection reveals that these functors, not, and, or, implication and biconditionality, along with the synonymy of truth and descriptive inclusion, are utterly basic to human thought. Try to avoid them, and you forsake any possibility of being able to think straight. The mental operands they represent are simply too elementary and too universal. Try to define alternates, and you'll be forced to do so in terms of the originals. The loop-like tautological axioms of logic will always be consistent because, in order to implicate them in any sort of contradiction, one must add on a particular instance of LSAT in which expressions are no longer isolated. Instead, they are linked in common variables to which truth values are to be assigned. These tentative linkages and assignments do not occur in the system of propositional logic per se. Compound expressions admitted to the formal system of logic must previously have been proven true under all possible truth value assignments, and thus identified as tautologies. In contrast, an arbitrary instance of LSAT has not been proven tautological or even solvable. Its internal consistency depends on the logical evaluation of its likely, non-tautological structure under all possible test assumptions, or compound truth functions assigning truth values to all of its sentential variables in all possible models. When all possible predicative test assumptions fail, it is the particular LSAT configuration and not logic which collapses. As we have already noted with regard to the equivalence of truth and inclusion, this kind of inconsistency can mean one of just two things: either something that was assumed to be a part of the inconsistent LSAT system is not really a part of the system, in which case the system can be surgically altered and restored to logical consistency, the theory only appeared to be logically inconsistent and can be saved, or the system is irremediably inconsistent and cannot be surgically rehabilitated. In which case it is fundamentally illogical and all argumentation based on it is futile, the theory must be discarded. But in neither case is the truth of logic at stake, for logic stands above the illogical or extralogical structure responsible for the failure. It distributes over the formal sentential, syntactic, structures of individual expressions, independently of the attributive, semantic, links distinguishing the structure as a whole. Although inferences depend on models, this is something which scientists and mathematicians must always consider. Logic is a truly basic, syntax-level self-model that defines its own functions and connectives on its own consistency, and therein lies its tautological integrity. It defines truth on its own terms, and its terms on its own kind of truth. Ultimately, the only kind of consistency that matters is consistency with the tautological definitions of sentential functors. Everything else is to be determined, and this is what logic is by definition. Tautology, as based on the universal descriptivity and cognitive perceptual necessity of logical functors, is its characteristic attribute, and this makes it unconditionally correct. Where predicate logic and model theory are properly regarded as extensions of propositional logic accommodating semantic and interpretative operations respectively, they are subject to the rules of propositional logic and do not support violations of it. The premises on which Rex bases his arguments are closely related. That cognitive and perceptual reality can be separated even on the logical level, that one can use logical functors and tautologies to show that logic can be inconsistent or that there can be alternatives to logic, and that the truth of a logical tautology is somehow subject to empirical confirmation all lean on each other. Because none of these premises stands up, the three of them fall as one. Such argumentation is utterly indebted to logical functors and tautologies for any claim it might have to validity, and logic by definition will not permit these functors and tautologies to be used to subvert it. Only a theory of reality reflecting this incontrovertible fact can yield any amount of certainty. Comment number 3. Good discussion. Since Rex Kerr has been, intelligently, questioning and critiquing the CTMU and its conceptual ingredients, I'll post a quick response to some of his points. Rex asks why logic as a basis for reality. Because logic by definition comprises the rules of cognition, and thus of recognition, anything which does not satisfy it is neither directly nor implicatively recognizable as a part of reality. Moreover, logic has only one syntax, the syntax of human cognition, to which any other comprehensible syntax necessarily reduces by its necessary reliance on the basic logic functors in terms of which we recognize mental and physical reality. If Rex's alternative axiomatization of logic is consistent, then it is so only by reduction to logic qua cognitive syntax. When Rex holds any claim of certainty regarding the logical consistency of reality to be nothing but unjustified conjecture, he is saying that reality may be logically inconsistent. By the definition of logic, and the mutually normative truth values and logical functors which comprise it, this amounts to saying that reality may violate the rules of cognition. But since the rules of cognition are what allow us to recognize reality, this amounts to a contradiction. Rex compares logic to impulse functions, which he characterizes as possibly unreal, cognitive constructs that help us break reality down into manageable chunks. An impulse function is an input-to-output transducer defined to operate in a particular way suiting a particular explanatory context, or the rule or mapping executed by such a transducer. But functions in general are quite another story. When cognition is generalized to coincide with information processing as executed by any consistent function or transducer, it is anything but unreal. It is in fact the stuff of which reality is made. Rex asserts that claims of certainty regarding the CTMU are unreasonable. However, the CTMU is based on premises that have been clearly explained, and a case can be made that it is tautological. To effectively contest the certainty of the CTMU, one would have to invalidate one or more of its premises, or show that the CTMU does not necessarily follow therefrom. Merely questioning the certainty of logic won't work. The certainty of logic is tautological given its definitional equivalence to the rules of cognition through which we recognize reality. Again, that which does not conform to logic cannot be recognized as a part or aspect of reality, either directly or by implication. Regarding the conceptual difficulty of cognition, Rex dismisses arguments based on cognition of the gaps. In the context of a self-contained mathematical structure supporting the concepts of attributive, semantic and syntactic information, cognition may be generalized as information processing and/or generation. Beyond this, we don't need to know what it is or what it does, except that, 1. It must obey a set of logical invariants comprising its identity and supporting its procedural integrity, and, 2. It must display mathematical characteristics appropriate to its generic functionability within its supporting structure, for example telic coherence and reflexive, self plus input, modeling. From these attributes alone, certain interesting consequences can be derived regarding it. Rex says that any attempt to solve the problem of mind-matter dualism without nested, embedded, models is nonsensical. This is quite true. Up to isomorphism, embedment is an identity relation. When one structure A is embedded in another structure B, A coincides with B to the full extent of A. Descartes denied that residential cogitans and res extensa are the same thing. Somewhat paradoxically, he maintained that they are fundamentally different. In contrast, the CTMU fully acknowledges their identity and their mutual embedment. The CTMU does this through conspansion, or conspansive dualization, which involves an alternation based on dual modes of containment, or embedment. Comment number 4. Rex says that I err in conflating or assuming an identity between epistemology and ontology. For scientific purposes, reality must be knowable as reality, otherwise, it is of no interest to us, and there is no way to discuss it or reason about it. So for scientific purposes, there is an epistemology-ontology reality overlap, a place where they must be conflated. Deny this, and there go science and reason, they can't work. We acknowledge this overlap simply by considering and discussing reality, which we are interested in considering and discussing only to the extent that we can recognize it as reality. If there is something else out there that is so deep, dark, and noumenal that it can never be recognized or logically inferred from our level of being, then it is of utterly no interest to science or philosophy. This is why the distinction between epistemology and ontology ultimately disappears in discussions about the nature of reality. On this level of reasoning, it is just as Descartes said, cogito ergo sum. To know, and be known, is to be. Rex takes issue with my comment that logic has only one syntax, the syntax of human cognition, alluding to evidence that formal logic is learned and that the primitive cognitive operations humans perform are not the same as standard logical operations. But they are the same, for they require a model, and the test of any such model is that it meet logical standards of definition and consistency. For example, say that we model cognition on its physical vehicle, a biological neural network, or brain. Complexity notwithstanding, we can in principle construct an adjacency matrix for such a network and assign firing thresholds and timed value sequences to neurons and synapses, thus achieving a vectorial representation of cognition. We can allow for learning by letting the firing thresholds vary, we can even allow for neural plasticity and cognitive impairment by allowing the matrix to undergo gradual or catastrophic evolution in a higher order space of matrices. Cognition and recognition, the interface of perception and cognition, is then a flow of information through an evolving matrix, a matter of two-valued transformations of synaptic vectors and matrices thereof. Achieving a biopsychological explanation of cognition means mapping psychological events to such a two-valued model, effectively reducing them to two-valued logic. Rex maintains that absolute certainty is never a realistic concept, but that the logical consistency of reality is at least as certain as anything else, a working hypothesis that is good enough for our epistemology. In fact, we can go somewhat farther than this, observing that any epistemology or ontology which runs afoul of two-valued logic is imponderable and therefore of zero interest to science and philosophy. While it is true that we can consider illogic as, technically, a primal part of reality, we can do so only by excluding it from the level of reality that is actualized, and that we recognize and comprehend, in terms of two-valued information, including information regarding any sort of fuzzy measures or functors. In fact, illogic is actively excluded from reality as its wave function evolves. Schrödinger's cat remains mercilessly confined to its box. Rex is right when he supposes that my statement when cognition is generalized to coincide with information processing as executed by any consistent function or transducer, it is anything but unreal. It is in fact the stuff of which reality is made is fully consistent with the CTMU. But one need scarcely understand the whole CTMU to acknowledge the truth of this statement. One need merely observe that since information is two-valued, no reality which lacks a consistent two-valued functional description can be coherently perceived, conceived, or cognitively rendered and processed as information by scientists, philosophers and other cognitive entities. In other words, if cognition could not be generalized in such a way that reality can be described in terms of it, then reality would lack a coherent cognitive representation, in which case it would be unrecognizable and uninteresting to, and existentially unsupportive of, cognitive entities like scientists and philosophers. This de facto contradiction, which harks back to Rex's attempted separation of epistemology and ontology, means that if we want to formulate a theory of reality, or even coherently discuss it, we must accept my statement as true. This does indeed constitute evidence in favor of the CTMU. I fully sympathize with Rex when he says that he does not, on his own, have the time to look up the premises of the CTMU. Similarly, and I say this with all due respect, I do not have the time to give every time-challenged person a personal guided tour of the theory as though he were the first person to whom I had mentioned it, or even to provide detailed references. However, Rex does say that he takes exception to the CTMU, and it is hard for me to understand how he can do this without previously having familiarized himself with its basic premises. If this is in fact the problem, then Rex can try this paper in PCID. Please see the section entitled Some Additional Principles. Comment number 5. Rex makes the following distinction. What we have decided in the above quotes not that it generalized cognition is the stuff of which reality is made, but rather that it is the mechanism by which reality is understood. This is a very important distinction because we can make observations without knowing what the causes were, or that there was a cause. Just because we can understand A and we can understand B, it does not follow that the transition from A to B can also be understood. We have to keep in mind the limitations we are working under. Making an observation amounts to cognition. Registering a transition from a state or event A to another B is also an act of cognition, whether or not a causal relationship between A and B can be understood or verified, in which case it too is cognitively registered. Such instances of cognition are how we experience reality. As Hume and Kant and others have pointed out, we can at best infer the existence of an external world from the consistency of our thoughts and perceptions. But inference too is cognitive, and under no circumstances can we recognize or infer the existence of anything that cannot be consistently embedded in our processes of recognition and inference. As we have already observed, embedment is an identity relation, up to isomorphism, and this means that reality is cognitive to the extent that it is embedded in our cognitive processes. On the other hand, where reference amounts to cognitive embedment, we lack the power to even refer to that which cannot be embedded in our cognitive processes. It follows that reality is cognitive to whatever extent we can meaningfully refer to it. It is true that our cognitive reality is structured in such a way that we can often reason as though an external world exists. But we can never forget that as far as experience and observation and experimentation are concerned, out there exists for us as an image on the surface of our senses. I understand that this is difficult to grasp after several centuries of non-stop. The world exists independently of us on every level of being, and it is our task to learn what it has to teach us. Such articles of faith make it very hard for us to see ourselves as anything more than purblind moths beating our wings against a diamond-paned window with objective reality painted on it in heavy black letters. In some ways, this picture is accurate. But all we can say for sure of our cognitive limitations is that, 1. To whatever extent they are real, they are limits on cognition and nothing else, and, 2. If anything of a non-cognitive nature is hiding behind them, then it has no place whatsoever in our cognitive picture of reality. For cognitive purposes, that is, for all purposes scientific and philosophical, it does not exist. Comment number 6. Rex acknowledges that anything that affects reality can at least be described as something that affects reality, even if we can't say anything more about it because of cognitive/perceptual limitations. But we can say somewhat more about it, namely that it is recognizable as the source of a perceptible effect and is therefore cognitive to the extent of being referenced as a cause. Rex goes on to critique the name CTMU, opining that the U, for universe, should be replaced with AP, for perception. Perhaps Rex has a point. The universe of science is, after all, logically defined on our perceptions of it. However, one might equally well observe that it is high time for those who make an unwarranted distinction between reality and generalized cognition to face their fundamental equivalence, despite whatever heavy conceptual baggage they may be in the habit of carrying along with them. Rex then says that the CTMP, as he seemingly prefers to call it, should not use logic as its primitive component, but rather the cognitive operations that our brains enact, observing that any attempt to convert these native cognitive operations to two-valued logic is inelegant and robs us of insight about the nature of reality. However, logic is in fact the syntax of cognition by definition. It is the most elegant, compact distillation of our cognitive operations that we have been able to achieve in several millennia. This is why we critically rely on it in technical fields like cognitive science, and it would be a shame to unnecessarily pitch it out the reality theoretic window just because it is intentionally formulated on a higher level of abstraction and with greater concision and precision than various, admittedly interesting, details of neural architecture and dynamics. Rex points out that I have previously made comments about the relevance of the CTMU to evolution and intelligent design, professing that he finds it difficult to imagine any connection between such important matters and the PCID paper. To this, I really don't know what to say other than different strokes for different folks. I hope that as time marches on, Rex will gradually learn to appreciate at least a few of the observations and insights that I have tried to bring to bear on our understanding of nature. Comment number 7. Rex, your critique of my terminology is semantic and arbitrary. You seem to want to reserve the word cognition for the entire set of operations performed by a mind, including ones that are illogical or erroneous, while I want to use it in a more variable and context-dependent way. For example, although I acknowledge that cognition can be illogical, I reserve the right to, also, use it to mean rational cognition where this is what I intend to discuss. I am justified in doing this because the content of irrational cognition, as opposed to its mere existence, is irrelevant to the structure of reality as it is described in the CTMU. Why is it irrelevant? Because it violates the logical syntax of any language capable of expressing a meaningful theory of reality. I'll make 2 additional points. 1. In the CTMU, generalized cognition explicitly has syntactic and telic, presyntactic, transsyntactic levels. So if your objection also contains the idea that cognition can occur on multiple levels, this has already been covered. 2. Even though logic and cognition coincide in perceptual reality and its theoretical representation, I agree with you that any disjunction would naturally be of interest, and therefore urge you to continue your studies regarding it, such as they and it may be. Some papers require more than one reading. If my paper is one of them, then so be it. All I could do was try to make the material accessible. But in any case, I have a piece of well-meant advice for you. If you really intend to maintain that there exists a yawning gap between the CTMU and a sensible view of epistemology, you had better read the paper as many times as necessary in order to understand what it really says about the epistemology-ontology-reality relationship. Comment number 8. Hello, folks. I'd just like to make some comments about the CTMU and my responsibility to defend it. First, although I stand by the PCID paper down to the last jot and tittle, the CTMU is in some respects a work in progress, and I reserve the right to add to it or qualify it as I like and as time permits. In fact, I have several CTMU-related papers now in the process of creation or revision, and no one but me has anything to say about their content or timing. Secondly, none of the CTMU critics whom I have thus far seen has the understanding or the technical ability to speak authoritatively about my theory. I have found many criticisms of the CTMU to be motivated by incomprehension and serious misreadings and or non-readings of the published material rather than any supposed conceptual or explanatory deficiency on my part, and while I do not claim that my presentation, or that of any other technical author, is beyond improvement, I lay a healthy measure of blame for such misunderstandings on the doorsteps of those who recurrently complain about them. Thirdly, given that I am trying to present a new model of reality, I'm amazed by the number of CTMU criticisms that obviously rely on the very cognitive structures in need of correction or augmentation. The very existence of ISCID, and for that matter of complexity theory, testifies to the explanatory inadequacy of certain conceptual structures and models, and endlessly denying or belaboring their more than obvious weaknesses would be nothing but a waste of time for those of us who already know them for what they are. Fourthly, while it may not be politically correct to observe that the viewpoints of some people are less evolved than those of others, there eventually comes a point at which certain viewpoints must be rationally identified as noise. As it happens, there are certain people regarding whom I have made this identification with what I consider to be a high degree of certainty, on the basis of not only their tendency to make technical errors but also their demeanor, for example, their readiness to lapse into ad hominem attacks and baseless, sometimes libelous accusations of plagiarism and other kinds of wrongdoing. For example, first of all, syndiphonesis is a concept whose originality has been disputed. Nobody with a constructive agenda has the time for such people or their nonsense, and I am no exception. Speaking strictly for myself, when I see a thread or a forum being dominated by such a person through sheer volume and vehemence of input, I begin to question the wisdom of involving myself at all. While this is merely a personal observation on my part, it suggests that those who desire my auctorial input regarding the CTMU not encourage such people in their abuse, particularly after they have been suspended for their mischief, transparently permuted their handles and come back for more. I'm usually very happy to respond to questions and critiques as time permits. To some extent, I consider this a theorist's responsibility. But I cannot reasonably be expected to do it in venues conspicuously ridden by those with established tendencies to deviate from matters of content. Thanks. Comment number 9. Since Gedenken has unexpectedly taken to spelling my name correctly, I'll try to encourage his good behavior by posting a response. The Copenhagen interpretation of QM is falling out of favor with physicists because it has been largely supplanted by the relative state formulation, the many worlds interpretation. It would be a terrible mistake to think that this is because MW is somehow on firmer ground. MW suffers from the same problem that CI does: no model, no supporting structure within the space-time manifold of neoclassical physics, i.e. general relativity, and no overall explanation of its own, aside from an abstract mathematical criterion, no messy wave function collapse. The way to solve this problem is not by playing pick and choose among unsupported interpretations, but by providing a model enabling a simultaneous embedding of the key concepts of microscopic, mesoscopic, and macroscopic physics. Although non-locality is indeed a problem in any manifold which fails to support it, this in no way rules out the existence of a manifold which does support it. As for the repugnance of CI to physical reductionism, i.e. the fact that physical reductionism doesn't work on the level of QM, there is absolutely no good reason to prefer stock physical reductionism over QM. As for the problematic definition of observer, the only way to rule out such a definition in principle is with respect to a given class of models. But since QM, and thus physics in general, already lacks a consistent model, this is no objection at all. In any case, the problem is simply to produce a model supporting the concept of observation on all levels of generality and specificity. Papers already written, and papers now on the drawing boards, explain why the CTMU is that model. The problem with describing all scientific theories as useful fictions is that there is a sense in which rational cognition itself is a scientific theory. The thing about this particular theory, however, is that it cannot be changed. The paradigm can never be replaced from the viewpoints of cognitive entities like us. As I've repeatedly explained, this gives it a kind of absoluteness. The fact that QM is extremely powerful and useful, and in substantial agreement with observation, suggests that if it is logically inconsistent, incoherent, and, at some level fictional, this applies only in the absence of an adequate model. Since the CTMU can be shown to be an adequate model, it no longer applies, at least from where I'm sitting. In this model, the approximate nature of the scientific, QM, result is explained not merely by randomness or indeterminacy with respect to the localistic first-order Markovian restriction typical of inadequate models, but in terms of the self-configurative freedom of a self-generative system. As for the apparent fact that MW does not require non-locality, this is moot as long as MW lacks a consistent model of its own, something more substantial than a multiverse for which there is no better explanation than that which MW purports to offer for the universe itself. Unfortunately, it is impossible to meaningfully explain one entity by positing a larger unexplained entity allegedly supporting its existence. In contrast, the CTMU contains a new self-explanatory model of physical reality in which limited non-locality is supported and wave functions can collapse. Alternate universes, such as they may be, can then reside in the nomological syntax of the observable universe as abstract possibilities in no need of full realization. In the absence of any reason to accept MW, there is no pressing need to give a reason not to accept it except, for example, that it lacks a model, that it explains the decoherence of the wave function only by positing the existence of an inexplicable multiverse, and that it uses an abstract mathematical criterion, no messy wave function collapse, to posit the existence of a concrete meta-universe. In fact, when pursued to its logical conclusion, the idea that abstract mathematical criteria have the power to shape concrete reality leads directly to the CTMU, do not pass go, do not collect $200. As for how the CTMU avoids standing on some of the same mistakes that lead to the Copenhagen interpretation, it does so by presenting a self-explanatory model in which these mistakes are logically grounded and thus no longer qualify as mistakes. Comment number 10. Giedinken likens the CTMU to an argument with great complexity proposing to explain a free energy or perpetual motion system, a worldview leading one to consider the number of angels dancing on the head of a pin, which might have a great deal of self-referential self-consistency. Except for the last part, this analogy fails. Giedinken then offers this erroneous view of the CTMU as a reason not to read the argument over and over until one actually understands it, going on to report that he immediately suspected that CTMU premises and/or logic had failed, possibly due to fuzzy claims distributed throughout the work, simply upon reading the conclusion. Somewhat inexplicably, Giedinken follows up with, "I shall indeed continue to study Mr. Langen's presentation. It does have very interesting aspects. I certainly don't claim to disagree with either all of its methods or conclusions. However, apparently, lest anyone get too comfortable with this grudging concession, he points out that he particularly disagrees with certain conclusions presented on page 1 and most clearly on page 4, relating to the syntactic nature of the universe. Finally, regarding those aspects with which Giedinken does happen to agree, he questions if they have actually been demonstrated in any meaningful way by Mr. Langen. Gedanken can question whatever he wants to until the cows come home. But until he identifies some specific flaw in my argumentation, this has nothing whatsoever to do with its validity. To underscore this fact, I will answer his challenge to name a single aspect of physical reality that can be described with logical statements in which there is no question of error or degree of imperfection in the description. Here's one such statement: physical reality must conform to two-valued logic in every observable respect, whether or not it maps consistently to any particular set of contingent expressions. Here's another: the overall structure of physical reality must conform to a new mathematical structure called SCSPL. Here's another: all aspects of physical reality, including such trivial matters as cosmogony and causality, must conform to all of the logical implications of the preceding statements. There are others, but they're in the paper too. Rex Kerr then pipes in with an added thought on crisp two-valued logic where things are true or false with no in-between. To boil Rex's argument down to what seem to be its bare essentials, he is saying that, 1. Contingent statements like "the man is in the room" cannot be identified as true, false or undecidable until all terms and concepts therein, for example being in a room, are properly defined. 2. It is notoriously impossible to define such concepts. 3. Therefore, nothing in reality can be unequivocally identified as true, false or undecidable. 4. So two-valued logic fails as a basis for reality theory. Rex's argument begins to disintegrate at step 2. It is in fact possible to define descriptive predicates with respect to a given consistent model of reality. It gets worse at step 3, unlike the perceptual primitives and elementary logic functors in terms of which perception actually occurs, more or less fuzzy descriptions of perceptual states and observations do not equate to the observations themselves. This makes step 4 a simple non sequitur. Rex then compounds his error by asserting that fuzzy logic and two-valued logic are derivable from each other. Neither is needed first. If you have one, you can get the other. If Rex means that, a. MVL is derivable from 2VL, and, b. 2VL is derivable from MVL, that's fine. But statement B ignores the fact that MVL cannot arise without 2VL in the first place, and that 2VL thus retains priority. While one can distinguish among 2VL, your or no, possibilities using 2VL alone, one cannot distinguish among the many-valued possibilities of MVL without 2VL. They either are or are not distinct from each other. If they are, then 2VL is presupposed; if they are not, then MVL collapses to 2VL anyway. Comment number 11. Okay, Gedanken, here you go. If event A has happened, then event not A cannot have happened in the same place at the same time. Not specific enough? Then try this: the sun rose in the east this morning. It follows that it did not rise in the west. Now, despite the fact that these examples meet your stated criterion, they are instances of the self-consistency of reality, i.e. its obedience to two-valued logic. You'll probably maintain that they're trivial, nothing you didn't already know. But if you already knew about them, then why are you so intent on questioning the underlying logic? After all, in order to observe any such fact to be false, you'd need to do more than just talk about many worlds. You'd need to split yourself into Gedanken 1 and Gedanken 2 and observe the contradictory events in different universes. The problem, of course, is reporting back to yourself afterwards. Not to be repetitive, but some of the more non-trivial implications of this situation are discussed that PCID paper you seem so intent on dismissing. Comment number 12. What is this, Gedanken, fun with semantics time? Let's try this again. Picture yourself standing outside just before dawn, wherever it is you happen to be, and seeing the sun travel upward from the horizon. To describe this observational event, you must define your terms with respect to a model. Once you construct a model and formulate your description accordingly, you can formulate a negative description. Your model carries this negative description and its negative truth value into the corresponding negative perception, which can thus be ruled out. Why? Because the logical negation functor works equally well in the languages of description and perception. If not, then forget about making and describing observations, because you'll never get to first base. Suppose that in order to wriggle out of this reasoning, you make good on your threat to trudge up to the North Pole and hole up in a snowdrift until the Arctic winter creeps over you like an icy sunless hell and turns you into a popsicle. Nevertheless, when the sun finally makes it above the horizon and thaws out your peepers, you will again be able to observe the event, construct a model, define your terms, describe your observation, negate your description, and rest assured that the result does not describe what you perceived. Perhaps you mean to assert that no matter how hard we try, we are unable to formulate accurate models and descriptions. But in that case, we need merely restrict consideration to raw perception and realize that making an observation immediately rules out any inconsistent observation. Comment number 13. Gedenken says that raw perception entails maximum uncertainty and unreliability. Since physical reality is perceptual, this amounts to saying that physical reality itself is unreliable, a scientifically meaningless assertion. Scientific observation is anything but imprecise. Experiments are generally undertaken with very precise instruments and duly replicated by other experimenters, something which could not happen if Gedenken's notions about reality were correct. By the way, regarding that of which my theory does or does not take notice, I'll be the judge. When it comes to the CTMU, the accuracy displayed by Rex and Gedenken is limited to what they actually understand of it. Unfortunately, that's not much. Comment number 14. Gedenken, when we are left with only raw perception, we are also left with the greatest uncertainty. My italics, note that greatest means maximal. Gedenken, a few short minutes later, this of course is highly variable, thus hardly maximal. Whatever you say, Gedenken. I guess this is what happens when logic and precision go bye-bye. But please be a gentleman and stop parroting Rex Kerr's half-baked comment regarding the CTMU. The CTMU associates precision and stability with SCSPL syntax, allowing for imprecision on the semantic and interpretative levels of reference. I don't expect you to know what this means, but I don't expect you to pretend that you do either. Now, weren't you going to bed or something? Critical questions. Comment number 1. Regarding the debate between proponents of Darwinism and ID, Jeff writes, until more evidence is found, what reasoning or logic dictates that one position is more sound than the other? Perhaps this information will never be found. If that's the case, then it may suggest more appropriate directions for efforts to encourage people to consider probing questions about evolution. Since Jeff has mentioned logic, I'll provide a reminder that there is only one reasonably well-defined logic-based, as opposed to exclusively biology-based, information theory-based or physics-based, theory of ID and/or evolution. Called the CTMU, short for Cognitive Theoretic Model of the Universe, it uses the tautological basis of logic to make inferences about the natural world. Browse recent threads and back issues of PCID for more information. This theory logically relates function to structure and easily accommodates the oft-noted tautological dimension of Darwinian evolution with respect to first-order Markovian laws of nature, obviating the necessity to specifically decode evolutionary events, although this remains a viable possibility in certain cases. Comment number 2. In acknowledging that there is some considerable evidence that the notion of irreducible complexity does not completely, or even necessarily partly, exclude all evolutionary ideas, RBH invokes certain results in the field of genetic programming. Although I agree with RBH's basic assertion regarding the compatibility of IC and evolution, and even that computational simulations may support it in certain computational contexts, genetic programmers currently lack any coherent mapping from computational to naturalistic contexts. Thus, they are severely limited in the extent to which they can present any computational simulation as evidence of anything in the natural world, and I'm talking about a deeper level of correspondence than that discussed in recent criticisms of Lenski's work. To realize the evidentiary value of such a simulation, one would need at least a minimal computational model of nature, for example the Camus, cellular automaton model of the universe, which attempts to map some part of nature into a metaphysical cellular automaton. If, on the other hand, one prefers a self-contained language-based computational model, as is suggested by any likening of organisms to assembly language programs, then one is driven toward SCSPL and thus toward the CTMU. The CTMU follows from the fact that any comprehensive description of nature must account for the generation of computational syntax along with mere syntactic content, and must thus portray nature as telic and proto-computational rather than merely computational in essence. Nature has the capacity to self-generate and regenerate, whereas computational automata and even computation theory do not. This militates against the notion that nature is fully analogous to standard computation theory. In other words, the reason that the cellular automaton model and other so-called computational models of reality fail as models of evolution is that they cannot account for the evolution of computation itself, the array or machine or circuit in which computation occurs, or even the relationship between the array and its contents. This leads naturally to the topic of manifolds. A cellular array is a discrete manifold in which neighboring cells are separated and connected by boundaries. In language theory, the concept of a cellular array corresponds to structural syntax, but the correspondence breaks down where the grammatical or generative part of syntax requires more of a setting than a mere discrete manifold can provide. Similar objections apply to any manifold in which discrete fitness landscapes are regarded as points. Thus, when RBH concludes that a fair amount of the incredulity over what evolutionary processes can accomplish in unguided, by intelligence, selective contexts derives from a failure to appreciate the complexity, in the ordinary language sense, of the topographies of high-dimensioned natural fitness landscapes and the consequent availability of multiple different pathways on those landscapes, it is important to remember that there is more to a model of nature than any mere fitness landscape or manifold thereof can provide, regardless of dimensionality. Obviously, the properties of such landscapes can ultimately explain nothing without an explanation for the existence of fitness landscapes themselves. Comment number 3. Argonne responds well, the properties of the landscapes can often explain the immediate activities of objects within them. So I wouldn't say they explain nothing. They just don't explain everything. Good point. And I only have one point to make in return. What I wrote was obviously, the properties of such landscapes can ultimately explain nothing without an explanation for the existence of fitness landscapes themselves. I meant that an ultimate explanation differs from an explanation in that it must cite a model of causation and an ultimate cause therein, or to apply Argonne's colorful phrasing, the bottom turtle. In the present context, this comes down to the wherewithal of fitness landscapes themselves. RBH adds, but until and unless I see some fairly specific mappings that describe the correspondences leading from a general theory of everything to the operation of a GA on my machines, I'm comfortable not worrying over much about the cosmic level of analysis. The cosmic level of causation is the ultimate level of causation. So while I agree that to criticize a theory or research approach because it doesn't account for everything, including the proverbial kitchen sink, is not real helpful, this doesn't apply to theories that claim to offer ultimate explanations of, for example, life. While one could argue that Darwinism doesn't explicitly claim to offer an ultimate explanation of life, I get the distinct impression that many of its proponents think that no deeper explanation, for example ID, could possibly be required. It was for them that my criticism was intended. While fitness landscapes fail to qualify as ultimate explanations, I readily concur that they can be useful at intermediate stages of explanation. I'd merely add that if they have explained more than the smaller turtles atop them, it is only because they have stood on the shoulders of giant turtles beneath. Comment number 4. Argonne agrees that the proximate explanations provided by fitness landscapes and experimental work are useful. In fact, the ISCID hypothesis of Behe is specifically formulated at this level. Likewise Dembski's filters and stuff. These approaches are predicated on the ability to know the historical pathways, fitness landscapes, available to a system. If that mapping is suspect, then the support for the hypotheses could be indeterminable. Quite so. However, the mapping is what it is. And what it is the CTMU, which implies ID even without attention to specific fitness landscapes. In fact, the CTMU is the only picture in which specific computational fitness landscapes can be coherently mapped to nature. I merely meant to point out that the richness of higher dimensional fitness landscapes cannot be taken as evidence in favor of anti-ID hypotheses. Because the CTMU implies a form of ID, anti-ID hypotheses are anti-CTMU hypotheses. So on a rational, logical, pre-empirical level, any attempt to use fitness landscapes as evidence for such a hypothesis would undermine the theory-to-universe mapping on which it critically depends. Comment number 5. Argonne states that Dembski and Behe have got some trouble with the CTMU because they are basing their hypotheses about ID on proximate causes. Even if this were so, and I don't agree that it is, it would be no big deal. After all, the proximate causes to which Argonne refers reside directly on the route between the CTMU theory universe mapping and nature. Argonne continues, that is, they will accept proximate explanations for the evolution of IC systems, if they exist, as evidence against ID. In that case, and I must question Argonne's ability to speak authoritatively on what Professors Behe and Dembski would actually do if someone, impossibly, produced empirical evidence against ID, then perhaps we'd have a minor disagreement. However, we'd remain in substantial agreement regarding ID itself, as opposed to anybody's idea of what it takes to confirm or disconfirm it. Regarding Argonne's assertion that Dembski has specifically argued against theistic evolution and deistic evolution concepts as being no friend of intelligent design, I suspect, assuming the accuracy of Argonne's statement, that the reasons may have something to do with the extent to which these hypotheses require front-loading. The CTMU does not require that ID be exclusively front-loaded. Argonne goes on, so what is being discussed by Behe et Alabama at these levels is not whether ID is necessary for the fundamental underpinnings of the universe. Instead, their argument is about the manner by which intelligence is manifested in local situations such as with the emergence of some types of biological features. Basically, their idea of ID is not exactly your idea of ID. They are proximate IDists. Again, I doubt that anyone is in a position to speak definitively for individual ID theorists but the theorists themselves. In any case, there is no reason to believe that empirical ID research programs need be incompatible with CTMU-level mathematical reasoning. Such programs require a supporting model of causality, and that's non-negotiable. Argonne asserts that as it stands now the CTMU does not differentiate between potential, proximate mechanisms for the emergence of say, factor 8 in the mammalian clotting system. If Argonne is insinuating that the CTMU is incapable of differentiating between front-loading and proximate loading, of design, this is flatly incorrect. On the other hand, when Argonne asserts that empirical and modeling methods potentially can distinguish between these alternatives with a reasonable degree of confidence, they certainly cannot do so without sound rational underpinnings. To my knowledge, Behe and Dembski have not ruled out further exploration of these underpinnings. In fact, I'm quite sure that they have not. Comment number 6. Good post. A few comments may be in order. If a new functional system were introduced that could deterministically bridge IC gaps, it could still be interpreted as an instance of front-loaded ID without precluding ad hoc ID. Causal explanations for IC phenomena can be formulated on different levels, the most important is the most basic and general, by which all other levels are explained. Argonne seems to acknowledge both of these facts when he writes that intelligence could be acting at a root level by setting the original conditions of the universe. And precisely because CTMU reasoning begins on the root level, its conceptual apparatus is capable not only of distinguishing among proximate mechanisms, but of providing them with a fundamental model of causality. Without such a model, what does or does not constitute a causal explanation is moot. Comment number 7. Argonne comments that although CTMU may be to provide a fundamental model of causality, the actual connections to specific biological phenomena may not be readily determinable or predictable from the root theory. Although I appreciate the use of may, whereby Argonne seems to acknowledge the speculative character of his statement, it pays to be careful when making statements of this kind, especially to the authors of theories to which they refer. The author of a theory or model can usually be expected to know somewhat more than a layman about the potential for specificity, if only due to his sheer familiarity with the material. In particular, While it may not be superficially apparent how a global model of causality might, computably, generate specific predictions, its ability to do cannot be ruled out on the basis of a general introduction. Because the CTMU is in a unique position with respect to the derivation of logical truths about the natural world, a little caution may be appropriate when it comes to setting limits on its implicative power. Comment number 8. Certainly, one can understand RBH's desire for specificity. Specificity is what allows those occupied with concrete reality to deal directly with specific concrete objects. However, too much specificity is not always a good thing, particularly with regard to universal abstractions, or if one likes, abstract universals. For one thing, specificity is inversely related to generality and thus to scope. So if one is seeking a general mapping, for example the kind of cause-to-effect mapping that would be associated with a fundamental, and therefore general, model of causality, excessive specificity is something that one wants to avoid. Since, for reasons I've already given, providing context-specific theories of physical and biological evolution with a fundamental model of causality is an urgent necessity for those seeking answers for questions about physical and biological origins, we must reason on the most general possible level. But that's fine, because specifics are generatively deduced from generalities. And that's really the whole point. The only way to maximize our deductive capacity with respect to natural causation is to identify and work from the proper generalities within an appropriate deductive framework. Since this is the motivation behind the CTMU, attempting to marginalize the CTMU on grounds of insufficient initial specificity is like discounting the utility of horses because they are not initially preceded by carts, especially when CTMU generalities can themselves be rationally deduced. Now let me attempt to clarify something else. I'm not in a position to say what constitutes an appropriate stance in the mind of anyone but myself. I don't know what anyone else understands or doesn't understand of the CTMU, or what constitutes adequate phrasing as far as anyone else is concerned, or even what differentiates terra firma from thinner ground in anyone else's worldview. But as far as I'm concerned, I've explained enough of the CTMU, and enough of the overall relationship of the CTMU to natural phenomena, including biological phenomena, to reject any suggestion that I'm unilaterally responsible for anyone else's total ignorance regarding them. I don't claim to be a perfect expositor, I have only my personal conviction that the light bulb should by now have started to come on for anyone paying a reasonable amount of attention to what I say. But there are two things of which I'm quite certain: 1, the CTMU is not merely a promissory note, and, 2, somewhat like RBH, I don't have the time to worry over much about people who persistently fall short of my pedagogical expectations. Suffice it to say that I'm in the process of elaborating on the general framework I've already established, and answering certain questions arising from the answers I've already given. That being said, I'll reiterate, without a fundamental model of causality, Darwinism has precisely nothing to offer that couldn't be had for the price of a statistics calculator, and a mix of data and conjectures that do not depend in any way on Darwinism. Some would no doubt respond that the same is true of ID, and it's no secret where they'd be coming from. But then again, at least there's someone on the ID side of the fence coherently addressing the issue. If someone would like to offer another model of causality than my own, then by all means, feel free. But bear in mind that if and when you do, it will be my turn to play skeptical inquisitor in the case of the counterfeit promissory notes. And bear in mind that if you can't, then you're not in as strong a position as you might like others to believe. CTMU and the axiom of choice. Comment number 1. Hello, Russell. You say that as a fan of the CTMU, you try to invent counter-arguments. That's fine. But as I'm sure you realize, it can be hard to formulate a coherent counter-argument to an argument of which you have not yet formed an adequate understanding. For example, you write that there is incredible conceptual difficulty with the UBT, unbound telesis, concept. If this is true, then it is true only in the minds of people whose conceptual limitations prevent them from understanding it. Consider, in cybernetics and information theory, we speak of constraint as opposed to freedom. We quantify the constraints in bits, and the freedom in degrees. Immediately, this arithmetical quantification leads to the logical possibility of zero constraint, i.e. zero information, and infinite, unbounded, freedom. It's part of the price of forming a coherent mathematical model. Constraint is not the only existential necessity routinely taken to zero. Consider energy. Because physical existence entails energy, there is no such thing as a zero-energy state in physical reality. Yet physicists sometimes talk about zero energy as though it has meaning, for example when some of them maintain that positive energy and negative energy sum to zero. If one maintains that this only works in an unreal idealization of physical reality, rather than in physical reality itself, then one is asserting in effect that these physicists are working from an unreal model, are not modeling reality, and are not doing physics. Although I could be mistaken, I have a hunch that this isn't really what you mean to imply. Now to clear up a couple of other loose ends in your posts. You write that zero extension and zero duration is constraint, big time constraint. Well, yes and no. When, and if, I've used the phrase zero extension and duration, it has been in simplified reference to undefined extension and duration. The reference is as plain as the nose on your face, since undefined means unmeasurable, and since any meaningful definition of extension and duration implies at least some degree of measurability, non-definition precludes extension and duration with respect to the undefined domain. I've explained this to you before, and I just did so again. Please try to remember that I'm usually too busy to enjoy repeating myself. You also make reference to the axiom of choice, a postulate of standard set theory. As I've explained on multiple occasions, the CTMU utilizes another approach to set theory, and in this new, SCSPL, approach, the axiom of choice doesn't necessarily mean what it used to mean, neither, for that matter, do terms like set and inclusion. Thus, when you wax philosophical about the Banach-Tarski paradox, your speculations have only limited relevance to the CTMU, and likewise for the relationship between the CTMU and the Lowenheim-Skolem theorem. By the way, there's another moral to this story: mathematics is philosophy. Anyone who has ever cracked a book about modern analytic linguistic philosophy knows that it consists largely of mathematics of the most unforgiving sort, the kind of math that one can't really get a handle on simply by browsing the internet. Please try to keep this in mind the next time you want to belabor the supposed distinction between mathematical and philosophical proof. Thanks for your consideration. Comment number 2. Okay. I'm going to try very hard to display the proper spirit of intellectual charity here, and explain exactly how something that is undefined might as well be zero. First, parallel, with the apparent support of Pym, says that because zero is a defined quantity, it should not be obvious to Mr. Rearson or anyone that zero extension and duration is a simplified reference to undefined extension and duration. I find it hard to understand how parallel can speak definitively about what anyone in particular, other than himself, finds obvious. As it happens, Mr. Rearson and I have already had extensive discussions on this particular point, and I think I'm within my rights to ask that I not be forced to repeat myself in other forums. In any case, the scarcity of my time forces me to insist on it. Parallel goes on to say that my argument based on unmeasurability is also erroneous. But it isn't, at least not in the context at hand, the CTMU. In scientific parlance, to say that the spatial or temporal distance between objects or events is unmeasurable due to lack of syntactic support amounts to saying that it might as well be zero. That is, the objects or events are either identical or coincident for all practical purposes. If one denies this, then one is obliged to demonstrate that they are in fact separated. Obviously, this would be hard to do without some kind of measurement or formal demonstration of necessity. To attribute extension and duration to some part of nature, even approximately or in some infinitesimal or infinitary sense, one needs to be able to observe it or consistently define it within some formal system to which nature demonstrably conforms. But as any quantum theorist understands, observation is measurement. So to attribute extension or duration to some part of nature, one must have some kind of measurement, at least in principle, and if one does not, then one has no business ascribing non-zero values to spatial and temporal distinctions associated with extension and duration. Unfortunately, where something is undefined due to its lack of expressive syntax, it is totally unmeasurable even in principle. Therefore, there are no extensional or durational distinctions to be made, and this means that for practical and theoretical purposes, extension and duration are zero. As Russell and some others are aware, I generally use terms like virtual zero extension and zero infocognitive radius instead of just plain zero to make this point. It's a subtle distinction, but it's been there all along. As for parallels example, n/0 is undefined and immeasurable, yet it does not therefore follow that it is zero. It doesn't really fit the context at hand. However, it is relevant to the extent that a quotient of the form n/0 might as well be zero for all practical purposes. That is, quotients of the form n/0 have no real, identifiable formal or physical existence in empirical science or standard arithmetic. This, however, does not preclude a systemic extension in which such quotients are allowed. There's an interesting aside here. Intuitively, non-zero n/0 diverges to infinity. To some extent, this mirrors the relationship between constraint and freedom, whereby taking constraint to zero takes freedom to infinity. As far as concerns zero being a defined quantity, of course it's defined in the syntax of arithmetic. Without an underlying conceptual syntax, it would be undefined, and the absence of syntax is what UBT is all about. Comment number 3. First, Pim, it's rude to repeatedly misspell the names of those you address. Please stop it. Second, your post says very clearly that you support the content of Parallel's post. So I guess the answer to your question might be, I can tell what you support because I'm somebody who can read. Third, please refrain from giving me personal advice. I don't think it's your place to do so, and in any case, I have no use for it. Thanks for your consideration. Fourth, I don't particularly agree with your suggestion that we move the discussion forward on terms unfavorable to the author of the theory which forms the subject matter of this thread. In fact, I find it more than a little disingenuous. Evolutionary intelligence. Comment number 1. There is much theoretical controversy regarding the nature of intelligence, largely because prevailing scientific models having been designed to preclude subjective contamination in the gathering and evaluation of objective data, support the existence of neither intelligence nor any other subjective attribute. Thus, it has often been asked whether intelligence, as in intelligent design, is really a measurable, empirically verifiable quantity. The science of psychology, as practiced in laboratories, hospitals, clinics, and educational institutions around the world, answers in the affirmative, and offers a very great deal of supporting data in the form of IQ test scores. IQ tests consist of problems to be solved, usually within time constraints. Correct solutions possess utility in the form of higher test scores and all util correlates thereof. Despite questions regarding the validity of IQ testing in this era of political correctness, these measures and the data they provide exhibit a very high degree of statistical integrity. Survival is a problem for every organism and species, and biological fitness is directly analogous to utility. That is, survival has positive utility for that which survives, while optimality is unnecessary for survival and may in any case be undecidable. Survival itself is objective and observable. To this extent, survival of the fittest, and all of its more refined variants, refers to the solution of a problem, namely to solving for fitness as a condition of survival, and evolution is thus analogous to a problem-solving procedure. This analogy is better than one might think. When it comes to evaluating aggregate data, the lab-coded, by-the-book scientists trained in clinical and experimental psychology typically do not concern themselves with the subjective nature of what their instruments measure. When dealing with populations, they take what a logician or systems theorist would call a black box approach to intelligence, concerning themselves solely with the numbers thereby generated. In effect, intelligence is operationally defined as that property of test subjects which best correlates with IQ test performance. Although psychologists are encouraged to take account of subjective factors, they are limited by the physicalist models dominant throughout the sciences, and ultimately lack the means to make a clear subjective-objective distinction. In this respect, they resemble evolutionary biologists, from whom they differ only in their tacit acknowledgement of the subjective dimension of human reasoning and emotions, which each of them can in any case observe internally. As far as concerns their highly replicable data, there is no such distinction. If we take a black box approach to evolution, this experimental paradigm can be applied to evolutionary biology up to isomorphism. That is, the environment presents biological entities with problems in the form of stressors, and nature responds by modifying the entities in ways that solve these problems. Survival problem, time-constrained solution process, fitness solution, observation and statistical evaluation. So the question is, why can we not say that nature possesses something analogous to an IQ, and given its admirable success rate in solving for occupation and survival in various ecological niches, that it is objectively intelligent in the same way that a high-scoring test subject is objectively intelligent? Let's take a brief look at the kinds of objection that a critic would be forced to make in order to discount this experimental paradigm, which is really just the statistical paradigm at work in a certain objectivized scientific context. For example, a critic might say, but we can see human beings filling out the tests, and we know them to be intelligent. However, the intelligence of test subjects is precisely what is to be determined by testing them. As far as the statistics are concerned, they might as well be AI machines. A critic might also say, a logical extension of this viewpoint leads directly to the realm of the inanimate, and would thus lead to the absurd conclusion that inert physical structures and processes display intelligence. But again, from a scientific perspective, whether or not nature is intelligent is the point to be determined. In any case, no reference to any subjective-objective distinction is possible without a detailed model of the distinction. ID critics like to point out that ID lacks a model for intelligence. But so does the scientific mainstream, and yet this does not stop scientists from observing and measuring what they call intelligence by taking a black box approach to it. Less formally, ask any scientist whether he or she possesses some degree of intelligence, and one will almost certainly receive a yes for one's trouble. Ask that same scientist whether he or she possesses or even knows of a detailed model of intelligence, and one will get a different answer entirely. Is this a scientific argument to the effect that nature is intelligent? Or should we simply put an end to terms like intelligence and fields like clinical psychology? Comment number 2. An effective procedure is one which admits of mechanical implementation with respect to an abstract machine model, for example a Turing machine. Complexity and utility are irrelevant, the issue is whether there exists a series of discrete steps, defined on the model in question, leading from some input to some output. In particular, the utility of the programmer is strictly a side issue. Solving problems on an IQ test goes beyond the realm of the merely effective because there is a value attached to test performance, and so for surviving in the wild. Indeed, a real problem always relates in some way to the utility of that by which it is recognized as a problem. If it is in no way a matter of utility, if nothing benefits in any way from its solution, then when you come right down to it, it's really no problem at all. On the other hand, any problem that deserves to be called a problem is related to its solution by a more or less complex transformation of its initial, unsolved, state into its final, solved, state, and this transformation is associated with a net gain of utility. This means that the result of the transformation, i.e. the solution of the problem, qualifies as a goal for the entity with respect to which this utility is defined, and utility specifies and drives the transformation. Survival fits this description because it possesses utility for those entities which achieve it, and achieving it often requires the complex and tightly constrained adaptive transformation of an initial state consisting of a stressful environment-organism relationship. The number and distribution of possible transformations of such a relationship, i.e. the contingency, determines the discriminativity of the problem, i.e. the extent to which it can be used to measure problem-solving ability or intelligence. So where utility corresponds to specification and complexity is defined as usual, the psychology of cognitive testing involves a sort of specified complexity, and because it is in certain ways analogous to biological evolution, we have a logical case for admitting the concept of intelligence, and to some extent the methodology of intelligence testing, to evolutionary biology. Integrity means soundness, which naturally implies validity and reliability. So statistical integrity refers to the soundness of statistical methodology, including experimental design, data gathering and analysis, and statistical inference as applied in clinical and experimental psychology. Thus, when statistically significant relationships are detected by means of intelligence testing, they usually stand up to scrutiny with respect to methodology and prediction. As for IQ being a relative measure, this applies to comparisons rather than to tests and test items. Whether or not a problem has been solved to a given level of accuracy within operative time constraints is an absolute, yes or no, determination, and likewise for one's raw score on a test. One could simply answer questions at random over many trials and take the average result as a baseline score, working from the space of all possible attempted solutions within the given constraints. The result would be a determination of absolute rather than relative problem-solving ability, at least with respect to the test in question. The point, of course, is that although one can split hairs about where to set the points of reference and define the bounds of relevance, it would be difficult if not impossible to make a scientific case that the psychometric paradigm and its associated concepts have no place in evolutionary biology. In principle, intelligence and mental causation have as much bearing here as they have in psychology. The kind of biological data required, how to gather it, and how much of it to gather are secondary questions. Regardless of any difficulties attending the answers to these questions, there are no scientific grounds for excluding intelligence as a causal factor in evolution given the potential for an operational definition analogous to that employed in psychology. Carl D. Stephen, Tegmark's Parallel Universes, A Challenge to Intelligent Design? Comment number 1. Max's arguments represent no threat whatsoever to ID theory, and I think Max would readily admit it. The reason is simple: ID theory is about biological origins, any scientific explanation of which requires an underlying model of causality conspicuously absent from Max's work. Although the MW, many worlds, interpretation of quantum mechanics purports to explain microcausality by exhaustive, and therefore deterministic, decoherence of the wave function, it ultimately does nothing of the kind. Because the wave functions of material particles are embedded in that of the universe as a whole, one cannot explain quantum causality in physics without explaining the cosmogonic limit of causality, the ultimate origins problem which centers on the origin of the universe itself. But MW offers no advantages in this regard, for it explains the origin of the multiverse no better than standard cosmology explains that of the physical universe, i.e., not at all. At best, it merely pushes the cosmogony problem back a step and leaves it hanging just like before. The thing that I find interesting is this. This is Max's second article in Scientific American. His first, about quantum mechanics, was co-authored with a man recognized by many as the world's foremost living physicist, John Wheeler. Wheeler was once the mentor of Hugh Everett, the inventor of MW, and was largely responsible for the somewhat bizarre progress that MW has made in the scientific community. He was also Richard Feynman's mentor, and was likewise responsible for much of the progress made by the more respectable path integral formalism. However, Wheeler himself is no longer a supporter of MW. He eventually repudiated MW due to its excess metaphysical baggage, and has made it very clear in a number of papers that he prefers an approach to cosmogony and cosmology in which the universe is regarded as self-contained. He has even been wont to mention the forbidden G word, God, distantly implying that a self-contained explanation would possess a theological dimension, and therefore a teleological dimension, and therefore an ID-friendly dimension. Max, however, is evidently blazing his own trail, and it doesn't look like God has a whole lot to do with it. For Max, the upside is that the academic community and its friends in big publishing, including ISCID, will approve of his seeming respect for its atheistic sensibilities. The downside is that God won't be around to help Max explain the multiverse. Which just goes to show you can't have your cake and eat it too, and you can't explain even a single universe by positing the existence of many. Comment number 2. According to the Standard Model, the limit of nature is a cosmic singularity, and the limit of causality is whatever generated and sustains this singularity. Standard cosmology merely purports to explain how this singularity, once its existence and underlying ontology were already given, blew up into the universe we see, beginning at 10:43 seconds after the initial Big Bang. Many worlds theory purports to account for these things by placing the universe, that is, the thing to be explained, inside a multiverse, and then fails to explain the multiverse. Yet, in order to explain a process that runs as part of an underlying process, the way local physical evolution, causality, runs as a part of global cosmic evolution, one must explain the underlying process right back to the beginning. Regarding your usage of terms like associative ad hominem and straw man, I'm sorry if you take personal offense. If so, I excuse you from asking me any further questions. People are entitled to their opinions regarding social and commercial institutions. Those who insist on identifying personally with the institutions in question have only themselves to blame if generalized critiques offend them. Comment number 3. At the end of the day, all science is about is describing and predicting the observations we make. Words like cause, mechanism and explanation, when used in science, just refer to descriptions of, some part of, the universe in terms of stuff that we consider familiar. From a scientific point of view, all that matters is whether an infinite space-time/multiverse/MWI enables us to better describe and predict observations. What science is about is in the present context a matter of controversy, but it goes a little farther than merely describing and predicting observations. Or rather, there is more to describing and predicting observations than meets the casual eye. Technically, we might state this as follows: perceptual reality is not perceptually connected. Instead, it is connected to itself by virtue of its placement in the richer network of cognitive reality, in which reside such concepts as causality, mechanism, and explanation. In theoretically, cognitively, connecting perceptual reality in an explanatory causal network, one can't always progress by short obvious steps. Sometimes one must plunge into an ocean of non-testability in order to come up with a superior testable description on the far shore. Think of this kind of insight as analogous to irreducible complexity, but often followed by a simplificative refolding stage. In other words, it is not always easy to distinguish, empirically fruitful, science from non-science. As science progresses, one must rely on logic and mathematics in the blind spots between islands of perceptibility. Logic is clarificative. Consider the words description and prediction. They denote a model-theoretic isomorphism between a linguistic construct, the description or prediction, and its objective content, a set of observations to be described or predicted, where observation is understood to have an unavoidable subjective component. Ideally, this description displays maximum compression. It describes present and future data as compactly as possible while sacrificing nothing in depth or scope. But the real point is that science consists not just of the description or theory, but the theory-observation correspondence in logical terms, the model. Strictly speaking, one can't even take the existence of an objective, perceptually independent universe for granted, although we often do so on faith. Our perceptions are all that we can directly know of that which we perceive. Further insight regarding the content of our perceptions requires some blend of inference, reportage, and faith, and thus comes at second hand relative to the observations themselves. The central object of science is thus a correspondence, similarity mapping, isomorphism, between cognitive linguistic structures and the observations to which they refer, and by extension to the putatively material contents of these observations. Because this mapping must simultaneously accommodate both of the entities it relates, science is at once cognitive and perceptual in essence. So as far as science is concerned, the medium of reality is a blend of cognition and perception, or by extension, of mind and matter, the abstract and the concrete, the mental and the material. It flows smoothly between them rather than switching suddenly from one to the other across a gap. Any such discontinuity would interdict the mapping at all levels, rendering science impossible even in principle. In an ensemble theory, the universe studied by science is explained as one member of an ensemble of universes existing in a higher space. There is a sense in which the original MW theory is not an ensemble theory, all histories are assumed to exist within one and the same space-time manifold. That is, Hugh Everett stopped short of postulating the kind of weird and wacky hyperspace now being held forth by MW happy ensemble theorists. Why? There are technical reasons, but perhaps the main reason is that Everett, like his mentor John Wheeler, felt that explanations applying to the real world should reside within the real world itself. That way, they could be considered real, and therefore valid. Metaphysical ensemble theories like Max's apply a certain transformation that cannot be scientifically justified. They transform an explanatory or descriptive regress into a topological regress. Syntactic explanatory structures are converted into actual spaces of, potentially, infinite extent and giving way to an infinite diverging sequence of ever higher spaces. Unfortunately, these spaces are not measurable or even meterizable within perceptual reality, and are therefore not scientific in the empirical sense. As cognitive linguistic extrapolations from perceptual reality, they are recognizable as scientific only where reality is acknowledged as cognitive and linguistic, and where science is allowed to use purely rational methods, i.e. logic and mathematics, to study them. But what does this kind of science look like? How should cognitive linguistic explanatory extrapolations be handled? As it turns out, the model designed to handle such extrapolations accommodates ensemble theories without the unscientific transformation in question. In this model, they become syntactic potentials existing internally rather than externally to reality. The model in question, the CTMU, Cognitive Theoretic Model of the Universe, models reality as an SCSPL, self-configuring self-processing language. According to the structure of this model, any useful description or prediction that can be extracted from an ensemble theory can be developed within reality itself. As I've already pointed out, this is more consistent with the intentions of Wheeler and even of Everett than ordinary ensemble theory. And better still, it is tautological in a particular, model theoretic, sense designed to embrace the empirical sciences. The model in question was described in PCID a few months ago. Whereas Max puts a particular counter-teleological spin on MW, his basic idea is that the universe is what it is because it is a kind of ensemble average of mathematically consistent possibilities, which is to some extent what it is in the CTMU as well. The CTMU recognizes this averaging process as teleological in nature and makes it responsive to the telic principle, a self-contained generalization of the anthropic principle, S. The CTMU has been around as long or longer than Tegmarkian ensemble theory, and while it addresses virtually all of the same problems, it is 100% ID consistent. For what it's worth, one can derive from it an enhanced version of quantum mechanics, more than Standish has apparently derived from a partial but related set of assumptions. Regarding Pym's comments, Max only gives possible means to falsify his theory relative to a given set of assumptions which need not hold. The same is true of Ian Stewart's comment regarding what is or is not open to design. The CTMU, within which ensemble theory can, and must, be packed, is expressly fractal to the extent that self-similarity is a basic design feature. It follows that infinite divergence is not necessary for self-similarity. And since God can map to MW only as a unity, by a one-to-many mapping associated with the multiverse, Max presents no real obstacle to identifying reliable intelligent design. Jacob writes that he would be interested in finding out from CML why he believes something sustains the cosmic singularity and what he thinks would be the consequence of that lack of sustenance to the cosmic singularity. That which exists needs a medium of existence, and if it is singular, then it cannot provide itself with a medium, since doing so requires a distinction between medium and content which is precluded by singularity. Therefore, if the cosmic origin were not sustained by an existential medium, the universe would not exist unless, that is, it somehow manages to sustain its own existence. But this leads directly to the CTMU, and not to ensemble theory. As for why I am concerned about origins, well, evolution is about origins. The origin of species. The origin of the cosmos, of matter, and of the laws of physics. The origins of events, aka causality. Biological evolution is sustained by the underlying process of physical evolution, which is sustained in turn by cosmic evolution. So I think that we all need to be concerned about origins, and this includes the origin of any multiverse posited to explain why this universe exists as we find it. Don't get me wrong, I like some of Max's insights. But it can be shown in minute logical detail why Max's infinitely regressing model fails to qualify as a metaphysical framework. Although there are certain seldom recognized logical demands on the title metaphysical framework, Max is not even attempting to meet them. On the other hand, ensemble theory implicitly claims to be more than merely physical, and it exhibits serious deficiencies with respect to this claim. Comment number 4. The Level 2 parallel universe is not really a separate universe because it interacts with ours means that in order to explain cosmic inflation, some cosmologists posit the existence of an underlying scalar energy field associated with an all-inclusive background space in which bubble universes like ours are supposed to inflate. The dependency of cosmic inflation on this background field contradicts any supposition of two-way independence. In the present context, reality can be considered synonymous with nature, including abstract but non-imaginary features of nature, while perceptual reality is that part of reality directly accessible to perception. Anyone who finds my usages of these terms ambiguous was already in trouble, because other authors seldom define them at all. Perceptual reality is connected to itself by, for example, geometry and causality, which as Hume, Kant et al. Have already pointed out are not tangible physical quantities. Neither, for that matter, are space and time. Science always entails theory observation correspondence up to cognitive perceptual consistency. Beyond this point, science need not entail such a correspondence at every step, since the logico-mathematical criteria for truth are more general and fundamental than empirical criteria and in this sense have priority. We know this because empirical truths must be logico-mathematically consistent at every step, whereas logico-mathematical truths need not be empirically instantiated at every step. Science must sometimes follow an obvious logico-mathematical routes to get from one level of empirical explanation to another. You say that it is very valid to posit parallel universes even when they can't be detected in the real universe that we actually observe. If so, then their validity is not empirical but logico-mathematical in the above sense, and only if they turn out to be consistent according to the laws of logic and mathematics. This is a matter of supposition regarding the individual elements of Tegmarkian ensemble theory, the simplistic overall structure of which expressly lacks mathematical closure and cannot be regarded as consistent in a comprehensive sense. A higher level of reasoning indicates that there is more going on in the multiverse, logically and mathematically speaking, than ensemble theories can accommodate, particularly as regards the existence and dynamics of self-aware structures. By the way, if there exists a singularity in which no laws of science hold, then it isn't properly a subject for scientific investigation, it's merely a terminal extrapolation of science. And regarding the newness of Max's claims, a number of cosmologists have gone beyond the standard cosmic singularity concept, including Stephen Hawking, and for that matter, me. So if such a claim is new, Max is a newcomer among the innovators. As I've said, the entirety of ensemble theory exists implicitly in the CTMU, along with a considerable amount of high-level structure that ensemble theory lacks. Since the CTMU is ID consistent, ensemble theory is not a threat to ID. Comment number 5. While the CTMU may be rumored to contain Tegmark's ideas and as I understand many other yet to be formulated ideas, I think that the real power of Tegmark's ideas lie in the fact that he has made the ideas accessible to laymen and scientists alike, that he has provided with supporting evidence as well as ways to in principle at least falsify his ideas. Which may explain why his ideas can be found in so many popular and scientific journals. Actually, many CTMU ideas have been pretty exactly formulated. I'm not saying my presentation has been flawless, I'm even now in the process of improving it, but it's considerably better than you seem to allow. The problem, I think, has to do less with formulation than with conceptual difficulty. As I've already observed, Tegmarkian ensemble theory is extremely simplistic. One has a potentially infinite topological regress of spaces containing all possible, mathematically consistent, subspaces. Rather than simply say big deal and point out that this deceptive simplicity, along with Max's stint at the Institute for Advanced Study and his well-known connection with J. A. Wheeler, may have even more to do with the popularity of his material than its alleged scientific validity, I'll leave it at that. After all, Max may not yet have had the opportunity to defend his ideas against the implications of my own. You say that the question of Tegmark's ideas being a threat or challenge to ID seems ill-posed, since I would argue that no scientific idea can in principle be a challenge to ID, but it can be a challenge to hypotheses of ID or methods to infer ID as proposed by Dembski, and go on to opine that if the CMTU implicitly contains Tegmark's ideas, then it is as much a threat to ID as Tegmark's ideas. In my view, this is very much mistaken. Superficially, Max's work seems to justify the attribution of any hypothetical instance of psi to a deterministic averaging process over an exhaustive ensemble, and at the logical level, the psi concept is a pretty straightforward consequence of ID. Trying to divorce the basic specified complexity concept from ID ultimately has the effect of making ID scientifically irrelevant. However, if you allow for the possibility that ID is scientifically valid as you may or may not understand it, then one would need a whole new approach to the truth concept to support the notion of a true but irrelevant hypothesis regarding origins. You've made it clear that you like the frontier town atmosphere created by the idea of parallel universes running amok in hyperspace. Okay, I can respect that. But when carried to its ultimate conclusion, this concept leads unavoidably to the CTMU. Why? Because the multiverse is a logical unity, and its scientific investigation requires a model-theoretic approach centered on a distributed logical syntax. There really isn't any escape. Any rejection of this premise immediately robs the scientific enterprise of all validity with respect to the multiverse hypothesis, and does so in such a way that no mere prediction can redeem it. Predictions require logically consistent supporting models. I'm doing what I can to try to put CTMU ideas out there in what I consider to be a simple and direct way. Max Tegmark gets immeasurably more support regarding his ideas than I do regarding mine, and would merely submit that those who find them opaque or trivial more carefully consider whether or not they themselves may play some small part in any supposed failure to communicate. Saying that a theory which seems to implicitly include all this and more but explicitly seems to fail to propose such scientific hypotheses may in the end be of little interest to science is a bit shaky, since one can say precisely the same of the logic and mathematics on which science critically depends. Moreover, as I've already pointed out, my idea of science is a little less restrictive than the conventional view, which seems to be based on a rather tightly constrained version of model theory in which one side of what should be a symmetric correspondence, i.e., the observable, material side as opposed to the logical and conceptual side, is, in violation of logic, given vastly more weight than the other. And by the way, nobody said that Tegmark proposes a singularity in which no laws of science hold, although he doesn't seem to argue against it. That remark was addressed to the statements of the person to whom I was responding. Here's a little hint as to what's going on here. It's from page 44 of the CTMU paper published in PCID. SCSPL incorporates the concepts of syntactic stratification and syntactic distribution. For example, because the laws of mathematics everywhere apply with respect to the laws of physics, the former distribute over the latter in the syntactic sense. Thus, where the laws of mathematics and physics are denoted by S1 equal LMS and S2 respectively, S1 distributes over S2, i.e. forms a syntactic covering for S2. Essentially, this means that the laws of mathematics are everywhere a required syntactic component of the language of physics. Tegmark's level 4 multiverse is just S1, the logico-mathematical component of human cognitive perceptual syntax. S2 merely consists of our own laws of physics, including the anthropic fine-tuning of universal constants. Max's thesis thus comes down to the idea that various S2 analogues can be formulated in S1, an idea already implicit in the fact that S1 distributes over S2 as a more general component of TO, SCSPL, syntax, and his terminology simply replaces S1 with the level 4 multiverse. I need merely point out that whereas this is where Max's model terminates, the CTMU goes on to develop the idea in such a way as to deal with the problem of origins. That is, where Max's model ends, the CTMU proceeds to the comprehensive level of teleology and the logical foundations of ID. Anyway, to direct the focus back toward the topic at hand, I'll say it again, I agree that some of Max's ideas are intriguing. But they do indeed fit into the CTMU framework in an obvious way, and the CTMU is ID consistent. So, then, is the ultimate logical extension of Max's ideas. Comment number 6. Does this mean that you disagree with the reviewer of Tegmark's work that suggests that Tegmark's multiple universes poses a challenge to ID? The suggestion that I must agree with Max simply because Max's cosmological scenario can be interpreted within the CTMU seems a little hasty. In particular, I'd have to differ strongly with any assertion that Tegmarkian multiverse theory is complete as it stands. Superficially, Tegmark's work can be seen as posing a challenge to ID. I've even pointed out why. Max is trying to understand the universe as a product of deterministic exhaustion and summation rather than design. Faced with troublesome anthropic coincidences, Max wants to use a selection principle to extrapolate and concretely reify probabilistic resources in such measure as to explain the status quo merely by applying the laws of probability to first-order Markovian combinations of physical state and laws of physics. He justifies the multiverse not by observing it, but by recognizing it as a necessity of forming a certain preferred kind of explanation for the universe, an explanation consisting solely of probability theory and distributed laws of physics. The possibility of design is simply ignored, but not explicitly denied. In other words, Max wants to put the explanandum before the explanans and retrodictively construct an explanation conforming to certain logically unnecessary and scientifically unjustified constraints. He then wants to turn the tables yet again and retrodictively predict the explanandum from this explanation. It's a circular exercise from start to finish. But whereas the CTMU recognizes this kind of circularity as a basic feature of the scientific process and explores the implied mathematical structure, supertautological SCSPL, thus potentially avoiding the concrete reification of inobservable quantities, Max doesn't bother with this stage of theorization. He has wisely left that stage of reasoning to a metaphysical logician like me, where analytical metaphysics properly includes physics. You mentioned Bill Dembski's three-way distinction between determinacy, non-determinacy, chance, and design. In the CTMU, this distinction comes down to the three-way distinction between determinacy, non-determinacy, and self-determinacy, the last being associated with telic recursion and the others being secondarily defined with respect to it. Telic recursion is just another term for metacausation. Instead of simply outputting the next state of a system, it outputs higher-order relationships between state and law, or state and syntax. Regarding the distinction between origins and evolution, not too many people are clear on it. This distinction is based on the standard view of causality, in which there seems to be a clean distinction between the origin and application of causal principles, specifically first-order Markovian laws of nature. In the CTMU, origins distribute over causes in a new kind of structure called a conspansive manifold, and are therefore not cleanly distinguishable from causality. Both are products of a higher-order process, telic recursion. To put it in simpler terms, evolution consists of events which originate in causes which originate in teleological metacauses. So in the CTMU, to talk about evolution is to talk about metacausal origins by ontogenic transitivity. As for the question of whether or not I agree with Carl, Stefan, regarding the opposition of multiverse theory to ID theory, the answer would be yes and no. As I've already said, Tegmark's work can be seen as posing a challenge to ID in its reliance on pure mathematical determinism and concomitant exclusion of teleology. However, Carl seems not to have read my paper, which provides a framework for disposing of this challenge. In fact, this challenge has already been met on a very advanced level right here in PCID. Comment number 7. Allegedly supporting that bold claim, Mr. Langan cites a PCID paper of his published last year. However, Dr. Tegmark's work has been published years prior to Langan's paper. So I question Langan's assertion that Tegmark is the newcomer here. Additionally, I fail to see how the passage Langan quotes contains resemblance to Tegmark's work. Except that the first paper on the CTMU was published in 1989, in the journal of an exclusive group to which I belonged. Entitled The Resolution of Newcomb's Paradox, it utilized a, then brand new, computational model of the universe based on nested virtual realities. The model was called NEST, short for Nested Simulation Tableau. Subsequently, other papers on the CTMU were published in that journal and elsewhere, some developing its cosmological implications. This can all be documented. If what you mean is that priority automatically belongs to the first person who gets a given idea into Scientific American, or some other big-name periodical, I'd have to take exception to that, particularly since I had a brief correspondence with a Siam editor named George Musser several years ago. I briefly described the theory and asked him whether he'd be interested in publishing an account of it. He wasn't. But I can document the correspondence, so when it comes right down to it, his taste in cosmology articles and authors wouldn't count for much in a priority dispute. As far as concerns your inability to see how Tegmark's work fits into the CTMU, despite the fact that I just explained how it fits into the CTMU, I don't think I need bear any responsibility for that. The paper is out there, and Max's level 4 multiverse fits into it just as described. Of course, unlike multiverse theory, the CTMU manages to avoid any blanket physical reification of abstract structures. In fact, the mathematical structure of the CTMU goes so far beyond that attributed to the multiverse that there's no need to pretend that conventional multiverse theory, if we can even call it that with a straight face, is in the same league. By the way, I find your tone unnecessarily confrontational. Nobody is accusing Max of knowing anything about the CTMU before producing his work, and no one is accusing Max of plagiarism. I've even said that I like some of Max's insights. What bothers me a little is the readiness with which some authors, perhaps including Max, assume that they're completely in the know about what's been going on in their fields of interest. Some people don't run, or write, in the same circles, and often, this is because the circles in question are closed to them. Last but not least, the issue here isn't whether Max is entitled to credit for his work, of course he is. But whether it represents a threat to ID. To explain why it doesn't, I was forced to mention the CTMU, which just plain flat out predates Max's work, unless Max was writing on this subject back in the 80s. If anyone doesn't like this, I can only sympathize. Comment number 8. The CTMU includes multiverse theory in the sense that multiverse theory can and must be interpreted in the CTMU. Remember, although it is tempting to think that Max is basically conducting physics and cosmology as usual, where as usual connotes materialism and determinism, he is actually working from more or less controversial premises, explicitly including the following: 1. Mathematical structures are formal systems. 2. At least one mathematical structure, formal system, is isomorphic to the physical universe. 3. Mathematical and physical existence are basically the same. Equating physical reality to a formal system leads inevitably to the conclusion that physical reality has formal, i.e. linguistic, structure. It is fundamentally linguistic in nature, and in consequence, physics and cosmology are directly answerable to formal, logical and language-theoretic criteria. Concisely, reality is a kind of language. SCSPL is simply the kind of language in question, the reality structure implied by the hypothesis to which Max subscribes. Therefore, to whatever extent multiverse theory is valid, it belongs in the CTMU. I've already described exactly where. In fact, the CTMU constitutes a general answer to the very question that Max aims to solve: what is the mathematical structure to which the universe is isomorphic? Since the full explanation is somewhat more technical than would be appropriate here, I'm working it into a paper in progress. Comment number 9. Parallel asks, if the CTMU contains Tegmarkian theory as Mr. Langan claims, then how could Tegmarkian theory contain what the CTMU lacks, such as the ability to be falsified? This question rests on the assumption that there is no theory that is both tautological and non-trivial in the a posteriori sense. To those who don't happen to share this assumption, the question is meaningless. On the other hand, were someone to insist that the question is meaningful anyway, and damn the torpedoes, then one would need to prove that this assumption is valid, and good luck. But there's an even worse problem connected with this question. First, multiverse theory can only be falsified relative to certain assumptions, the truth of which is not uniquely implied by the tests proposed. Meanwhile, because the CTMU is explicitly tied to such empirical details as the rate of apparent cosmic expansion, quantum non-locality and so on, it has been logically and empirically validated. Multiverse theory, on the other hand, has no support at all. That is, even if multiverse theory supports the observation that the universe is expanding at an accelerating rate, then one must go in search of a logical model, in the formal sense, of multiverse theory. Next stop, the CTMU. Parallel goes on to say that the fifth step in documenting something that's out there is to provide the information necessary to facilitate documentation, such as the appropriate journal citations. How else can we as members of the public review the contents of your paper, in order to assess the veracity of your intellectual priority claim? The paper cited, The Resolution of Newcomb's Paradox, was published in Noesis, the Journal of the Noetic Society, No. 44, December 1989 to January 1990, pages 3 to 12. I don't know whether random members of the public can find older back issues of this journal, but I can, and if anyone with any real weight in such matters were to challenge me on this, I'd simply put myself to the trouble of producing them. And that would be that. Jacob Elliott opines that the CTMU is like a flute, it can be blown to any tune one desires. Well, not really, but I guess that one would need to read up on it a little, and understand what one has read, in order to figure out why. Jacob then asseverates that any theory that can explain causality without invoking an intelligent agent, especially when it's resultant in something as elegant as our universe, from what Max calls frog's eye view, is a threat to ID. Unfortunately, quite apart from the question of intelligent agency, multiverse theory cannot explain anything in the strict logical sense, because although some people are in the habit of mistakenly calling it a model of reality, it does not meet the formal criteria applying to models. To really explain anything, it would need a model of its own, and as I've been saying, that could only be the CTMU, unless and until it runs afoul of the CTMU, in which case it is out the window on logical grounds alone. Perhaps I should clarify something. In the 20th century, science as usual became involved in unseemly tussle with certain inconvenient facts of logic like undecidability, the Lowenheim-Skolem theorem and the Duhem-Quine thesis. In particular, the last of these says that any given set of empirical observations can be explained by multiple distinct theories. It follows that when we are inevitably confronted by such theories, we need to ask a question, which explanation is better substantiated on rational, logico-mathematical grounds? In this context, the answer is clear: by the nature of its design and construction, the CTMU has a tremendous explanatory advantage over multiverse theory. Now let's get back to multiverse theory and its challenge to ID. Although Max's recent Siam paper is really just a survey, that's how Max sums it up in the synopsis, he makes some predictions. Here they are. Prediction 1. The mathematical structure describing our world is the most generic one that is consistent with our observations. Prediction 2. Our future observations are the most generic ones that are consistent with our past observations. Prediction 3. Our past observations are the most generic ones that are consistent with our existence. I need merely point out that these aren't really what most scientists, for example biologists, would consider predictions. Each involves the term generic, which points to the fact that Max is talking about an ensemble average, where the cosmic ensemble to which he refers can only be indirectly observed by way of the average itself. But is multiverse theory the only way to explain such an averaging effect? Hardly. We can explain it as a syntactic function of SCSPL, and in fact must do so, for otherwise, those trying to function on this realm of discourse, including multiverse theorists, would lack a coherent language in which to formulate their hypotheses and inferences. Therefore, were these predictions to be found true, they would not confirm multiverse theory except insofar as it has a place in some larger theory providing multiverse theory with a supporting syntax, language, and model. Hello, CTMU. I can't, of course, force anyone who is firmly attached to the idea of a physical, material multiverse extending to infinite distances in trans-physical space to change his mind. But I can observe that the notion of a multiverse that is at once physical and material, and yet trans-physical and trans-material, is plainly in need of reformulation, the kind of reformulation that only the CTMU can provide. I can also observe that the CTMU not only supports the existence of an intelligent designer, but apodictically implies it. Since the particular brand of multiverse theory tendered by Max Tegmark logically implies the CTMU on formal, mathematical, grounds, prior to any question of empirical confirmation, and since the CTMU logically implies the existence of an intelligent designer, multiverse theory implies the existence of an intelligent designer. And we really can't put it any more simply than that, can we? Comment number 10. I think we may have a little misunderstanding regarding the manner in which the CTMU encompasses other theories. Since the CTMU is built on the toe called logic, let's use logic as an example. Logic is a required syntactic ingredient of any theory, which is just another way of saying that logic descriptively includes any correct theory. This doesn't mean that every theory is logical, it means that on the assumption of its correctness, it is expressible in terms of logic. Logic is thus more than an unnecessary wrapper for theories, theories fail without it. Theories thus have only three possible states: in verifiable conformance with logic, in tentative conformance with logic, in the garbage bin. The CTMU includes a theory like Tegmark's in exactly this sense. Like logic, the CTMU contains no assumptions, all of its principles, along with its explanatory power, are self-evident on the model theoretic level of discourse, at least to one who is actually paying attention to it and knows the subject matter. Some might argue that an infinite regress passes as a causal explanation of nature. But it doesn't, because an infinite regress never reaches the causal origin or first cause of nature, which is also the causal identity of nature. In contrast, the CTMU identifies nature as its own causal identity, recognizing it as its own cause, effect, and causal agency. That's called closure, and without it, one doesn't have a causal explanation, since a causal explanation is really what is being enclosed by the identity. This is deduced rather than predicted. The CTMU does not allow ID to be falsified because ID turns out to be a condition of causal closure, which is in turn a condition of meaningful theorization on the ontological level. Eric, perhaps bent on marketing multiverse theory rather than the CTMU, asks three questions. 1. What are language theoretical criteria? 2. Exactly which logical and language theoretical criteria do you have in mind? 3. Why is it a problem that Tegmark's hypothesis allows for the possibility that our universe is isomorphic to a mathematical structure that has higher cardinality than any language? 1. Language theoretic criteria are the definitive structural and dynamical features and constraints of languages and model theoretic isomorphisms between languages and their universes, particularly in metaphysical contexts like multiverse theory. 2. Since the logical and language theoretic criteria I have in mind were very clearly stated in the CTMU description that I published in PCID last year, I don't feel that I'm being rude to suggest, along with Jason, that those who want to know about them should go and look for them there. But just for the sake of civility, three of the most basic are consistency, comprehensiveness, true of a toe by definition, and closure, equivalent to the analytic self-containment of reality with respect to relevance, which simply means that if something is sufficiently real to affect reality, then by definition, it is a part or aspect of reality itself. When such criteria are properly applied and developed in a model theoretic context, the results are far from trivial. 3. In conventional mathematical usage, there is no such thing as an isomorphism between sets or structures of different cardinality. If one likes, one can try pulling a trick or two related to the Scullum paradox and the Lowenheim-Scullum theorem, but frankly, that's more in line with the CTMU than with multiverse theory. So if Max allows for this possibility even while stating that reality is isomorphic to a formal system, and this seems to be a fairly accurate description of what Max is doing, then that would be a problem, all right. But it would be Max's problem no less than mine. By the way, I seem to be getting criticized for leading the thread away from Carl's paper and the impact of multiverse theory on ID. Since the CTMU is relevant to both of these topics, I don't know quite what that means. It's a bit like criticizing somebody for referring to arithmetic while trying to describe addition and multiplication. On the other hand, I have no problem with those who find something to like in the work of Max Tegmark. Multiverse theory is an interesting topic indeed, and I commend both Carl and Max for writing interesting and entertaining papers. Comment number 11. Jacob says that Max's parallel universes is derived from empirical data. I don't know where Jacob got this idea, but it's dead wrong. Jacob also says that all elephants inside a loaf of bread are pink. I believe he means to offer this as some kind of CTMU analogy, and again, that's wrong. Jacob says that a statement can be logical but that in itself does not confer any veracity to the claims it makes. This is true on one level, but ceases to be true with respect to scientific applications of model theory, which involve semantic correspondences. The CTMU is expressly formulated at and above the model theoretic level. Jacob quotes me as follows: the CTMU identifies itself with the structure of these operators and thus with the distributive syntax of its self-modeling SCSPL universe, including the reflexive grammar by which the universe refines itself from unbound telesis or UBT, a primordial realm of infocognitive potential free of informational constraint. From this, he infers that the CTMU makes claims that are not self-evident. But that's not true, given that everything in the CTMU stems from necessary features of any possible, valid, TO. Jacob goes on to say that CML does not bother to offer any empirical evidence to back up his claims. That's not true either. Take, for example, accelerating cosmic expansion. Nobody even comes close to explaining this in any non-CTMU way except by postulating strange, inexplicable forms of dark energy and so on, which of course merely begs the essential question, s. Jacob asks from the above quote alone, what is the evidence of the existence of the UBT? The evidence is logical, it's one of the language theoretic criteria we've been talking about. To put it as simply as possible, unbound telesis is simply the logical complement of constraint with respect to syntax-state relationships, and is a requisite of any attempt to meaningfully define or quantify constraints such as physical states and laws of nature. Jacob asks from whence arose the UBT. Since UBT is nil constraint, it doesn't need to have arisen, causes are necessary only in the presence of informational content, that's really the point. Jacob also asks, has the UBT been exhausted? How can something that is unbound be exhausted, given that exhaustion is a function that would have to bind its argument? Jacob wonders why is the UBT free of informational constraint and how do we know this? We know this by definition, specifically, by a definition logically required in order to form any self-contained description of nature and causality. Jacob goes on to opine that the CTMU raises more questions than offer any explanations. If this is true, then it is true only within the minds of people who fail to understand it. Jacob goes on to assert that the CTMU is of absolutely no importance. Wrong again. The CTMU is that branch of logic in which formal theories, properly including any well-formed scientific theory, meet their universes of discourse, aka nature. Jacob reiterates that the CTMU is based entirely on abstract and philosophical ideas and is very short on empirical data. Not really, given that the CTMU constitutes a necessary explanation of accelerating cosmic expansion, so-called quantum non-locality, and even the origin and evolution of the cosmos. Indeed, if one considers relativity theory and quantum mechanics to have been empirically confirmed, then the CTMU is confirmed right along with them, since it harbors basic explanations for some of the most essential and problematic structural elements of quantum mechanics and relativity. Jacob then elaborates on his misunderstanding of the CTMU by restating in so many words that it is of absolutely no importance, to which one can only respond, thanks for the psychological insight. In addition, Jacob opines that the CTMU neologisms are meant to hoodwink one into thinking they are reading/learning something significant. But when the chair stops rocking, you are still sitting at the same place. Again, This is of clinical interest at best. But to drive home his point, Jacob points out that when one looks at Max's article, there are no strange words. I only needed check up ergodicity. That's another trivial difference. However, Max uses many neologisms including, but not necessarily limited to, multiverse, level I multiverse, level 2 multiverse, level 3 multiverse, level 4 multiverse, bird perspective, frog perspective, ensemble theory, cosmological sense, chaotic inflation, not Max's neologism but novel and misleading nonetheless, and so on. While I'd agree that one need not crack a standard dictionary to look for some of these, one is even more unlikely to find them in a standard dictionary if one chooses to do so. So if Jacob or anyone else really thinks that all of Max's neologisms are based on what's known, now what's been modeled from a portentous imagination, then perhaps he needs to take a closer look at multiverse theory. Not that I deny Max and others the option to coin new words and phrases in developing their ideas. Every word and phrase in every language on Earth was originally coined by someone. By defending the CTMU from this benighted sort of criticism, am I deviating from the topic of this thread? No. First, I'm responding to the remarks of others in this thread. More importantly, the CTMU answers many of the questions that Max is trying to answer with multiverse theory, particularly as regards ID, and is ultimately implied by Max's own premises and predictions, including his proposed, but measurement-challenged, theoretical extraction of the generic implications of conflating formal structures and physical reality. Again, if one wishes to discuss the operations of arithmetic on any but the lowest level of discourse, one had better be prepared to refer to arithmetic as the source of these operations or at least prepared to let others refer to it in clarification. A final suggestion, rather than undertaking these overblown, content-free criticisms of the CTMU, why don't Jacob and others simply admit that they haven't put themselves to the trouble of understanding the CTMU, which lack of effort is in any event as obvious as it can possibly be. That way, should I choose to participate further in this thread, we can talk directly about the many weaknesses of multiverse theory. Comment number 12. Eric, you conjecture that I simply meant that the axioms of the mathematical structure, to which our universe is isomorphic, is a kind of language. Aside from the fact that this merely belabors the obvious, so far, so good. But then you go on, in that case I have no further comments, since I neither think it is a remarkable nor an objectionable thing to say. SCSPL actually goes a bit farther than that, but since you show no special understanding of the implications of even the basic level of linguistic structure you're considering, and some of them are indeed remarkable, I find it hard to take your viewpoint very seriously. You then confirm this judgment by admitting that you've neither read the CTMU paper in the ISCID archive nor do you, at present, have any intention of doing so. It is too long, the frequency of funny philosophical terminology is too high, and your expectations of finding something of significant interest are too small for you to find it worth investing time on reading it. Although I find this more than a little rude, I also find it unsurprising. So I'll settle for your admission that you have nary a clue about the CTMU or the philosophical level of discourse on which it and the problems it addresses are formulated, and leave it at that. Comment number 13. Pim, you deplore my reluctance to take the viewpoints of certain people seriously, stating that my writings may not be that accessible to the general and perhaps even much of the scientific population. Insofar as your point is constructive, it is well taken. But I'm afraid I see no percentage in squandering time on thankless attempts to educate people who show every sign of having closed minds and bad attitudes, especially when such people typically bring but little to the table of intellectual commerce. It simply wouldn't be a good investment of my time at this point. On the other hand, I think I've been more than generous in explaining my ideas to those who sincerely display interest. Regarding your own, failed, attempts to read and understand the CTMU, I wish I could help you with that. But when it comes right down to it, I've already more than established its superiority to Feynman's spoof example of a toe, and I've already made it at least partially accessible to the general public. I know this because I run a list on which people regularly demonstrate their understanding of the theory. As for scientists who claim that they can understand nothing of it at all, well, that's something I've learned to take with a grain of salt. I'm a little nonplussed when you call overblown, content-free criticisms of the CTMU good questions that could benefit from a more detailed answer. I've been giving detailed answers to such questions right here in this thread, and I'm at a loss as to why you and certain others don't seem to understand word 1. Thus, when you say that the accessibility of an idea is the responsibility of the author, I think it's appropriate to point out that communication is always a two-way street. You go on to remark that a good idea is only as good as the linguistic ability of the author, which allows him to communicate these ideas in a manner which can create enthusiasm and curiosity in the reader, as though this somehow relieves the reader of all responsibility in the communication process. I naturally disagree. You then say you've read papers by Standish, Tegmark, and Schmidt-Huber which are far more detailed in their physics and mathematics than my own. Well, I've looked at some of those papers too, and they're physically and mathematically vapid. In fact, they're virtually devoid of novel physical insight, and as for metaphysical insight, they fall somewhere between clueless and tentative. In any case, this particular debate isn't about flashing equations, it's about establishing a model in which equations can be interpreted to explanatory effect with regard to certain philosophical issues. If you're really baffled by something I've said, just ask for clarification. If your question is sincere and politely phrased, you just might get an intelligible answer. On the other hand, if what we're talking about is some nebulous cloud of ineffable confusion regarding every single word I write, then please pardon my reluctance to invite more of the same. Comment number 14. Mr. Langen, I'm confused. First you argued that you could win in a priority dispute over ideas being attributed to Max Tegmark based on what you wrote in 1989 about nested virtual realities. Yes, Mr. Parallel, I quite agree, your confusion is spectacular. Although it's you who is obviously trying to manufacture a priority dispute here, you keep on insisting that it's me. All I've done is make relevant statements of fact, for example that the CTMU predates recent work on the multiverse, and that Max Tegmark's work can be interpreted in the CTMU in a certain specific way. You, on the other hand, keep generating ominous insinuations to the effect that I'm somehow accusing Max of plagiarism or theft of credit when I've repeatedly stated that I intend nothing of the kind. I resent this, and for the record, I request that you restrain yourself. Not that it makes any further difference, but in a certain important respect, likening the CTMU to Arabian algebra and multiverse theory to Newtonian calculus is rather misleading on your part. Just as the calculus is mathematically more advanced than arithmetic, the CTMU is mathematically more advanced than multiverse theory. After all, unlike Max, I've actually described a large part of the mathematical structure of my theory. In this respect, the CTMU would play the role of calculus rather than arithmetic in your misguided example. May we now lay this priority dispute nonsense belatedly to rest? Thanks for your cooperation. Comment number 15. Mr. Langen, your response is nothing short of incredulous. First, Mr. Parallel, I think you may have wanted to say incredible instead of incredulous. Despite my credible response, you're the one who's apparently incredulous. Second, I don't care what you think my response is. Third, you and you alone are choosing to interpret a date, 1989, and a fact, namely that multiverse theory can be interpreted in the CTMU, as a priority dispute. Fourth, each time I said the bad words plagiarism and priority dispute, it was because I was being harassed by you or somebody else or wanted to make it clear that I think Max is entitled to credit for his own work. Fifth, I can substantiate my claims with factual evidence, but as far as I can tell, you're neither polite nor important enough to merit the effort. Sixth, many people have websites, some of them extensive, on which they do not make all of their copyrighted work available to anyone for nothing but a mouse click. And lucky seventh, kindly get off my back before I'm forced to refer your case to a moderator. Thank you. On progress, readdressing reality theory, and information in the holographic universe. Comment number 1. Stu asks, why shouldn't ID start by simply following standard scientific methodology? The short and punchy answer is that standard scientific methodology is inadequate for the verification of inferred scientific truth. One needs logico-mathematical methodology for that. On the other hand, if all you're looking for is empirical confirmation, then you're not looking for truth, and in that case, you're not looking for the truth about biological origins. All you're looking for is another fallible exercise in causal induction from limited observations, and given the philosophical intransigence displayed on a daily basis by both sides of this debate, that won't solve anything. It might sound strange to hear someone say that the scientific method is not about verification, as opposed to imperfect confirmation, but that's how it is. To understand why, you need a bit of advanced logic, and specifically model theory. The scientific method, being empirical, is based on an observational model of reality subject to weaknesses like the problem of induction and the Duhem-Quine thesis, due to which certainty cannot be inductively attained. How, then, is scientific truth to be ascertained? Logic provides the answer, by deduction from tautologically self-evident certainties. In fact, aside from direct apprehension, this is the only way there has ever been to know anything at all. Unfortunately for those excessively enamored of the scientific method, deduction does not appeal to an observational model, but to another kind of model entirely, a substitutive model, or what a mathematical linguist would call a generative model, in which the truth property is grammatically inherited from origins which are themselves either axiomatic or deduced. To know the truth about the origin of something, a theorem, the first organism, the universe, two conditions must be satisfied. 1. One must be able to deduce or directly apprehend the original event or terminal antecedent, and 2. Truth must be heritable along the pathway from antecedent to consequent, cause to effect. In science and philosophy alike, that which is relevant to perceptual reality is real. In other words, relevance to reality implicatively conveys reality, and reality is heritable under the unary operations x affects y and x is affected by y, and under the related n-ary operations. This is what makes reality a coherent, connected structure. It also makes reality perfectly self-contained up to relevance, and a perfectly self-contained system is a perfectly reflexive system with respect to all possible functions and processes, including generation and causation. Logically, this makes reality its own origin and its own cause. So we have managed to logically deduce the origin of reality, namely reality itself. This, by the way, is the basic position of not only the CTMU but naturalism. If naturalism espouses any other position, for example there is no origin, then it can be easily reduced to bunk. So much for criterion 1. What about criterion 2? Specifically, where's the isomorphism between the generative model of logic and the observational model of science? That's where the CTMU comes into its own. The CTMU is the theory which relates the two kinds of model as complementary aspects of reality, and thus the theory which allows us to use logico-mathematical methodology to discover scientific truth. In other words, causality can only be known by inference, and the only way to show that reality mirrors inference is to show how logic, the basis of inference, is built into the infrastructure of reality. Stu then suggests that we build a detailed enough theory to allow experiments to differentiate ID from RM and NS. In light of my response to Stu's first question, this requires that we extend scientific methodology to embrace the native methods of logical and mathematical reasoning, which are already invoked but not fully respected by the scientific method. When we do this, causality becomes more than empirical induction in reverse, it becomes the verification-friendly, generative grammar of reality. Again, this requires the CTMU. Stu asserts that without a means of conducting experiments to differentiate ID from RM and NS, no theory of ID can ever be taken seriously, and that we therefore need predictions rather than postdictions. In response, I'll merely point out that any logical theory which predicts or retrodicts any sort of life at all stands head and shoulders above neo-Darwinism, which does neither. The reason that neo-Darwinism fails to account for life post hoc, ad hoc, or proter hoc is that it lacks the wherewithal to generate an ultimate common origin from which life can descend, and it lacks any generative model of causality in which descent bears the required resemblance to logical deduction. Thus far, the problem with this entire debate has been that neither side of it has a model of causality. Remember, to assert that it is true that anything causes or is the cause of anything else, you need a model supporting coupled definitions of truth and causality. If you lack such a model, then you cannot with any certainty predicate truth of hypotheses regarding causality. All you can do is talk about more or less tentative correlations within a limited experimental context. But how do you characterize the correlations? Without a solid model and definition of causality, you have no idea. Consider these simplified hypotheses: life is caused by random mutation and natural selection, and life is caused by intelligent design. In order to decide between these hypotheses, there are several terms whose definitions must be agreed on by both camps. The first of these is caused by. That is, we need a common definition of causation. But this means that we require a model of causation, and to achieve certainty, it must be logically demonstrative in character. No model, no certifiable decision in favor of either hypothesis, and it makes no difference how much empirical evidence is offered. The hypothesis to be verified must be well defined, and if it is defined beneath the level at which certainty is attainable regarding it, then nothing gets decided. Worse yet, if one side insists that only the artificially restrictive scientific method can be used as a means of verification, and the other side concedes to this, then real progress can't even begin. Stu opines that the CTMU sits at too high a level to help at this early stage, a bit like using general relativity as the starting point for a lab experiment in momentum transfer. A thoughtful criticism. However, the more certainty one desires, the higher the level of model that one needs. On the other hand, if one settles for a provisional, low-level model up front, then one lacks certainty regarding the significance of one's findings, and again, nothing gets decided. Indeed, if one exclusively restricts oneself to an observational model, certain model theoretic criteria can never be logically satisfied. Stu says that having a model is a good idea, but questions whether it's necessary to have a toe before ID researchers can construct experiments that would allow falsification. As explained above, having a general model is an absolute necessity, at least at the stage where general, for example ID, non-ID, hypotheses are to be proven. If this model can be logically derived, then there is no point in pretending to rely on low-level experimentation which can prove nothing in its absence, particularly when the whole point of such experimentation would be to arrive at the model in question. Since natural selection is trivially observable in some contexts, there is no point in distinguishing an alternative model of evolution from neo-Darwinism in those contexts. The distinction need be made only with respect to higher-order fitness-survival relationships, possibly involving higher-order, irreducibly, and 1, fitness-critical combinations of fitness-related attributes, irreducible complexity. Unfortunately for neo-Darwinism, the only way it can even begin to extend itself from the microscale to the macroscale is by showing that every step in every evolutionary pathway offers some degree of utility to the evolving organism. But as we all know, it has displayed no actual ability to do that. Instead, neo-Darwinism finds circumstantial correlations between fitness or survivability on one hand, and certain functions and their associated genes on the other, and then launches into grand pseudo-causal generalization on that basis. It is then asserted that fitness has not been merely tautologically equated to survival, but that survival has been caused by certain genes and their functions. This is an exercise in circularity. Certain things that have been circumstantially correlated with survival are being identified as causes of survival, and this particular kind of causal identification is justified in neither logic nor statistics, as is thoroughly explained in any decent elementary introduction to correlation. Thus, while neo-Darwinism claims to have refuted the putatively tautological, unfalsifiable, nature of the fitness equals survival equation, it has done nothing of the kind. Nor can it ever do so given its definitive conceptual and methodological limitations. This leads directly to a burning question: why not simply accept the tautology and embrace the theory which acknowledges and explains it, namely the CTMU? After all, it's not as though the CTMU doesn't have a defensible lock on scientific truth and verification, as explained above and elsewhere. Stu asks whether I could drill down far enough to produce a sufficiently detailed subset of CTMU to guide the researchers. The answer is yes. But meanwhile, anyone who responds to the above explanations with "that's great, but it means nothing without a new experimental methodology for all of the materially minded instrumentalists involved in the debate" is missing the point. The point, of course, is that when nip comes to tuck, materially minded instrumentalists have no real business in the debate at all. By definition, concrete instrumentalists are neither comfortable with nor cognizant of all the demands of correct high-level theorization, qualifying at best as competent hands-on technicians who help equally competent theorists test and refine their abstractions. Thus, the well-known and well-justified symbiotic distinction between theorists and experimentalists in the physical sciences. With all due respect to the ingenuity and scientific indispensability of good experimentalists, the debate over biological origins is over the heads of those unschooled in advanced logical abstraction. A new experimental methodology will come. I and others are working hard to make it happen, but the issue of biological origins can be logically and philosophically decided without its benefit. The history of thought displays a well-established progression. In many areas of intellectual endeavor, what used to be called philosophy has given way to what is now called science. When it comes to intellectual progress, this is often the natural order of things, the broad and general, arrived at by induction from more or less scattered details, gradually gives way to the narrow and specific. Funnel vision tapers somewhat jerkily into tunnel vision, and formerly submicroscopic details emerge in ever sharper relief as the focus tightens and the field narrows. That is, the fundabular spatio-temporal image of human intellectual progress reflects an invariant quasi-volumetric relationship between scope and informational resolution or microscopy. So attractive is the higher resolution often associated with reductions of scope that many scientists have come to hate philosophy, the mother of science, with a terrible passion. Its scope is too wide, and the details it encompasses seem too fuzzy. Never will these scientists be driven from the paradise they have found at the constricted end of the funnel, the end boldly emblazoned with concrete results, or bust. Unfortunately, conviction and enthusiasm are neither a road to entitlement nor a barrier against anomaly, and anomalies, for example biological machines for which Darwinian explanations cannot readily be adduced, have a way of compromising resolution. This sometimes necessitates a mind-expanding trip back up the funnel, and this naturally gives rise to a certain amount of resistance on the parts of those determined to stay comfortably within the concrete realm. Not to put too fine a point on it, but that's what we seem to have going in this controversy, and amazingly, some of those advocating a major change of perspective seem bent on placating, or at least working around the unrealistic preconceptions, of those who explicitly prefer tunnel vision. Although this is not the way to achieve a final resolution of the dispute, it makes a sad kind of political sense, and in any case, it is what it is. So I try to make the best of it, and do what I can to refine and elucidate the linkage between the logical and empirical sides of the issue. While the CTMU has already accomplished this on a high level of abstraction, at least for those who can understand it, I have no trouble admitting that there's still plenty of room for progress. Comment number 2. Pim Van Maas asks, is our inability to deduce Darwinian explanations, a sufficient reason to reject Darwinian explanations? What if we can formulate just-so stories? A just-so story is not an explanation. Provided that it meets certain logical criteria, it can at best be regarded as a possible explanation. But as I've already pointed out above, Neo-Darwinism lacks both the wherewithal to generate an ultimate common origin from which life can descend, and a generative model of causality in which descent incorporates logical deduction. This means that Darwinian explanations alone cannot satisfy the logical criteria in question. Therefore, they do not actually qualify as possible explanations. Pim opines that since there may be other ways, than stepwise utility, to show macro-scale evolutionary pathways, my usage of "as we all know" may be hyperbolic. But it isn't. Strictly speaking, Darwinism implies gradualism because it needs to keep event probabilities in line with the probabilistic resources afforded by nature, as restrictively and arbitrarily identified with material structures and first-order laws of physics. In order to get around this problem, it has been suggested that, for example, certain organisms may embody information regarding entire sequences of steps on the molecular level, and that this may keep probabilities high even when the steps are individually inutile. But even if this or any comparable scenario were deemed general, it would offer no means of exceeding the known limitations of causal induction. It would thus fail to decide the issue of biological origins in favor of Darwinism. Pym then wonders what stepwise utility might mean for a theoretical approach which tries to infer something based on elimination. Obviously, the first order of business for such an approach would be an exhaustive characterization of the entire probability space from which possibilities are to be eliminated. This, however, would require a global model of reality, thoroughly in-depth approach to the CTMU, and thereby eliminate neo-Darwinism in the qualification round. Pym then asks how one would calculate certain desirable probabilities, thereby allowing one to eliminate pathways that are largely untouchable due to their distant nature. After all, he continues, an absence of details on such pathways hardly invalidates neo-Darwinism nor lends credibility to alternatives that depend on invalidating all other alternatives. I can only observe that my post does not rely on mere eliminative reasoning. Finally, Pym asks how can CTMU help us resolve these scientific questions, going on to report that while logical abstraction is fine in theory, he wonders about its relevance when it is limited in practical application. In particular, Pym asks whether he, as a scientist, might place too much emphasis on practical considerations. I agree with Pym that on the concrete level, science requires a pragmatic approach. But questions regarding biological origins and fundamental evolutionary causation are not immediately practical in nature. As I've explained, they're logical in nature, and practice is secondary to logic. Similarly, while practical applications of the CTMU are in the works, they are secondary to the explanatory value of its logic. RBH adds, with all due respect to advanced abstract logicians, I don't think I'll hold my breath until the decision about biological origins is made manifest to us lesser folk. This personal decision by RBH is beyond my control. However, it was not my intention to imply that RBH is a lesser being. I only meant to explain why making things materially manifest to concrete instrumentalists is not what it actually takes to decide the issue of biological origins. RBH goes on, this appears to be tantamount to the claim that experimental methodology, whether new or old, is superfluous. While experimentation is far from superfluous with respect to questions of a material nature, it is directed toward confirmation rather than verification. Unfortunately, this makes it inadequate to decide the issue of biological origins. RBH concludes, if pure thought can give us the answers, why bother with messy experimental methodologies? An eschewing experimentation has the additional salutary effect of ensuring that one's theories will not be slain by inconvenient facts. In some contexts, these remarks would be well justified. But in the context at hand, they are not. They fail to address the content of my post and are inconsistent with the spirit in which it was written. While experimentation is certainly a valid scientific enterprise, it is nonetheless inadequate to fully decide the issue of biological origins. Let me make it clear that I have ample respect for experimentalists. Without them, science could not exist as we know it. But this does not make experimental methodology perfect or even adequate, and it does not place limitations on what can be demonstrated with logic alone. Although experiments confirming either of the major hypotheses regarding biological origins would no doubt sway open-minded people in one direction or the other, they would not actually decide the issue. Only logic can do that. Comment number 3. Parallel writes, if the CTMU is the theory which allows us to use logico-mathematical methodology to discover scientific truth, how have scientists using logic and mathematics managed to discover so many scientific truths without the CTMU? The answer, once again, is that empirical science is not in the business of establishing truths. It is in the business of tentatively confirming hypotheses. If anyone finds this distinction flawed or inordinately subtle, he or she should take the time to further investigate it. Parallel continues, and if the CTMU is the theory which allows us to use logico-mathematical methodology to discover scientific truth, how many scientific truths have been discovered with the CTMU? This is just the flip side of parallel's initial mistake. The CTMU is primarily a theory of logic, not empirical science. This is what qualifies it to verify truths about the nature and origins of things. The scientific value of the CTMU resides largely in the fact that within its framework, certain logical truths can be regarded as scientific truths, as opposed to tentatively confirmed scientific hypotheses. As I've explained, science employs an observational model of reality. This model has a dual generative model, which is the same kind of model employed in logic and other branches of mathematics. The CTMU superimposes and links these two models, thus linking the two associated kinds of reasoning. Anyone who sincerely wants to know what conclusions, scientific or otherwise, may be reached on this basis should carefully read the introductory paper I published in PCID last autumn. Comment number 4. The CTMU is the theory that allows the discovery of scientific truth because, when science is defined strictly on the scientific method, there is no such thing as a scientific truth. There are only directly apprehended truths, logically derived truths, and in contradistinction to these, tentatively confirmed scientific hypotheses. This is why my answer implies that science has discovered no certified scientific truths. Now, that's a stone-cold fact. Science may have accidentally happened upon truths of one sort or another, but sadly, it can't certify that this is what they are. Fantastic or not, semantic or not, that's how it is. If you can show that this is not in fact the case, then be my guest. Otherwise, please address your criticisms to somebody else. When you come right down to it, this is Models and Formalized Theories 101 we're talking about here. If you haven't yet taken these courses, please fill the gaps in your knowledge before attempting to engage me in further discussion on this topic. You go on to accuse me of begging your question. I suggest that you read the final paragraph of my last response, and then carefully read the paper I mention. Don't care to do that? Then kindly stop accusing me of begging questions that are answered in the abstract at the head of the article, and please don't continue to pretend that I haven't already pointed out that logic comes before practice. Those who refuse to apply logic before launching into practice are in clear violation of common sense and all but doomed to eventual failure. Because the logic I've presented here is designed to stand on its own, I don't need to provide you or anyone else with anything further in order to make my case. If I choose to elaborate in the future, well, that will be an undeserved extra. You also say that the nature of things, for example, of physical entities, is the proper domain of empirical science. Thanks for the opinion. But given that the scientific method is restrictive, and that it relies on an observational rather than a generative model of reality, can you establish the intellectual adequacy of your viewpoint? As I've already observed, you cannot. You then assert that scientists discover the nature of things with observation, logic, and mathematics. Tentatively, yes; with certainty, no. That is, they merely confirm hypotheses while making a lot of guesses, mistakes and oversights, which is unavoidable given the canons of empirical methodology, which mandate the slapdash observational application of mathematical formalisms for which observational models of reality lack support. Given all of these mistakes on your part, do you really think that you're being fair to poor Albert Einstein by trying to weigh him in on your side of the scale? Please, a little respect for the dead. Comment number 5. Parallel asserts that scientific truths are per definition truths discovered by science. Scientific truth inherently defines the variety of truth discovered by science upon which the given caveats of science are imposed. I see what Parallel is trying to get at, but as I've already stated, it just doesn't wash. While my own usage of the phrase scientific truth was clearly predicated on the availability of a generative model of reality, the CTMU, Parallel lacks such a model. So whatever Parallel means by scientific truth, it isn't the kind of truth recognized in logic, which is, after all, the formal language of truth. Needless to say, logical rules of derivation are not subject to what Parallel calls the empirical, caveats of science. Compounding his error, Parallel states that the necessity for oxygen to sustain the vast majority of known life forms is just one example of a truth discovered by science. We can call this a truth only insofar as it is so simple, and involves so little inference, that it is for all practical purposes directly apprehended. I've already explicitly allowed that direct apprehension is a route to truth. On the other hand, if this conclusion requires a non-trivial amount of inference, then calling it a truth requires an isomorphism between the generative model of logical inference and an observational model containing oxidizing life forms. Again, Parallel lacks such an isomorphism. Given this fact, it is almost overkill to point out the ambiguity and wriggle room implicit in the phrase vast majority. The same applies to Parallel's reliance on the adjective known, which indicates that his example is at least partially about subjective knowledge states. Next, Parallel says that if the truth of Langen's CTMU is above the restrictive uncertainties of scientific empiricism, why does it purport to be a theory, for example, the cognitive theoretic model of the universe? By defining the CTMU as a theory, Langen implies that it is subject to the very empirical restraints he declares it to be above. Even after staring at this for minutes on end, I still can't make sense of it. The term theory has a strict mathematical definition based on the application of generative rules of inference to axioms and theorems. According to this definition, even logic itself is a theory. In any case, theories are not defined in such a way that they are necessarily subject to empirical constraints. In this respect, the term theory differs sharply from scientific methodology. This dissonance between scientific methodology and scientific theories, i.e. theories with scientific content, reflects the self-conflicted nature of science. Parallel then quotes Einstein to the effect that theories consist of assumptions to which logic has been applied, and that a theory finds the justification for its existence in the fact that it correlates a large number of single observations. It is just here that the truth of the theory lies. Notice that Einstein places truth in quotes, ostensibly because he was aware of the distinction between the provisional truth of an assumption-ridden scientific theory and truth as it is logically evaluated with respect to syntax, semantics, and interpretation. You know, this whole exchange has been truly amazing. First, I explain that scientific empiricism and instrumentalism fail to support the concepts of truth and verification due to their reliance on non-generative observational and utilitarian models, where truth is the abstract mathematical identity studied in logic. It's not as though this can be rationally disputed, it's a hard fact. Next, I explain that logic and mathematics work from a different, generative, kind of model more amenable to formal verification, and point to an alternative theory of reality, the CTMU, which conjoins the two kinds of model and thus opens logical routes to verification in fields formerly limited to confirmation. Note that the failings of empirical and instrumentalist models exist independently of the CTMU. So what happens next? Incredibly, my points are immediately rejected on the grounds that they are not in line with empirical and instrumentalist criteria. And to ice the cake, it is summarily demanded that I demonstrate my ability to satisfy these criteria regardless of their inadequacy, which is exactly what I'd set out to explain in the first place. Truly, this is a world of many wonders. So what if some of them resemble broken records? Comment number 6. Regarding possible kinds of truth, RBH asks a good question. Suppose, just for the sake of argument, that the direct apprehensions of two people differ on some matter. On what grounds can one decide between them? What is the certifying agency that says this one is true, that one illusory? That agency is the distributed cognitive perceptual syntax of the self-spoken language of reality, or in CTMU terminology, of SCSPL. It can be shown that if reality is connected, if we are really united in an objective manifold of common perception, this level of syntax must exist. Remember, science is primarily concerned with the formulation of general laws of nature as required for prediction, and these are just structural and grammatical components of this distributed reality syntax. Regarding the methodology associated with this consistency enforcing, connectivity enforcing agency, RBH asks whether the purpose of the new experimental methodology that you and others are working to develop, to decide among conflicting direct apprehensions? Or are all direct apprehensions of equal standing and no conflict is expected among them? On the distributed level of SCSPL syntax, i.e., on the level of direct apprehension, no such conflict is possible. If there is a conflict, then by definitive deduction, we have either a deviation from syntax, illusion, or a simple misunderstanding. RBH goes on to ask, if the issue of biological origins can be logically and philosophically decided without some new experimental methodology, why do we need that methodology? And is there a distinction worth making between logically and philosophically decided and experimentally decided? That is, what is gained by having some new experimental methodology if truth can be arrived at via pure thought? Why do experiments at all? Some truths can be deduced by pure thought, others, particularly those involving some degree of freedom or self-determinacy, cannot. The new methodology will be designed to distinguish deterministic processes governed by distributed syntax from processes involving freedom and intelligence, which involve the spot synthesis of localized syntax. The trick is to distinguish localized from distributed syntax. The CTMU is the sole framework in which this distinction can be made. Incidentally, what RBH might call truth with a small t is clearly of potential value, particularly in the absence of deduction. Instances of truth, broadly including the products of scientific empiricism, are generally developed with respect to restricted contexts. Without contextual limitations, very little of a material nature can be even tentatively decided. Unfortunately, many proponents of neo-Darwinism recognize no such restrictions. In response to what seem to be extremely low probabilities for certain, irreducibly and specifiedly complex, compound events, they invariably set out to de-restrict the context in order to multiply probabilistic resources and thereby raise the probabilities, even to the point of endorsing bizarre cosmologies in which realities proliferate beyond infinity. We've seen that maneuver on this very board. When it comes to explosively or implosively enlarging the sample space in order to provide themselves with probabilistic resources, they dwarf any nuclear blast. This maneuver is neither logically nor scientifically supportable, particularly in answering questions about origins and ultimate causation. By definition, an origin is something that can be accessed by, logically fortified, causal regression, interminably delaying access by contextual expansion, and outright combinatorial explosion is flatly inconsistent with answering the question. Foiling this endless delay tactic in any final sense requires a generative deductive theory of reality, the CTMU. In the CTMU, reality is deductively identified as its own origin, as explained above, which in turn implies that causality is generative. Working from these realizations, we can restrict the context in such a way as to meaningfully address the source and means of evolution. To avoid an open causal regress in which nothing is ever decided, we need CTMU-style logico-algebraic closure, and, here's the kicker, because this kind of closure is implicit in naturalism, the CTMU locks metaphysical and methodological naturalism into compliance using pure logic. As regards the latest remarks of Parallel and Pym, I regret to say that I'm at a loss. I point out that a theory is a well-defined logico-algebraic structure with certain properties and requirements with which conventional scientific models and methods are incompatible. In response, they adduce a corrupt definition of theory that neatly embodies the very problem I've been trying to address. They stay squarely planted inside the materialistic half-court of Cartesian dualism, and tirelessly keep their dialectical merry-go-round spinning, by conspicuously ignoring key distinctions recognized by competent theorists the world over. What can one possibly say in the face of such determination? Only an odd silence seems appropriate. Comment number 7. Stu writes, one thing troubles me, I am a little nervous when truth, capital T, is claimed. Mathematicians claim truth all the time. Indeed, because the truth-truth distinction is just one of certainty, i.e. probability, everybody who claims truth, T, implicitly claims some measure of truth, T, or the attribute denoting inclusion in a formal system or recognizable class of facts or perceptions mutually related by an inferential schema or scientific theory, which is required to exhibit logical consistency and thus to tacitly incorporate the formal system of logic. That is, scientific truth T is just the assignment of a subunary, usually subjective probability to logical truth T. If T does not come down to a probabilistic stab at T and thus devolve to generative logical inference, then it is meaningless. T is recognizable in a formal system or inferential schema because it is a deductively heritable attribute. Thus, if T is present in an antecedent expression known by deduction or direct apprehension to belong to the system or schema of interest, then it is present in any consequent expression generated by the proper application of the rules of substitution governing the evolution of said system or schema. Unfortunately, while every claim of T is probabilistically defined on a claim of T, the observational model of science fails to support T and thus fails to support T as a probabilistic function of T, thus putting science in default of its own validative criteria. A scientific theory is supposed to be isomorphic to its universe, if it is required to be consistent and thus to implicitly incorporate logic, but its universe is observationally modeled in such a way that the generative mechanisms of logic are excluded, then the required isomorphism is lacking, and truth is out of the picture. This problem has everything to do with the mysterious relationship between mathematics and science. Science needs to apply mathematics in the course of theorization, and indeed predicates of various assumptions and hypotheses, a kind of empirical truth based on probability functions of mathematical truth. Yet, its underlying observational model fails to map itself to the generative model of mathematical inference, and thus fails to support any kind of truth at all. This ultimately renders it incapable of decisively answering questions of any kind, let alone fundamental questions about the nature of reality. This is what the CTMU aims to fix. Stu continues, CTMU is based upon a set of tautologies and logical argument. My problem is that any logical/mathematical proof is a computation, and thereby falls under the theory of computation, a science. From that it has been said that proof theory has been misclassified, and it should be viewed as a science. If a science, then the truths reached are tentative, albeit at a higher level than typical science truths are viewed. Those who want to classify proof theory as an empirical science are those who want to use computers to prove mathematical theorems, for example as computers were used by Appel and Haken to prove the four-color theorem. The idea is that as long as computers are executing programs equivalent to formal systems, they can be trusted at some acceptable level of reliability to correctly determine the validity of mathematical conjectures. Obviously, this approach relies on the premise that machines are faithful to the formal systems in which they are programmed. So we see that it is really formal systems which come first. Machines are only being relied on to model those systems in the course of long and tricky inferential procedures. In fact, computers themselves have emerged from a branch of mathematics, computation theory, dealing with abstract machine models amounting to generic formal systems. So no matter how you cut it, proof criteria remain logical rather than empirical. Comment number 8. Stu writes that he is still unsure due to the fact that it was your physical brain that produced the theory. The brain works in a regular way, and because brains are physically embedded in nature, this implies that nature possesses a constant syntax acting as a source of regularity. A syntax consists of the regular parts of a language, in this case the language of nature. Because the physical world cannot exist without regular laws of nature reflecting the invariance of its structure, dynamics, and composition, syntax has priority, and the physicality of the brain cannot be used as an argument against this syntax or its reflexive implications. In particular, since the laws of logic are the most basic and general rules in this syntax, physicality provides no basis for criticizing logic, and because the CTMU is a tautological extension of logic, physicality provides no basis for criticizing the CTMU. Logic distributes over physics, not vice versa. The CTMU, like the rest of mathematics, is abstract and in this sense beyond concrete physicality. Stu continues, in an analogy with the computer producing proofs, the same criteria applies, i.e. reliability, ability to execute formal systems etc. As it is not possible to exhaustively evaluate your source code and hardware, to get confidence of correct functioning, we can only try to evaluate the output. Because the CTMU is to some extent its own output, consider that the syntax of logic is self-generating. Those who are unable to discover whether it deviates from logic by direct evaluation are unlikely to succeed by evaluating its output. The output must be properly interpreted, and anyone unable to evaluate the theory on its face would probably be unable to correctly interpret its concrete implications. In any case, since it is impossible to evaluate anything without applying logical rules of evaluation, anyone evaluating these rules and finding them inadequate would necessarily be proving his own evaluation inadequate in the process. By finding your own rules of inference in error, you'd be undermining your own reasoning and thus sawing the floor out from under your own feet. Because the CTMU is a tautological extension of logic, questioning its integrity entails the same kind of risk. As for the possibility that an error was made in developing the logic, the CTMU is straightforward enough to be checked without the aid of a computer. In any case, we need to keep our eyes on the ball. When one devises a validation function based on an empirical procedure designed to confirm that one or more formal systems have been correctly applied, the argument of the validation function is still an abstract formal system. Those who suggest that mathematical results should be checked by computer are relying on mechanically modeled, formal systems. I've already explained this above, and those advocating that validation be predicated on multiple runs or samples is proposing to apply yet another formal system to boot, namely the mathematical theory of probability. Again, no matter how you slice it, abstract structures rule the roost. They're presupposed by the very concept of physicality. The CTMU is about the entailments of this fact. STU then presumes that it is logically possible that an error has been made, and that the CTMU needs to be tested in some fashion before truth can be claimed. Good point. Mathematical proofs, all of which lay claim to absolute truth, as implied by the term proof, get checked by other mathematicians all the time, and are sometimes found to be wanting. All I can say is, nobody's stopping anyone who knows how to do so from checking the CTMU. In any event, rational methods, and not empirical methods, are conventionally used to check mathematical reasoning. From a verificative standpoint, computers can do no more than confirm their programmer's logic. Stu seems to acknowledge this when he writes, in one sense no different to any claim of a mathematical or logical proof, but also against reality. Why? It needs an acid test in case the potential error is too subtle for anyone to spot. I am thinking here of Euclidean geometry, considered true for a long time before being shown to be incomplete. Just because CTMU may well turn out to be the best description of reality we have does not mean it can claim absolute truth. Or am I missing something obvious? Absolute truth, what you've been calling truth with a capital T, denotes inclusion in an inferential language. That is, it denotes generation by the syntax, in particular the generative grammar, of the language in which inclusion is asserted. Absolute truth is claimed for the CTMU because the CTMU is identified by definition with cognitive perceptual syntax and the relationship of that syntax to the language thereby generated, i.e. cognitive perceptual, rational empirical, reality. Regarding Euclidean geometry, the syntax status and absolute truth of which seems to be precluded by the putative independence of the parallel postulate, it is still syntactic in the sense that at the level on which it is formulated, it is the local default geometry of human cognition and perception. Since even the space-time manifold of general relativity is flat in the microscopic limit, we cannot say that elliptical and hyperbolic geometry are vying with flat Euclidean geometry for conceptual priority. Geometrically, they can only be defined by reference to a flat tangent space representing their average. Comment number 9. Jacob Elliott writes that one thing that makes this discussion circular is lack of clarity. Clarity about meaning of terms being used. It is possible that the participants have tacitly sanctioned this ambiguity because it gives them wriggle room. Each claims correctness and each accuses the other of incapacity and so on and so forth. Which isn't useful. Since I agree with Jacob regarding the undesirability of circular and ambiguous dialectic, I'm not going to engage in it. If Jacob honestly wants to learn about the CTMU, as opposed to preserving or expanding his own wriggle room by ignoring my previous explanations, he can politely and sincerely ask constructive questions about it like anyone else can. On the other hand, if he's already made up his mind that the CTMU is useless and simply wants to hold needlessly forth to this effect, then what more is there to discuss? As those familiar with a broad spectrum of scientific literature can attest, Jacob and anyone else who shares his mindset can easily be pointed to any of 10,000 mainstream papers that are so full of abstruse technical jargon and or nebulous, tentative, undefined, or model-free conceptualizations that any layman would be lucky to wade through 2 consecutive sentences without mishap, let alone calculate their ultimate utility. Because I'm neither a cynic nor a sadist, I won't do that. But because I'm not a masochist either, I see no need to let Jacob get away with insinuating that I'm the only technical author whose writing he is unable, for whatever reason, to understand or evaluate. I've said it before and I'll say it again, communication is a two-way street. When one person takes another to task for being a poor expositor, he runs the risk of being called a poor listener in return. I can only hope that my critics will bear this in mind. Meanwhile, if Jacob thinks that something I've written above is unclear, then why doesn't he ask for specific clarification? If his question is meaningful and non-repetitive, I'll probably try to find the time to answer it. Comment number 10. Jacob Elliott states that there is already a definition of scientific truth. No, there is not, except perhaps in the minds of people who don't understand the actual relationship between truth and science. Therefore, I do not require any special authority beyond that of the actual relationship to properly define it. Jacob also takes me to task because I have not demonstrated that there are higher truths that escape our observational models. Because the derivation of mathematical truth relies on an axiomatic rather than an observational class of models, no such demonstration is immediately required, though it could easily be produced at a cost of yet more of my time. The shift from truth to truth has nothing to do with degrees of certainty, it has to do with a sudden shift from an observational model, with respect to which truth is not inferentially accessible, to a generative model, in which it is. Thus, when Jacob later assures us that he never did state that I cannot understand your writing, I'm afraid that no such confession will be necessary. Jacob continues, in your paper, you do not explain how CTMU can improve the scientific models as far as biological origins are concerned. Is there somewhere you have explained the applicability of CTMU to science? The relationship of the CTMU to science has been explained, with reference to the paper, right here in this thread, as well as in other recent threads on this board. Jacob goes on, as I understand it, it's a reality model. It makes lots of sense even though it leaves some fundamental questions unanswered such as why and how SCSPL self-refines from the UBT. But we have many reality models, some religious, some not. The reality model we're discussing is logical, and the fundamental questions cited by Jacob have been answered therein. Specifically, why is answered by the telic principle, and how is answered by telic recursion. Please refer to the paper if you find this confusing. Jacob says that the sentence foiling this endless delay tactic in any final sense requires a generative deductive theory of reality, the CTMU, has been formulated without any basis other than convenience. No, it hasn't. A major point of my paper was to explain that this is a logical necessity, and I've done so with full reference to the mathematics of propositional, predicate, and interpretational logic. Jacob's glib denial of this indisputable fact again suggests that if he actually read my paper, he did not understand what he was reading. While I sympathize, I must again observe that communication is a two-way street. Finally, Jacob asks a question that echoes the repetitive critiques interminably generated by the indefatigable Russell Rearson: reality originates from itself or from unreality? And if reality originates from itself, doesn't that mean it's pre-existent/eternal? The idea of originates from makes it temporal, in which case, where did the mother reality come from? As I've already stated several times, reality originates autonomously from an ontological ground state called UBT, which consists of pure telic potential that devolves, from a logical perspective, to a superposition of logic and non-logic. I've already pointed out that this is the origin of superposition in quantum mechanics, which features the many-valued splitting of two-valued logic with respect to physical content. And since we're now on the recurrent topic of UBT, let's kill two birds with one stone and have a look at Russell's post itself. Russell writes, interesting, I found the error, in Chris Langan's CTMU, in that the unbound telesis, UBT, contains all positive properties, yet it itself has no negation, which means that it itself is not a positive property, therefore it cannot contain all positive properties. Goodbye CTMU. Despite my having addressed this issue in a previous thread, Russell is engaging in serial self-repetition. Again, he is trying to disprove the CTMU using the concept of UBT, unbound telesis, this time by way of the axiomatic method as employed by Kurt Gödel. As Gödel himself understood but Russell evidently does not, axioms and the theorems derived from them must be interpreted in a model in order to be applied outside the axiomatic system in which they occur. In this context, application and interpretation are equivalent concepts. It follows that Gödel's reasoning can only be applied to those theories which share, and incorporate terms defined on, Gödel's theological model. Unfortunately, Gödel was unfamiliar with the CTMU, and as a possible consequence of this, his model is not logically equivalent to the CTMU in all respects. In particular, Gödel's model fails to accommodate the concept of UBT. Does this mean that UBT is not logical, and thus has no place in a logical theory? Russell evidently believes this with all his might. But on this count, he is chronically guilty of oversimplification. For although UBT is indeed translogical, there can ultimately be no logical theory without it. This is because UBT is what provides SCSPL with a primitive, prelogical medium of existence. As we might have expected, Gödel's choice of a model is reflected in his terminology, and specifically in his usage of the term contain, a term that has been considerably extended in meaning by the CTMU, where it devolves to superposition. As I've explained elsewhere at considerable length, UBT does not contain bound telesis in the usual sense, it fails to distributively incorporate any concept of extension or duration, and this rules out standard containment. It is simply a translogical extrapolation of SCSPL which attends the suspension of intrinsic SCSPL constraint, and naturally incorporates not only SCSPL but its logical self-negation. It follows that although negation cannot be applied in the usual manner to UBT, which implies that UBT is not what Gödel would call a positive property, it nevertheless contains other positive properties in the sense that it represents the suspension of their definitive constraints, and the superposition of the things thereby distinguished. Because SCSPL consists of a closed network of intrinsically defined constraints, remember MAP, the surface formulation of its mathematical structure does not explicitly require UBT. Most theorists in my position would probably take this as an excuse to skirt the issue and avoid controversy. But since UBT is an implicit logical necessity, I see no point in excluding it from the discussion. The main question regarding UBT, I think, is this: if UBT is essential to logic, then why does UBT appear paradoxical and therefore anti-logical? UBT is not merely paradoxical, but metaparadoxical by definition. What does this mean? Paradox is what results from self-referentially applying the negation functor of logic to logic itself within logical bounds, and avoiding paradox is precisely what gives logic its discernibility and utility. But if avoiding paradox gives logic its utility, then logic needs paradox in order to have utility, where the utility of logic tautologically resides in its power to exclude the negation of logic, i.e. paradox. This means that both logic and paradox exist in a mutually supportive capacity. But if so, then there is necessarily a medium of existence, a kind of existential proto-medium or ontological ground state, accommodating both logic and paradox. UBT is simply the name given to this proto-medium, and it is why the CTMU refers to reality as a self-resolving paradox. Although Russell does not like the fact that UBT bears a disquieting resemblance to paradox, far better UBT than logic itself. If there were no medium in which logic could be negated, if there were no UBT, then logic would itself be indistinguishable from paradox, and in that case it and our world would fall apart. Does Russell want logic to fall apart? Maybe, maybe not. But I think it's safe to say that Gödel, a logician, did not want logic to fall apart, and this implies that he'd have been a fan of UBT. Part of the problem here is that Russell does not accept the notion of null constraint. For him, there must always be some kind of constraint, and despite his inability to define it in juxtaposition to its complement, he takes the position that this initial constraint just exists. This, of course, disqualifies Russell from discussing, much less explaining, the genesis of the initial constraint, and in fact, it disqualifies him from even distinguishing the initial constraint from its complement. Sadly, failing to distinguish the initial constraint from its complement is to fail to define or distinguish the initial constraint, and this implies that Russell really has no initial constraint in mind after all. That is, while Russell seems to believe that there must be some sort of initial constraint, he cannot define this constraint by distinguishing it from its negation. If he could, then this would compel him to admit the existence of the complementary relationship between logic and non-logic, and thus that both logic and non-logic are superposed manifestations of something very much like UBT. From the fact that UBT is a logically necessary self-extrapolation of logic, it follows that if Gödel's theological model does not incorporate UBT, then Gödel had no model of sufficient power to exhaustively characterize global reality. And if Gödel lacks such a model, then his reasoning obviously cannot be used against the theory of global reality called the CTMU. If I might be allowed a little wishful thinking, this suggests that Russell's goodbye CTMU quip be replaced with a no less satisfying goodbye, Russell. But I suppose that would be asking too much. In any event, I'm tired of repeating myself. I long ago reached the point of diminishing returns from even the most simplistic attempts to explain CTMU concepts to people who lack the ability or the willingness to absorb them, for example Pym, who I expect will forever fail to see any non-trivial difference between the CTMU and his own impenetrable, naively instrumentalist brand of naturalism. If ignoring repetitive criticisms is the only way for me to avoid a cyclical drain on my time, I'll regretfully be forced to adopt such an approach. I hope that my present critics will try to remember this before sounding off again in their usual circular fashion. Comment number 11. Jacob Elliott writes Langan states, in response to my request, that he doesn't need to demonstrate that there are any truths that observational models alone cannot access. He however claims that observational models are inadequate in determining actual truth. It is clear that whereas Langan complains that there are truths that require reality models and logico-mathematical methodology, where there is none, he cannot provide even one example of such truths. I will leave that issue at that. Examples of laws that cannot be proven generally true in observational models include the laws of gravity and inertia, Coulomb's law, the invariance of the speed of light, and any other physical law that Jacob can think of. Proof: the solar system is locally situated within the universe. Therefore, it is impossible to observe the entire universe from the Earth. Therefore, no empirically falsifiable law that compactly expresses observations made from the Earth or its immediate environs is observably true throughout the entire universe, and counterexamples to the law may exist in other locations. Therefore, the truth of the law cannot be observationally certified. Therefore, if its truth is to be certified at all, logico-mathematical methodology is required, QED. It's called the problem of induction, and what it means is that the power of deductive reasoning is ultimately absent from observational models. Not satisfied with leaving it at that, Jacob then writes Langan states, the shift from truth to truth has nothing to do with degrees of certainty. Langan had earlier stated, the truth-truth distinction is just one of certainty. Clearly, Langan is contradicting himself. Since the phrase degrees of is absent from my earlier statement, Jacob has erred again. The discrete logical distinction between certainty and uncertainty does not depend on incremental distinctions associated with degree of confirmation, a concept notoriously riddled with intractable paradoxes from Hempel's ravens to Goodman's grue. Jacob then compounds his error by conflating the certainty confirmation distinction with my earlier statement to the effect that so-called scientific truth comes down to a probabilistic stab at actual, logical, truth. Jacob then asserts that Langan does not explain the applicability of CTMU to science, a question me and Pim van Mas have asked many times. He claims it has been explained in this very thread. I assume he is referring to the same contentious explanations that he offered earlier as answers. This is Jacob's third error. In a nutshell, I stated that the CTMU conjoins the generative model of logical deduction, which characterizes the CTMU itself, to the observational model of science, as detailed in the paper I published in PCID, where it is explained by certain duality principles including conspansive, topological descriptive, and constructive filtrative duality. This explanation was factual rather than contentious. This brings Jacob to 3 errors and counting. Jacob then accuses me of equating the telic principle to what God thinks is right. I never made such a statement, and although something like this is implied by statements I actually made, Jacob has proven unable to work within the required implicative framework. Lest his incapacity fall short of a clean-cut error, Jacob then predicts that he will be told that the telic principle just is the will of God. Unfortunately, this is subject to the problem of induction as outlined above, and I would not in fact have put it so starkly. This brings Jacob's error count to 4. Not yet satisfied after having made 4 egregious errors, Jacob says that although it may be true that reality originates autonomously from an ontological ground state called UBT, there is no evidence that it is the case. It's just a hypothesis. I hope you are working on ways of supporting your ideas with empirical data. Of course, I'm continuing to look for empirical data, and with some considerable success, since everywhere I look, I see existence rather than non-existence. However, since UBT is essential to logic, as already explained, and since this constitutes powerful mathematical evidence that it exists, empirical confirmation is unnecessary, and Jacob has now chalked up error number 5. Determined to break his own record, Jacob then writes that being real itself means it's bound, but if the UBT is real, then it is part of reality, and reality then can't be said to originate from it. Although UBT is not bound by SCSPL, which accounts for the kind of reality that is central to science, Jacob makes seemingly deliberate errors of omission and misinterpretation. Nobody ever said that SCSPL reality is equivalent to the extrapolated level of reality ascribed to UBT. In fact, I've repeatedly said quite the opposite. Conservatively speaking, this brings Jacob's error tally to 6. He's batting 1,000 and still going strong. 6 little lead balloons are sufficient to load the 6 gun with which Jacob evidently wants to blow both of his feet off, but it never hurts to load up a spare magazine. So Jacob persists with you have failed to explain how having a reality model like the CTMU can help improve the scientific truth of the Earth's rotation around the Sun. As I've explained, while the Earth's rotation around the Sun can be directly observed as long as it is in progress, the problem of induction, as manifest in Goodman's paradox, prevents the associated orbital mechanics from being generalized to all of time, and that's round number 7 in Jacob's extra mag. The erroneous accusation of non-explanation pushes the total up to 8. Jacob then accuses me of avoiding the question of what methodology one would use in falsifying the God-based reality model I postulated. Again, he is incorrect. As I've stated on numerous occasions, logical tautologies like the CTMU are empirically unfalsifiable by definition. Error number 9. Finally, Jacob states that I have failed to define the terms I asked you to define. Terms you used in a novel and misleading manner. I guess we can repeat that communication is a two-way street and leave them undefined. Since I have no idea what Jacob means, I guess we'll have to settle for 9 and leave it at that. Then again, we can also give him a bonus point for his accusation of contentiousness in error number 3, elevating his score to a round and satisfying 10. So that about wraps it up. Thank you, Jacob, for wishing me good luck in finding empirical support for the CTMU and its relevance to science. Although we don't really need empirical evidence for mathematical relationships, it's out there in profusion, and I therefore accord you a modicum of sincerity. Now via con Dios, or not. Comment number 12. Jacob Aliot writes Langan states, in response to my request, that he doesn't need to demonstrate that there are any truths that observational models alone cannot access. He however claims that observational models are inadequate in determining actual truth. It is clear that whereas Langan complains that there are truths that require reality models and logico-mathematical methodology, where there is none, he cannot provide even one example of such truths. I will leave that issue at that. Examples of laws that cannot be proven generally true in observational models include the laws of gravity and inertia, Coulomb's law, the invariance of the speed of light, and any other physical law that Jacob can think of. Proof: the solar system is locally situated within the universe. Therefore, it is impossible to observe the entire universe from the Earth. Therefore, no empirically falsifiable law that compactly expresses observations made from the Earth or its immediate environs is observably true throughout the entire universe, and counterexamples to the law may exist in other locations. Therefore, the truth of the law cannot be observationally certified. Therefore, if its truth is to be certified at all, logico-mathematical methodology is required, QED. It's called the problem of induction, and what it means is that the power of deductive reasoning is ultimately absent from observational models. Not satisfied with leaving it at that, Jacob then writes, Langan states, the shift from truth to truth has nothing to do with degrees of certainty. Langan had earlier stated, the truth-truth distinction is just one of certainty. Clearly, Langan is contradicting himself. Since the phrase degrees of is absent from my earlier statement, Jacob has erred again. The discrete logical distinction between certainty and uncertainty does not depend on incremental distinctions associated with degree of confirmation, a concept notoriously riddled with intractable paradoxes from Hempel's ravens to Goodman's grue. Jacob then compounds his error by conflating the certainty confirmation distinction with my earlier statement to the effect that so-called scientific truth comes down to a probabilistic stab at actual, logical, truth. Jacob then asserts that Langan does not explain the applicability of CTMU to science, a question me and Pim van Maas have asked many times. He claims it has been explained in this very thread. I assume he is referring to the same contentious explanations that he offered earlier as answers. This is Jacob's third error. In a nutshell, I stated that the CTMU conjoins the generative model of logical deduction, which characterizes the CTMU itself, to the observational model of science, as detailed in the paper I published in PCID, where it is explained by certain duality principles including conspansive, topological descriptive, and constructive filtrative duality. This explanation was factual rather than contentious. This brings Jacob to 3 errors and counting. Jacob then accuses me of equating the telic principle to what God thinks is right. I never made such a statement, and although something like this is implied by statements I actually made, Jacob has proven unable to work within the required implicative framework. Lest his incapacity fall short of a clean-cut error, Jacob then predicts that he will be told that the telic principle just is, the will of God. Unfortunately, this is subject to the problem of induction as outlined above, and I would not in fact have put it so starkly. This brings Jacob's error count to 4. Not yet satisfied after having made 4 egregious errors, Jacob says that although it may be true that reality originates autonomously from an ontological ground state called UBT, there is no evidence that it is the case. It's just a hypothesis. I hope you are working on ways of supporting your ideas with empirical data. Of course, I'm continuing to look for empirical data, and with some considerable success, since everywhere I look, I see existence rather than non-existence. However, since UBT is essential to logic, as already explained, and since this constitutes powerful mathematical evidence that it exists, empirical confirmation is unnecessary, and Jacob has now chalked up error number 5. Determined to break his own record, Jacob then writes that being real itself means it's bound, but if the UBT is real, then it is part of reality, and reality then can't be said to originate from it. Although UBT is not bound by SCSPL, which accounts for the kind of reality that is central to science, Jacob makes seemingly deliberate errors of omission and misinterpretation. Nobody ever said that SCSPL reality is equivalent to the extrapolated level of reality ascribed to UBT. In fact, I've repeatedly said quite the opposite. Conservatively speaking, This brings Jacob's error tally to 6. He's batting 1,000 and still going strong. 6 little lead balloons are sufficient to load the 6 gun with which Jacob evidently wants to blow both of his feet off, but it never hurts to load up a spare magazine. So Jacob persists with, "You have failed to explain how having a reality model like the CTMU can help improve the scientific truth of the Earth's rotation around the Sun." As I've explained, while the Earth's rotation around the Sun can be directly observed as long as it is in progress, the problem of induction, as manifest in Goodman's paradox, prevents the associated orbital mechanics from being generalized to all of time, and that's round number 7 in Jacob's extra mag. The erroneous accusation of non-explanation pushes the total up to 8. Jacob then accuses me of avoiding the question of what methodology one would use in falsifying the God-based reality model I postulated. Again, he is incorrect. As I've stated on numerous occasions, logical tautologies like the CTMU are empirically unfalsifiable by definition. Error number 9. Finally, Jacob states that I have failed to define the terms I asked you to define. Terms you used in a novel and misleading manner. I guess we can repeat that communication is a two-way street and leave them undefined. Since I have no idea what Jacob means, I guess we'll have to settle for 9 and leave it at that. Then again, we can also give him a bonus point for his accusation of contentiousness in error number 3, elevating his score to a round and satisfying 10. So that about wraps it up. Thank you, Jacob, for wishing me good luck in finding empirical support for the CTMU and its relevance to science. Although we don't really need empirical evidence for mathematical relationships, it's out there in profusion, and I therefore accord you a modicum of sincerity. Now via con Dios, or not. Comment number 13. Regarding the ideological war in which he purports to be involved, Jacob writes that no evidence has been offered that there are higher truths that the scientific method cannot access without reality models. No example of any truth has been given whatsoever. Yet, the problem of induction has been explained to Jacob several times, and not a glimmering of comprehension has been displayed in return. Although Jacob might honestly think that I'm dancing around his questions, what I'm seeing is Jacob dancing around the answers. Many of us have seen the late-night commercials for Life Alert, in which an elderly person falls to the floor and cries help. I've fallen and I can't get up. To me, Jacob's posts cry help. I'm locked in a bad model and I can't get out. We've already established beyond all doubt Jacob's unmistakable propensity to err on the side of empiricism. To me, this is so utterly transparent that I consider any further discussion of these matters with Jacob himself to be futile. But if Jacob has some superlogician, some twinkling star in the academic sky, who in his sheer bureaucratic competence can put the brakes to the CTMU, or just to my bad argumentation, then bring him on. Of course, in my personal opinion, one might as well stick an apple in his mouth and hand over plenty of salt, pepper, and a bag of charcoal briquettes while one is at it, since by the time I'm finished with him, he'll probably feel like everyone at the luau has had a piece, so to speak. For this, he'll have only himself and Jacob to thank. I almost get the impression that Jacob may have heard some of my braver and more tireless critics refer to the CTMU as bafflegab and word salad, claiming that it contains elementary mistakes in logic and / or set theory and / or fill in the blank. However, Jacob should probably exercise a certain amount of caution in the weight he ascribes to such critiques and their authors. You see, I've already met a number of those people on this or that internet bulletin board, and if the truth be told, they didn't fare quite as well as they pretend they did, nor I so badly. If Jacob doubts this, then he's free to get one of the really smart ones, the most capable thinker and debater, to challenge me under his real name in a neutral forum. I predict that Jacob will have trouble finding any takers. Although the stated excuse will probably run something like super brains is a waste of time, nobody listens to that crap, the guy's ideas are nebulous and vapid, he reminds me of my 5-year-old, we used to rap about that stuff over a bong. Langan understands nothing about real science and so on ad nauseum. The real reason, a simple fear of defeat, will shed no glory at all on the reputation or self-image of the excuse maker. Those whom Jacob considers to be his behind-the-scenes supporters, those shadowy knights of the intellect, simply don't want to be humiliated in public, and they know or strongly suspect that it would happen just like clockwork. They'd rather watch Jacob be humiliated instead. I advise Jacob not to get sucked into the very trap they've learned, by means of hard knocks, to avoid. Remember, even if I were nothing but a big dummy myself, the CTMU is tautological, and that means I couldn't lose an argument over it if I tried. Just a word to the wise. Then again, Jacob might think he's treated me like a fugitive raccoon, in which case his frame of reference is so alien to mine that I'm unable to advise him at all. In that case, I humbly beg his pardon and wish him Godspeed on the golden road to wherever it is he may be going. Comment number 14. Regarding the ideological war in which he purports to be involved, Jacob writes that no evidence has been offered that there are higher truths that the scientific method cannot access without reality models. No example of any truth has been given whatsoever. Yet, the problem of induction has been explained to Jacob several times, and not a glimmering of comprehension has been displayed in return. Although Jacob might honestly think that I'm dancing around his questions, what I'm seeing is Jacob dancing around the answers. Many of us have seen the late-night commercials for Life Alert, in which an elderly person falls to the floor and cries help. I've fallen and I can't get up. To me, Jacob's posts cry help. I'm locked in a bad model and I can't get out. We've already established beyond all doubt Jacob's unmistakable propensity to err on the side of empiricism. To me, this is so utterly transparent that I consider any further discussion of these matters with Jacob himself to be futile. But if Jacob has some superlogician, some twinkling star in the academic sky, who in his sheer bureaucratic competence can put the brakes to the CTMU, or just to my bad argumentation, then bring him on. Of course, in my personal opinion, one might as well stick an apple in his mouth and hand over plenty of salt, pepper, and a bag of charcoal briquettes while one is at it, since by the time I'm finished with him, he'll probably feel like everyone at the luau has had a piece, so to speak. For this, he'll have only himself and Jacob to thank. I almost get the impression that Jacob may have heard some of my braver and more tireless critics refer to the CTMU as bafflegab and word salad, claiming that it contains elementary mistakes in logic and / or set theory and / or fill in the blank. However, Jacob should probably exercise a certain amount of caution in the weight he ascribes to such critiques and their authors. You see, I've already met a number of those people on this or that internet bulletin board, and if the truth be told, they didn't fare quite as well as they pretend they did, nor I so badly. If Jacob doubts this, then he's free to get one of the really smart ones, the most capable thinker and debater, to challenge me under his real name in a neutral forum. I predict that Jacob will have trouble finding any takers. Although the stated excuse will probably run something like super brains is a waste of time, nobody listens to that crap, the guy's ideas are nebulous and vapid. He reminds me of my 5-year-old, we used to rap about that stuff over a bong. Langan understands nothing about real science and so on ad nauseum. The real reason, a simple fear of defeat, will shed no glory at all on the reputation or self-image of the excuse maker. Those whom Jacob considers to be his behind-the-scenes supporters, those shadowy knights of the intellect, simply don't want to be humiliated in public, and they know or strongly suspect that it would happen just like clockwork. They'd rather watch Jacob be humiliated instead. I advise Jacob not to get sucked into the very trap they've learned, by means of hard knocks, to avoid. Remember, even if I were nothing but a big dummy myself, the CTMU is tautological, and that means I couldn't lose an argument over it if I tried. Just a word to the wise. Then again, Jacob might think he's treated me like a fugitive raccoon, in which case his frame of reference is so alien to mine that I'm unable to advise him at all. In that case, I humbly beg his pardon and wish him Godspeed on the golden road to wherever it is he may be going. Comment number 15. Jacob Aliot, determined to keep his error streak snowballing furiously downhill, claims that I think he has superlogicians egging him on. If so, I hasten to point out that this was meant as sarcasm. I have no reason to believe that Jacob has any behind-the-scenes contact with anyone who actually understands logic. In response to my suggestion regarding a neutral forum, Jacob then alludes to the ARN board. While I can't recall losing a debate at ARN, quite the opposite, in fact, I personally do not regard it as a neutral forum. In fact, I think that although it presents itself as an ID-friendly board, perhaps with the best of intentions, its policies and choice of moderators are somewhat inconsistent with this claim, which doesn't necessarily mean that things can't or won't change in the future. Jacob then accuses me of intellectual bullying. If being correct makes one a bully, I suppose he may almost have a point. Jacob then says that somebody calling himself Dayton is perceived to have won an argument against me at ARN. I merely recall rejecting Dayton's peremptory claim that logic could reveal nothing about the geometry of the physical universe, something that Dayton, despite what he and others may like to think, can neither know nor prove. If Dayton still maintains that he possesses knowledge regarding this claim, then the burden of proof obviously remains entirely on Dayton, and this is a burden that to my own knowledge Dayton has never met. Consequently, Dayton's attempted vindication of doctrinaire empiricism with examples from geometry has gained no credibility since I first questioned it, and this makes Dayton and his erstwhile activities at ARN old and somewhat boring news from my perspective. Jacob goes on, one central question to the CTMU which many would like to know is how you intend to demonstrate correspondence between the syntax in your reality model and real-life phenomena. Because pushing around symbols and not mapping them to real-life objects that they are supposed to map to really doesn't mean much if the correspondence can't be established. This was explained in the paper, but perhaps Jacob requires a bit of repetition and or simplification. Proof: suppose that there is some degree of non-correspondence between cognitive syntax and perceptual content, observed phenomena. Then there exist items of perceptual content which do not correspond to or coincide with cognitive syntax. But if these items do not coincide with cognitive syntax, then they are unrecognizable, i.e. inobservable, since cognitive syntax is by definition the basis of recognition. But then these items are not included in perceptual reality, the set of observable phenomena, and we have a contradiction. Therefore, perceptual reality must coincide with cognitive syntax. This establishes the existence of the mapping to which Jacob refers, and we can leave the details for later. Still unsatisfied, Jacob then makes a curious offer. Subject to your willingness, I can organize a one-to-one discussion with one person on the CTMU. What we will need to establish is a clear topic of discussion and perhaps ARP's specific areas of interest, maybe two, regarding CTMU. We can have a formal debate at Infidels, look at some debates and the rules and procedures there. If it's acceptable to you, let me know and I will start the groundwork. I am sure someone will pick the gauntlet. I suggest Infidels because it has that unique facility for formal debates, no room for cheerleaders. I hope the mod here doesn't take offense at this. Is Jacob by any chance referring to Internet Infidels? If so, I'm afraid that this is not a neutral forum by any stretch of the imagination. It contains participants and moderators known for belittling and vituperating ID supporters, often by name and often to what seems to be the verge of libel. I believe it is sponsored by an organization which champions an ideology called metaphysical naturalism. Strangely, this organization seems to define metaphysical naturalism, a phrase which explicitly refers to a meaningful relationship between metaphysics and nature, in a way particularly friendly to materialism and even to atheism, which would seem to leave the term metaphysical clinging to the term naturalism like an abandoned spider web or the empty shell of a long-deceased barnacle. This is only my opinion, of course, it is in no way associated with ISCID or its administrators or moderators. Finally, Jacob goes after Jason Young, in the process adding to his error streak. Chris has just admitted that he has no empirical support for the CTMU error, and that he and others are still looking for some. That being the status quo, the CTMU is a logical construction that promises to be able to solve the problem of induction, for those who think it's a problem. If Jacob fails to recognize the problematic nature of induction, then this too is an error. Until then, we are pushing symbols on paper and making conjectures. Error, any 6-year-old can do that. Error number 4 in this paragraph alone. I hope that the above proof of the existence of a cognitive perceptual mapping, which is straightforwardly based on the definition of recognition with respect to any meaningful model thereof, proves helpful to Jacob, RBH, and others who have had trouble with it in the past. In return, would it be too much to ask that Jacob find somebody else to hound for a change, besides me and others whose only crime is to display a little understanding of the CTMU? Thank you. Comment number 16. RBH claims that the proof I offered is related to the potential for conflicts of direct apprehensions question that I also asked and that was not clearly answered. He then elaborates, according to Langen's theory, direct apprehension of the world is one of the two ways of accessing truth with a capital T, the other is logical derivation. It supposes that, human, perceptual content is in the end a veridical representation of reality. We all share the same perceptual content and there can be no real perceptual conflicts, only apparent conflicts. My answer, which RBH subsequently repeats, was this: it can be shown that if reality is connected, if we are really united in an objective manifold of common perception, this level of syntax governing the relationship among the direct apprehensions of numerous subjects must exist. Remember, science is primarily concerned with the formulation of general laws of nature as required for prediction, and these are just structural and grammatical components of this distributed reality syntax. The clause "it can be shown" refers to the section of my paper dealing with syndiphonesis, and that was clearly written. The direct apprehensions of multiple subjects tautologically require a joint medium possessing a unified description distributing over the medium as syntax. So as far as I'm concerned, RBH has been answered clearly enough, and without benefit of supposition. Regarding the agency for resolving potential conflicts among direct apprehensions, RBH quotes me to the effect that this agency is the distributed cognitive perceptual syntax of the self-spoken language of reality, or in CTMU terminology, of SCSPL. This, says RBH, embodies my reservations about the CTMU. It is, once again, a syntactic theory, a theory of symbols manipulated according to formal rules on the basis of the symbol's shapes. But, the general laws of science are not merely syntactic, they have content. As I've previously made clear, the CTMU is actually a distributively self-referential theory which model theoretically relates cognitive perceptual syntax and its formal embodiment to perceptual content, which appears to us in terms of attributes conventionally called physical observables. I've also made it clear that physical observables can be regarded as SCSPL predicates semantically bound by, and defined in terms of, SCSPL syntax. The laws of science, insofar as they can be logically certified, can be regarded as a, mathematically secondary, level of SCSPL syntax. That's what makes them laws of science, as opposed to mathematics, and their parameters and contents are perceptual arguments of syntax bound by syntax. The whole point of the proof which RBH dismisses is that if physical observables were not bound by SCSPL syntax, then they would be unrecognizable within the structure of SCSPL reality. In the theories of computation and cognition alike, to be recognized is to be bound by the accepting syntax of an acceptor, i.e., by the computational or cognitive protocols of an accepting automaton or entity. On the other hand, no binding equal no recognition, which in the perceptual realm translates to no perception. So in effect, any part of reality unbound by the syntax of reality would be unrecognizable to any part of reality itself, and would not be included in perceptual reality for real entities bound by SCSPL syntax. RBH ends with the assertion that Langen's existence proof above, subject to reservations associated with whether conflicts among direct apprehensions can actually be resolved that way, does establish that some mapping must exist, but it is the details that Langen says can be left for later that are in fact critical to assessing whether SCSPL syntax is in fact the underlying syntax of the real universe. Without those details, that is, absent an explicit mapping from the symbols and operators of the syntax to the entities, processes, and relationships of the perceptual world, the CTMU floats in thin air, unconnected to what it is intended to explain. Without those details it is uninformative. Until those details are taken care of, it has no interpretation in terms applicable to the content of the perceptual world and thus no explanations. Now we've arrived at the crux of what seems to be RBH's confusion regarding the CTMU. As I've repeatedly made clear, syntax is stratified, and the CTMU works from a high level of reality syntax comprising certain tautological aspects of the relationship between syntax and the language thereby generated. As regards the basic structure of reality, nothing else need be supposed, assumed, or conjectured. In particular, minute details of syntax need not be given. In fact, the CTMU is perfectly happy to leave many such details to empirical methodology. But this does not change the fact that empirical methodology is based on a model of reality which is artificially restricted with respect to SCSPL, in which it logically requires embedment, and is accordingly limited in its power to reveal truth. Thus, when RBH asserts that it is the actual detailed mapping that assigns meanings, interpretations, to the symbols being manipulated by the syntactic rules, he is not entirely correct. A certain level of meaning resides in syntax itself, and in the tautological relationship of syntax to language. To RBH's flat denial that anything of interest can be deduced about nature on that basis, I can respond only that as far as I'm concerned, it can be and has been. So although I respect RBH's right to disagree, I'm afraid that I consider him to have come out on the short end of this exchange. Comment number 17. Parallel asks, where is Mr. Langan's SCSPL syntax? Apart from talking about an SCSPL syntax and tossing in a few symbols in the process, where in Langan's paper is the actual logico-mathematical syntax? It seems that he merely describes what this syntax does, asking readers to assume that it exists and is logical without ever proving that it actually exists. Why argue over something that has never even been shown to exist? Where's the math? Where are the formal proofs? SCSPL syntax cannot be finitely enumerated. Nevertheless, as I've explained repeatedly above, it can be treated as a well-defined constant in its own right, provided that its existence can be established by means of syndiphonesis and / or other concepts, something which has already been accomplished in plain view. This constant can then be implicated in relationships involving other variables and constants, for example a constant representing SCSPL as a whole. Given this fact, the PCID paper contains all the math I need to make my case, at least for those capable of understanding the kinds of math employed. As far as concerns formal proofs, that is, proofs in which concepts have merely been replaced with symbols, it is abundantly clear that any such proof would be thoroughly lost on anyone who has already displayed an inability to keep track of the concepts represented by the symbols. Regarding my IQ, and for that matter Parallel's IQ, they are not at issue here. Moreover, I have neither the intention nor the obligation to provide personal information to anonymous strangers, much less to an anonymous stranger who has gone to what I consider bizarre lengths to establish an adversarial relationship with me. Regarding the limitations of IQ tests, that's a controversial issue well beyond the topic of this thread, in the context of which it constitutes a transparent attempt at diversion. Comment number 18. Parallel says, so the SCSPL syntax cannot be finitely enumerated, which means it cannot be enumerated. Not exactly, it only means that SCSPL syntax cannot be completely enumerated. The distinction between denumerability and non-denumerability in mathematics is very clear, and it has nothing to do with finitude. Is anybody else wondering why Parallel seems to have so much trouble with simple math concepts? Parallel then asks, how can an infinite syntax be known or evaluated? As supporting examples of how SCSPL syntax can be referred to and implicated in mathematical expressions without finite enumeration, consider n, the natural numbers, r, the real numbers, all f0, denumerable infinity, sqrt, 2, an irrational number which evaluates to a non-repeating decimal that cannot be finitely specified, and pi, a transcendental number that is the root of no algebraic equation. I could, of course, go on at considerable length, but as we can see, the quality of the objection merits no such effort. Next, Parallel complains that it seems the SCSPL syntax is an inexpressible concept that is inferred to exist by way of other concepts. This sounds more like divination than logic, more like myth than mathematics. As the examples above make clear, logic and mathematics have no problem with concepts that are not finitely expressible. Parallel then bellyaches that in response to his inane and prosecutorial "where's the beef" line of questioning, I called him stupid and threatened him with a knuckle sandwich. Strangely, I have no such recollection. Finally, ignoring what he was told the first time around, Parallel persists with his demands for personal information. Once again, I'm afraid that Parallel is neither polite nor important enough to warrant any degree of compliance with his summary demands. But just so nobody can accuse me of not being helpful and modest, I'll gladly admit to having an IQ of 80, maybe even less, if Parallel will direct us to a single Brainstorms post of his which is addressed to me, or anyone else, and even comes close to complying with the user guidelines established for this forum. I hope that Parallel finds these answers satisfactory. But if not, who cares? Now let's move on to another cynosure of constructive criticism, the irrepressible Jacob Elliott. Although I'm almost as tired of Jacob's meaningless and repetitive banter as I am of Parallel, I'll take just enough time to call attention the following excerpts. This is the first time I am actually experiencing Langan's monumental word-twisting ability. He took my words, twisted their meaning and then attacked them in their novel form. I do not know whether he does this for his personal amusement or just for the cheap thrill of annoying people. I never suggested Arn as a neutral board and I never accused Langan of intellectual bullying. I made it clear that I was stating other people's opinions. Jacob is evidently referring to his previous post, which contains another shining example of his constructive brand of participation here. Many have complained of your intellectual bullying and others that your ideas are too nebulous to hold a discussion on. Almost inexorably, it seems to me, your ego comes to the fore and the discussion degenerates. Geometry equal logic? Not exactly. Thread comes to mind. Some say Dayton kicked some. The last time I checked, Brainstorms was not supposed to be about instigating trouble and fomenting discord through the importation of interpersonal hostility from other forums. Unfortunately, Jacob's post only deteriorates from there, alternating spasmodically between personal denigration and the supposed need to specify, contra Gödel's theorems and a number of other mathematical relationships, every single teensy-weensy rule of SCSPL syntax down to the last iota. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The general mathematical relationship of syntax to language does not presuppose the exhaustive enumeration of syntactic rules, but treats them in the aggregate. If Jacob finds this to be a problem, then the problem exists solely in the minds of Jacob and other wide-eyed neophytes uneducated in linguistic and grammatical algebra. And whether Jacob likes it or not, this is as cold, hard, and irreversible as a fact can be. As we all know, constructive and insightful criticism can help one to refine, clarify, or correct one's ideas, and I've never held myself forth as an a priori exception. But sadly, this is not the kind of criticism we've been seeing from Jacob. There's an old saying attributed to Mark Twain, "It is better to be silent and thought a fool than to open one's mouth and remove all doubt." I can only suggest that Jacob consider whether it might, in some small way, apply to him. Organisms using GA versus organisms being built by gas. Comment number 1. No, Charlie D., why does this sentence ring so many bells for me? In physics, the root of physics, physis, means nature in Greek. Energy is the capacity to do work, or action over time. Work is force times the displacement of a chunk of matter in the line of action. Quantum mechanics is a big part of physics. But in the coherence phase of the wave function, there is no observed chunk of matter on which to perform work. To observe the matter would be to collapse the wave function. You can take it on faith that the matter is there in compact form, for example riding a pilot wave, but you can't back it up scientifically. That's because according to quantum mechanics, its concurrent properties must commute, and due to uncertainty, this rules out half of the observables that we ordinarily require matter to possess. Anything analogous to energy in the coherence phase would be influencing probability, not matter. It is pregeometric in Wheeler's sense of the term. We can call it meta-energy if we like, but it doesn't fit the physical definition of energy per Southeast. Obviously, given the etymology of physics, the inclusion of quantum mechanics in physics implies its inclusion in nature. Therefore, that which is implied by quantum mechanics, including meta-energy, is not supernatural. Regarding your exhaustive classification of ID theories, that too is incorrect. In my theory, nature is self-selecting and cannot be distinguished from God on any but the most superficial level. It makes no difference to me, by the way, how many ID proponents, or non-proponents, have or have not thus far been perspicacious enough to invest in my theory. It suffices for you to know that I'm a fellow of ISCID, that my theory posits a form of intelligent design, and that it defines nature in such a comprehensive way as to require no supernatural intervention of any kind. Just a little reminder. Chris. Comment number 2. Gedanken, if one is dealing in natural causes, then one can deal with empiricism. One can deal with observation of nature. Unfortunately, it cannot be scientifically proven that everything relevant to nature, all of which should of course properly be included in nature, can be differentially observed in nature. One can recite the scientific method like a litany, but that doesn't help. Empirical methodology fails to confirm higher-order descriptions of the structure of reality, because of the observational requirement that structure must resolve to the object level. Because it would be improper to prejudicially limit nature to the object level when any meaningful description of nature contains higher-order properties and relationships not necessarily requiring object-level resolution. You can make such an assumption if you want, but being able to back it up scientifically is quite another matter. Empirical methodology holds only a limited amount of water. But that's really not so bad, because science already makes heavy use of rational methodology in the formulation of empirical hypotheses, and of course, in the formation of theories. So we can simply widen our definition of science and nature to include the mathematical sciences and mathematical truth. Scientific methodology would thus be extended to accommodate higher-order causation. If intelligence is not beyond natural or non-natural or extra-natural, then we should also be able to analyze intelligence itself empirically. Only if we admit the domain of definition of intelligence, which is by definition rationalistic, that's what intelligence means, as opposed to empirical, as a legitimate part of science. Sadly, the majority of scientists have not yet opted to do this. But until then, no amount of objection will prove that science must admit only the behavioral correlates of intelligence. Personally, I've always found it a bit incredible that people as intelligent as scientists want to exclude from science the domain of definition of that which allows them to do science. But for some reason on which I'm apparently not qualified to comment, it appears that this remains the case. Chris. Comment number 3. Quote. Precisely. Exactly what I meant, therefore, zero energy can do exactly zero physical work. Now, if you try to put yourself in the shoes of an omnipotent intelligence, I am sure that won't be so hard, and you have to impart some information change to some physical being. There is simply no way to do that without doing some physical work, may that be mutating a single nucleotide to allow an adaptation to ensue, or assembling all grown humans from mud and spit, or telling a bearded man on a mountain what your laws are. Unless of course, you use some supernatural method that is not subject to the restrictions of the laws of physics. I'm afraid you're missing the point again, Charlie. The work you're talking about requires something analogous to energy that acts on probabilities in coherent wave functions. It is not physical energy in the classical sense, and therefore is not necessarily apportioned by distributed laws of physics. Therefore, its effects may be localized and non-replicable. Quote. This ultimate free lunch, ironically, seems to be the only proposal for a design mechanism mainstream ID theorists like Dembski could come up with. This is not a free lunch, Charlie. The word you may be looking for is teleology. As for Bill, didn't he name his book No Free Lunch? Quote. I guess one can also envision some sort of cosmic front-loading in which it is the laws of physics themselves that determine everything else, but that's apparently a no-no to Dembski and most other IDists. It would be indistinguishable from naturalism, after all. Speaking just for myself, I usually base my assertions on logic, so I usually forego what you might consider the obligatory opinion polls among ID theorists. But I will say that in its logical structure, front-loading is quite distinguishable from philosophical naturalism, which offers no explanation whatsoever for the laws that are being teleologically front-loaded. If philosophical, or methodological, naturalists themselves can't see this due to their restricted definitions of nature, that makes little difference to those with broader perspectives embracing logic and nature to their full extent. Quote, "As for your theory, I can't say I understand it, but if you say it's ID, then I believe you. It's however unclear to me if you ever proposed any physical mechanism for your cosmic model. As far as I could tell, it was a purely logical construct. I should note also that membership in ISCID does not necessarily make one an intelligent design proponent. Ask Micah. Of course, I realize that you do not understand my theory. But as a matter of record, it was explicitly presented as a theory of intelligent causation before the latest public round of this controversy even began in earnest. And regarding physical as opposed to natural mechanisms, the scientific verifiability of such distinctions and restrictions on mechanism is precisely the issue at hand." Quote. Now, going back to the real substance of the issue being discussed. Light, mutation, and all the other ways that a designer could act are of course natural mechanisms, but that's not the point. The real problem is to explain how the designer implements them. For instance, I can intelligently mutate a gene in bacteria or even mice, but that's not supernatural, because I can give you a detailed protocol to do it that does not defy the laws of nature. If the designer does the same, ID proponents should spell out how. Maybe, but you certainly cannot give me a detailed protocol that verifiably does not defy the laws of probability in any finite model of nature. As for me, I've already spelled out a new class of mechanism. I've explained that a certain model of reality contains a kind of mechanism called telic recursion that involves pregeometric feedback between, and mutual adjustment of, more or less localized, physical laws and states in the maximization of intrinsic utility. I've explained that it involves certain properties and processes of a new kind of causal manifold. And I've explained that telic recursive mechanisms are natural mechanisms to exactly the extent that logic and mathematics are natural. As information about this model is published at ISCID and elsewhere, you'll have the same access to it as anyone else, should you wish to avail yourself of it. Meanwhile, I reserve the right to interject when uninformed parties assert its non-existence. Chris. T-duality universe. Comment number 1. Parallel claims that UBT paradoxes have been articulated. However, paradox is a rather exacting concept, and as I've already pointed out, it is to be carefully distinguished from items of confusion in the minds of people still struggling with basic CTMU concepts, on which I'm probably the final authority if only because I constructed the theory. What one would have to do to show that UBT generates a paradox is involve it in a statement of the form x equal not x, prove that the CTMU assumes or logically implies this statement, and then show that the statement, and the predicate x around which it is formulated, cannot be consistently interpreted in any model of the context to which it refers. This kind of thing is always a tall order, and in the present instance, it would require considerably more understanding of the model under discussion than I've seen from certain of its critics. In fairness to Parallel, he seems to attempt to specify a paradox when he opines that the undefinable cannot have well-defined properties such as unbound, without restraint, and zero extension and duration. But this attempt is a bit hard to figure, since if the property undefinable is well enough defined to be contradicted by the properties unbound, without restraint, and zero extension and duration as Parallel maintains, then it is well enough defined to be described by them as well, particularly with respect to a model involving syntactic and pre-syntactic stages. Because Parallel does not take account of such a model, he can't be talking about the CTMU. What Parallel is talking about, only he knows for sure. Parallel then goes on to ask if defining the undefined is not paradoxical, pray tell what is. To this question, one can only answer that trying to pin any discernible measure of extent or duration on the undefined would be paradoxical indeed. Where no extension or duration can be discerned, because they are undefined, none might as well exist. The situation is really very simple. Where things are referentially mapped onto a syntax-free domain, no difference can possibly be discerned between them with respect to that domain, although they may be distinguishable in another domain with a syntax which supports spatial, temporal, and other distinctions. The measure of difference between them is just the measure of distinguishing information or constraint, 0, and because information is the currency of science, that's a scientific fact. Parallel then asserts that standard Big Bang theory does not seem to generate such noisy paradox. Unfortunately, for all of its strengths, the standard model is as full of holes as a Swiss cheese factory. The only way it can appear free of paradox is if one refrains from looking at it too closely. Parallel opines that there is no need for a final toe in contemporary ID inquiry, holding that the current purpose of ID inquiry is to set criteria for the validation and falsification of ID hypotheses. For some of those in the ID movement, this is no doubt true, but in any case, establishing such a criterion is as much a matter of philosophy as of science. Truth and falsity, validation and falsification, are problematic concepts. One can take any of a number of approaches to these concepts, including those associated with verificationist, falsificationist, identity, correspondence, coherence, pragmatist, deflationary and other theories of truth, and come up with any number of positions regarding what makes a proposition valid or invalid. Again, what it comes down to is that one needs a global, fundamental model in order to fundamentally define and answer questions about concepts like truth, existence, and causality, and to this model corresponds a toe grounded in logic and philosophy. Parallel states that if we find a complex machine, like DNA, and wish to determine if it was created by some intelligent designer, it is not incumbent upon us to explain where that designer came from or what he looks like or what he had for lunch. Looks and lunch menus aside, it is in fact quite important where the designer came from, for by direct causal regression, the ultimate source of that which is designed is identical to the source of the source of the source of the designer. Without this level of inquiry, one cannot hope to understand the true character or extent of the designer's intelligence, or even whether design is an appropriate concept. In the final analysis, such questions cannot be separated from questions regarding the designer's nature and origin. Comment number 2. Some of the posts in this thread touch on the concept of physical infinity. Aside from the question of whether infinite space is paradoxical a priori, physical counting processes are finitely limited. To understand why, just ask yourself how long it would take you to count an infinite number of small physical objects. Physics is constructive by nature, that which is logical but cannot be finitely constructed is metaphysical in the analytical sense. Thus, although infinite nestings of sets and spaces are sometimes assumed to exist in the realm of pure mathematics as products of transfinite induction, it has never been shown that this abstraction possesses a physical analog. Transfinite geometry preceded transfinite arithmetic by millennia. Long before George Cantor discovered transfinite arithmetic, the ancient Greeks were wondering about an infinite cosmos and the flight of arrows along infinitesimally converging series of intervals. General solutions for these problems, if not their corresponding notations, were offered considerably before Cantor, and Cantor's work arguably adds no physical or philosophical, as opposed to algebraic, insight. In any case, certain problems that existed before Cantor made the scene remain controversial to this day, and the physical sciences still lack anything resembling a blanket justification for the physical application of transfinite algebra, a criticism that does not necessarily apply to the CTMU. Therefore, it seems questionable to single out anybody's theory in particular, especially the CTMU, for special criticism because some particular person feels that he or she has not been satisfactorily edified regarding the troublesome problem of infinity. To some extent, the situation can be viewed in terms of the distinction between perceptual reality, consisting of that which can be perceived or experienced, and cognitive reality, i.e. that which can be conceived. Perceptual reality is finite, constructive, with respect to perceptions involving countable processes and the spatial or objective components thereby enumerated. Physical constraints or laws, on the other hand, can be infinitary, involving infinite series, differential equations, and renormalizations. But the whole point of non-finite quantities and processes is that they cannot be actualized in any completely finite, physically countable way. Thus, infinitary laws of nature are just what any decent logician knows they are, metaphysical ingredients of a cognitive metalanguage of perceptual reality. The CTMU merely develops the implications of this distinction. In a qualified sense, I agree that we need a rigorous definition of the relationship between unbound and bound, actualized, potential. To some extent, there already is one. For example, the CTMU rigorously applies a strong self-containment criterion of which other theories fall abysmally short. However, the idea that everything can be reduced to mechanics is highly dubious, especially insofar as it seems to preclude any explanation of the genesis of mechanics itself. It is also highly dubious to speak of a transformation or temporal transition from unbound to bound states, since prior to binding, nothing is well enough bound to coherently serve as a state or any other kind of transformational argument. A major point of CTMU cosmogony is to let the logical SCSPL universe serve as its own transformational argument, and to eliminate the need for an initial transition in the usual simplistic sense. The ontological potential described as UBT brings nothing into being that was not in a way already there, in the sense adumbrated by John Wheeler. It is pregeometric equal prespatio-temporal equal pretemporal and not itself subject to temporal ordering operations, all of which presuppose syntactic coherence and are necessarily intrinsic to SCSPL systems. A salient feature of CTMU cosmogony is that the pretemporal cosmic potential of any particular SCSPL universe fails to coherently distribute over UBT, and is therefore not distributively identifiable with UBT. Regarding the assertion that the actual cannot create itself because this transition is primary, i.e. before any type of temporal feedback can occur, or timeline is created, this would seem to be a profoundly unwarranted statement. By definition, a primary transformation, in a sequence of evolutionary transformations, is merely a self-contained transformation that does not require external prompting or an external antecedent, and this criterion is satisfied by a reflexive transformation in three-way coincidence with its domain and codomain. If the point of coincidence was always there in the form of an externally unactualized, unevolved atemporal potential, then no external transformation is required. With anyone who fails to see this, I really don't know what more there is to discuss. Suffice it to say that any such person is stuck with a set of intractable paradoxes that he can neither resolve nor constructively circumvent, and that such a person is obviously in no position to criticize anybody else's means of circumvention. That being said, I couldn't help but notice the ongoing disagreement regarding UBT and n-valued logic. UBT is not a logic, that is, it lacks any distributed syntophionic structure. It makes no difference how many values one tries to pin on it, non-logic is non-logic. Instead of a syntophionic interplay of freedom and constraint, there is only freedom. We can, of course, define non-logic by applying the negation functor of logic to logic itself, something that is logically necessary due to the self-referentiality of logic. Deny this, and logic becomes non-self-referential even in principle, and thus cannot be used to explain itself or anything that it characterizes. What about logical systems? For the expression of structure, two-valued logic, 2VL, is a necessary and sufficient criterion. In any structured, syntophionic, system, everything finally comes down to 2VL. We can come at this fact from below and from above. From below, we merely observe that because 0VL and 1VL do not permit non-trivial distinctions to be made among syntactic components, they do not admit of non-trivial, no-nunary expressive syntax and have no power to differentially express structure. From above, on the other hand, we note that any many-valued logic, including infinite-valued logic, is a two-valued theory. It must be for its formal ingredients and their reference to be distinguished from their complements and from each other, and thus boils down to 2VL. So 2VL is a necessary and sufficient element of logical syntax for systems with distributed internal structure. Infinite-valued logics can add nothing in the way of scope, but can only increase statistical resolution within the range of 2VL itself, and not individual resolution except in a probabilistically inductive sense. For those unfamiliar with the CTMU concept of syndiphonesis, and it has already been explained at some length, it captures the interplay of freedom and constraint in a relational context. Synthesis is distributive, deterministic sameness with respect to a coherent antecedent constraint such as a definite combination of law and state, and corresponds to an algebraic identity, while diphonesis comprises differences among possible consequential constraints. This reflects the fact that bound telesis is bound freedom, and that imposing a constraint on freedom, i.e. logically binding it and conspensively bounding it, cannot destroy the essential nature of that which is bound. This is why the wave function is the fundamental unit of reality in quantum mechanics. The multiplexing of possibilities in the wave function is just absolute freedom expressing itself, through symmetric diphonesis, within the bounds of syntactic constraints consisting of laws and states. The wave function expresses the freedom of UBT within a distributed mathematical constraint consisting of 2VL and Hilbertian operator algebra. It is by virtue of syndiphonesis that we can speak of the intrinsic structure of a medium. UBT lacks syndiphonesis because it admits of no coherent distributed, syntactic, constraint. From the viewpoint of 2VL systems which take singular form with respect to it, freedom is all that it has in any distributive sense. I can't help but be a bit taken aback when people who talk authoritatively about quantum mechanics, uncertainty, infinite-dimensional Hilbert spaces, infinitely nested spacetimes and other clear manifestations of absolute freedom rail against UBT. Where do they think all of that freedom comes from? From constraint. Constraint is deterministic. Even if we posit the existence of a primal constraint which drives a deterministic many worlds, relative state, multiplexing of state and thus creates freedom, what accounts for the non-deterministic, telic or aleatory, mapping of our consciousness into one particular history among the infinite possible histories thereby created? Again, we are forced to confront an inevitable fact: freedom is built into the microscopic structure of reality, and because the wave function is a stratified affair ultimately embracing the entire cosmos, regardless of the number of ulterior spaces in which our immediate reality is nested, it is built into the macroscopic structure of reality as well. Quantum mechanics, syndiphonesis, and UBT go together. Remove any one of them, and all that finally remains is a teetering pile of paradoxes waiting to collapse. The bottom line, I suppose, is that insofar as mainstream theorists can't even come close to explaining cosmogony or difficult related concepts like infinity, they and their supporters have no business specifically targeting theorists who have chosen not to be limited by their scientifically obstructive conceptual handicaps. In a word, people in theoretical glass houses shouldn't throw stones, or delude themselves, or others, that the CTMU fails to shed light on problems that more popular theories fail to even address. The only way that someone could possibly make such a claim is if he understands virtually nothing about the CTMU. Comment number 3. Rex Kerr opines that, since demonstrating the unique existence of the incomprehensible is probably not possible, using the singular it to refer to tau UBT should be taken as a linguistic convenience only and not indicative of anything about tau UBT. How true! Mathematically, it is indeed convenient that variables can be defined regardless of multiplicity of content, and can thus be referred to as it. But on a deeper level, the UBT issue is all about whether the negation functor of logic can be applied to logic itself to yield non-logic, which together with logic would approximate UBT. If not, then logic has no complement and must be taken as a primitive constraint. This pretty well captures the falsificationist viewpoint, according to which logic is tautological and therefore trivial, in light of which some people may find it shocking that, for example, their digital computers and all of the symbolic reasoning that went into their development and everything that they can be used to calculate and simulate are trivial. But Rex's viewpoint leads to a couple of even more dire problems. 1. That which has no complement is indistinguishable from its complement and therefore contains zero information. But if logic has no informational value, then neither does logical consistency. And if logical consistency has no informational value, then consistent and inconsistent theories are of equal validity. Oops, goodbye, math and science. Don't you think that maybe it would be better to take something else other than logic as that primitive entity, which has no complement, and that maybe this translogical, prelogical something should be taken as a mathematical criterion of meaningful scientific theorization? 2. If logical functors cannot be applied to logic as a whole, then logic cannot serve as a meta-language of logic. But then logic is in no way self-explanatory, and we've run into an explanatory brick wall due to which certain urgent questions, including questions at the very heart of the ID/Neo-Darwinism controversy, may be unanswerable. After all, if logic cannot in any sense be logically explained, then neither can that which is necessarily formulated in terms of logic, for example, everything of interest to science. Rex then guesses that the structure of UBT is more like that of a filamentous mold-like spot of comprehensibility, which by analogy one could imagine being embedded in an infinite sea of incomprehensible cheese. Ah, he asks, but is it tau UBT cheese, or tau UBT bread? All that one need add to this colorful and witty metaphor is a bottle of vino and a few paintings, and one has an art gallery buffet. Rex then owns to being amused by these discussions since for the most part postulating extra incomprehensible stuff has no impact on anything we do or experience, since you could replace it with different stuff, or no stuff, and we'd never know the difference. But of course, this says more about the limitations of current scientific inquiry than it does about the logical structure of scientific theories. In fact, the question of whether the universe is free or deterministically constrained is clearly relevant to questions like biological evolution and free will, and the relationship between freedom and constraint ultimately comes down to that between UBT and logic. Comment number 4. Rex Kerr notes that some questions may be unanswerable, including questions involving biological evolution and free will. While this may be a reasonable starting hypothesis, we do, after all, have undecidability, uncertainty and various kinds of model theoretic ambiguity to consider. It requires rational or empirical support with respect to any given question. Until such support is given, it implies nothing about the structure of the universe, particularly with regard to which questions can or cannot be answered, easily or otherwise, by rational or empirical means. It is probably more constructive to concentrate on what the universe, broadly including logic and mathematics, can tell us, at least until we have the means to define hard epistemological limitations of the kind that Rex seems to anticipate. This, I think, is more in keeping with the pursuit of knowledge and the spirit of scientific inquiry. Regarding Rex's mold metaphor, he is in a better position than I to affix the mold labels, the cheese labels and the bread labels. It is, after all, his metaphor. However, since UBT and SCSPL are my concepts, I'm probably the one to say whether or not his metaphor holds water relative to their relationship. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that while I find the metaphor droll, I just don't see much illustrative value in it. Nor, I dare say, would many Buddhists. Rex conjectures that logic may not be completely explicable by logic, and that as comforting as the putative global and universal applicability of logic might be, it unnecessary for doing science. As I've already pointed out, this merely sets a limit on the kind of science that Rex is content to do. Although Rex states that practically everything we use science for can be done with systems that are locally consistent and/or locally logical, local logic and local consistency, even if they can be coherently defined, are inadequate with respect to answering questions of a global or fundamental nature, for example questions regarding existence, origins, and causality. Thus, according to the limits that Rex has imposed on science, ordinary scientists would have no business attempting to address such questions, and should leave questions about the true nature of biological origins and evolution to theorists who are less limited in their approach. Then again, I suspect that many scientists would prefer to question their limitative assumptions rather than suffer the epistemological consequences of failing to do so. Rex professes a lack of understanding as to why not having a complement is the same as being indistinguishable. The standard answer, of course, is that since information always restricts, or constrains, a potential by eliminating its alternatives therein, nothing to which informational value can be attached lacks a complement, in some probability space. For example, since observing that something exists is to rule out its non-existence, existence and non-existence are complementary states, provided that we conveniently classify non-existence as a state. Such observations distinguish existence from non-existence and thus have positive informational value. On the other hand, that to which no information at all can be attached cannot be said to exist, and is thus indistinguishable. Because this applies to consistency and inconsistency, it also applies to logic and non-logic. Rex then presents the example of wavelength, saying that while it doesn't have a complement, it's a perfectly usable quantity. However, wavelength, like any other quantity, has meaning only with respect to a perceptual and cognitive syntax according to which it is defined and measured. First, it is not clear that the predicate wavelength cannot be considered to have a complement in this syntax, for example a complement consisting of all other predicates in that syntax, and so on. Secondly, what we're really talking about here is the complement not merely of a predicate, but of an entire syntax, and we've already explained why such a complement is necessary. Specifically, we explained that if the syntax of logic were to have no complement, then consistency and inconsistency would be impossible to distinguish either locally or globally, and concepts like truth and science would be meaningless. Because the truth predicate is global by nature and cannot be locally confined, it gives way not to localized truth when cut off from global criteria, but merely to uncertainty. Conversely, anything about which an observer can be locally certain relies on global syntax, i.e. on mental syntactic structures that he or she cognitively and perceptually distributes over everything that he or she thinks and experiences. Rex then states that logic and not logic is a contradiction, under logic, so if logic admits both logic and not logic then logic is self-contradictory. Not if it treats non-logic as something which is excluded by logic in any given model, for example a non-distributive lattice. He then observes that there's no problem with having non-logical statements, just allowing the entire theory of logic and the theory of not logic to simultaneously exist in the same model. Although I see where Rex is coming from, logic and non-logic can in fact exist in the same model, for example a non-distributive lattice, provided that non-logic does not interfere with logic in that part of the model over which logical syntax in fact distributes, for example the Boolean parts of the lattice. That the non-Boolean parts of the lattice approximate poorly understood relationships among Boolean domains is irrelevant to the value of such non-logical models, as we see from the fact that non-distributive lattices permit the representation of real non-commutative relationships in quantum mechanics. Comment number 5. Russell Rearson says that the UBT potential has no cognitive machinery to recognize its refinement from itself. Since UBT is not to any extent refined except within an SCSPL domain, it needs cognitive machinery to recognize itself only within that domain. And that's where the cognitive machinery is in fact present, right there in the self-refining SCSPL domain. Because SCSPL syntax fails to distribute over UBT, neither does the associated machinery, but it doesn't have to. It need only coincide with the SCSPL which is undergoing self-configuration. Since I don't know how I can make this any clearer, I request that if you still don't understand it, you think harder about what has already been explained regarding it, including a bit more that I'll write below. Russell continues, and the refinement can only infer the existence of this most fundamental ontological ground state quantity. We know from discussion that the unbound potential is not equal to bound potential because they are defined as two separate things. No, UBT and SCSPL are not defined as two separate things, any more than a chunk of ice floating in a pond is a separate thing from the water in the pond. The water in the pond is where the chunk of ice came from and what it is essentially composed of, but the crystalline lattice structure of the ice does not distribute over the pond, and the water in the pond is not distributively bound by this structure. The molecules in the liquid phase H20 have more degrees of freedom than those in the ice, they are less constrained, and less bound. All that you need do in order to apply this analogy is to take it to its logical conclusion while generalizing your usual idea of containment, replacing ice with SCSPL, the pond, and its molecules of liquid water with UBT, and the crystalline molecular lattice of the ice with an SCSPL logic lattice, and to relax your grip on the tidy little picture of a chunk of ice with extrinsic measure bobbing around in the water. Any metric imputed to UBT must be intrinsically derivable within SCSPL domains, for example, by intrinsic mutual exclusion. Russell concludes, yet the unbound potential is described as the ontological ground state of bound potential. Yes, just as a pond full of water in which a chunk of ice forms by an intrinsic phase change can be regarded as the ontological ground state of the chunk of ice. Other than the need for and the implications of intrinsic meteorization, this is a very straightforward concept, and it is absolutely central to the development of a logical model spanning the existence of logic itself. Because this is as simple as it gets at the level of concreteness you seem to desire, your only choices are to reject the CTMU on what I've already shown to be illogical grounds, or surrender a little concreteness. It's your choice. Virtues of scientists. Comment number 1. For example, here are some documents that probably should be added to prestigious physics journals. Don't you think so? Or how would you decide whether these should be printed in prestigious physics journals? Having taken a look at the page to which this was linked, I don't mind saying that I find it amusing. But as it happens, the joke isn't just on the author, it's also on prestigious physics journals. The above quote links to a page containing an article asserting that motion through space-time is impossible. While the author's tone leaves a bit to be desired, for example, he seems to want to dump poor Stephen Hawking right out of his wheelchair and make him apologize to the world for believing in time travel. He's got something resembling a valid point. Motion through space-time is a problematic concept, and because time appears as a quasi-spatial dimension in standard continuum models of physical reality, physics is largely where the problem resides. Although conceptual workarounds exist, the author notes that they are far from satisfactory, and he's right. If the author were so disposed, he could try to clean up his act, dress the problem up with some stylish jargon and get it into a prestigious physics journal as a topic for future exploration. But something tells me that no matter how much cleaning and dressing up he did, such a paper would probably be rejected. The problem is too fundamental and extensively ramified, and keeping the intractable conceptual deficits of prevalent theories out of prestigious physics journals falls under the mandate of standard ass-covering procedure, at least when the one raising his voice is just a small fry who hasn't earned the right to criticize or poach on territory staked out by real scientists. On the other hand, while they seldom use it, dues-paying big hots are typically given more leeway in such matters. What about publishing in a philosophy journal? Unfortunately, although the author might have better luck there, many scientists dismiss philosophy as irrelevant to science. This position is obviously nonsense. Explicitly or not, science progresses entirely within the framework of analytic linguistic philosophy and can under no circumstances afford to divorce it, least of all when addressing fundamental issues that may exceed the limitations of its own empirical methodology, issues like cosmology, the interpretation and/or extension of quantum theory, and the true nature of physical entities, attributes and processes including time, space, matter, energy and causality. It is not, of course, virtuous to arrogate problems of depth and/or scope beyond the capacity of one's methods and conceptual models. Using science to attack such problems is allowable and even courageous, at least within empirical, perceptual limits. Tuning out or denying a hearing to anyone who attacks them using the purely analytical methods of philosophy and mathematics is somewhat less admirable, particularly when science would be impossible without these very methods. Where nature obeys laws of physics that are logical and mathematical in form, logic and mathematics would seem to be natural ingredients of the physical universe with even greater generality and greater deductive potential than the laws of physics. Fortunately, not all scientists lay claim to more acreage or harder ground than they can fruitfully till. Many realize that the limits of empiricism are not necessarily those of the natural world, and remain open-minded toward the possibility of discovering truths about nature by rational means. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that this is a virtue to be emulated. Comment number 2. Godinkin comments that Referring to the article Nasty Little Truth About Space-Time Physics, Chris Langham suggested that the author of the web page could dress the problem up with some stylish jargon and get it into a prestigious physics journal as a topic for future exploration. Could I ask what the useful problem was, in some detail, that was reasonable for a prestigious physics journal? The problem in my reading of Chris' statement is that the claim can be made convincing when readers read this post here, but Chris's post doesn't have to actually put up anything really worth publishing in a physics journal to make his point sound good here in this thread. But can Chris actually describe the detail that was worth publishing in a prestigious physics journal, explaining in some convincing detail how it is actually an interesting physics problem? The problem to which I refer was clearly indicated. It's the concept of progress along a time axis in a space-time manifold. What the author is trying to get at in his own belligerent way is just that time has no place in geometric formalisms, including the geometric formalism of physics. As long as time is represented in physical geometry as a spatial distance, and space is what geometry is all about, this problem will persist. So this comes down to a rather bad example of ideas that are so cranky as to be physically irrelevant, and it points, somewhat ironically, to the readiness of certain scientists to stonewall or laugh relevant but risky or troublesome material out of their journals. Comment number 3. That's one potential route to respectability, and could serve both the scientific enterprise and the ID enterprise. It's hard to say that more communication between the neo-Darwinist and ID camps wouldn't be a good thing. Of course, communication doesn't always work when one or both sides of a conflict already have their minds made up. However, as I understand the ID agenda, the scientific and ID enterprises are one and the same, at least when it is duly acknowledged that science embraces the mathematical as well as the empirical sciences. Any other assertion would imply that science has necessary inbuilt restrictions which exclude ID-type hypotheses, or that ID is somehow exclusory of science. Of course, this has not yet been established. Nor has it been established that it is properly up to ID to win the approval of those who believe in such restrictions. Comment number 4. But I certainly agree that ID should aspire to such goals as Chris noted. Perhaps if we point out the logical inconsistencies and inconsistencies with observation, then ID advocates can make repairs, in such places of failure thereof, so as to meet those restrictions of science and have greater probability of becoming publishable material. ID has been defined in such a way as to satisfy valid scientific criteria. Any criterion that its definition fails to satisfy is of dubious validity and therefore less than scientific, for example the assumption that all truths about nature can be meaningfully reduced to first-order predicates transforming either randomly or by Markovian laws of physics. In principle, logic permits the consistent formulation of natural truths for which this is simply not the case, and that puts these hypotheses beyond the reach of standard scientific methodology, but not necessarily beyond the reach of mathematics. A case can be made that this problem resides in the unrealistic restrictiveness of the scientific method rather than with the hypotheses in question. Regardless of the shortcomings of the many ID presentations to which you refer, the fundamental thesis of ID theory is perfectly consistent with the observational evidence. On the other hand, many scientific theories do not satisfy the mathematical requirements of logic. One of the logical criteria of which scientific theories tend to fall short is that of having a model. Although ID theory is often criticized for this reason, it is no less true of many other fields of science, including even the most fundamental. Those familiar with the problems bedeviling various branches of physics and cosmology know this quite well. For example, the seeming absence of a joint interpretation of classical and quantum mechanics leaves a gap, virtually devoid of known causal principles, between the microscopic and macroscopic scales of physical reality, scales that biological evolution happens to bridge. It follows that less fundamental branches of science, which rely on physics for their understandings of nature and causality, also lack consistent models. Among the things that scientists don't yet know is whether a consistent model of nature and causality will permit certain facts of nature to be mathematically deduced rather than merely approximated by empirical induction. By the way, mathematics is indeed a part of science. In its purest forms, its purpose is to characterize abstract structures that display sufficient internal consistency to be eligible for physical embodiment. Because it is thus more general than physics, it does not need physics to accomplish its ends. Physics, on the other hand, needs mathematics very, very badly, and so does every science for which physical reducibility is claimed, including evolutionary biology. This strongly suggests that mathematics represents the structure of nature more deeply and comprehensively than do more concrete branches of science. In any case, the line between mathematics and physics is notoriously difficult to draw, far more difficult than some of those who talk about it seem to imply. I'm sure that most serious ID researchers have no objection to the demand that ID be held to scientific standards within the limitations of these standards. What I question is the arbitrary sanctification of these standards themselves. Many scientists seem not to realize that certain very basic conventional assumptions of science, far from being ironclad facts of nature, remain points of controversy. Some of these points of controversy reside squarely in the intersect of neo-Darwinism and ID theory. Under these circumstances, an open mind is perhaps the most indispensable scientific virtue of all. Comment number 5. Godinkin writes, I'm not convinced of that. Some ID thesis may be testable. And there may be concepts that are consistent but not differentiated by observation. Simple consistency is not sufficient for a subject to be scientific. Pink magical invisible pixies creating what we view might be consistent with observation, but hardly scientific unless some empirical observation can differentiate the cases of their pinkness, magic capabilities, invisibility, and/or existence whatsoever. My point, of course, was that one can establish truth in nature by mathematical as well as scientific means. For example, in order to prove that 2 + 2 = 4 in nature, one doesn't need to run an experiment in which one puts 2 marbles in an empty glass jar, peers inside, adds 2 more and then runs a final count. One can simply use arithmetic and count on nature, pun intended, to follow suit. Scientists have no good reason to assume that nothing of this nature is possible in the more advanced realms of logic and mathematics. So although some ID hypotheses may indeed be empirically testable, mathematical verification may be more appropriate for others. By the way, not to be too judgmental, but I'm finding your picture of science a little naive. First you tried to illustrate a point about the supposed feasibility of time travel by counting to 10 and back again. Counting integers in a denumerable, discontinuous, sequence is not enough to provide science with a serviceable model of time and causality. Now it's pink magical invisible pixies. If you've adopted this style of expression because you believe that your thoughts are so complex that others can understand them only if you take them down to the kindergarten level, then I'd suggest that it may not be quite that bad. On lists like this one, you might not need to oversimplify to the extent of obscuring what might otherwise have been an interesting point. You observe that many ID enthusiasts fail to recognize that they are failing to differentiate the case they are making based simply on empirical observation and logic. Wisely, you use the term many rather than all. Thus, when you go on to say that they point to a failure to accept an argument that fails on that basis as a bias inherent in science, you're not talking about all ID theorists. Regarding your request for specifics rather than a vague generalized discussion, I'm being as specific as I need to be. In particular, when it comes to providing ID with a supporting model, the details of individual cases are strictly secondary. This can be clearly seen in the fact that no matter how many details are offered by ID theorists, they are dismissed by neo-Darwinists for lack of an underlying causal model. So it seems that, before these detailed arguments will be accepted, ID requires a basic supporting model of nature and causation. Comment number 6. The first thing that any scientist must understand about modeling is that some models are optional, while some are not. As Kent and others have reminded us, among those that are not are basic categories of cognition and perception. Because the arithmetical operation of addition corresponds to disjoint union of sets, and because the proposed experiment involves taking a disjoint union of sets, that's what adding objects to a set of other objects is necessarily about. Addition qualifies as an irreducible category of perception with respect to it. So one need merely run the associated Gedanken experiment subjectively, and nature must objectively conform to the outcome. In other words, to add marbles to a set of other marbles is to create a disjoint union of sets with cardinality, the sum of their cardinalities, and one can do this entirely in one's head. No physical experiment is required. If it were, then scientists would be so limited in their power to hypothesize and theorize that they could not function. Because necessary configurations of essential categories of cognition and perception are also necessary features of objective reality, scientists cannot rule out the mathematical, rational, subjective derivation of non-trivial facts of nature. Unfortunately, certain possibilities of this kind are in fact ruled out by the empirical methodology of mainstream science. This exemplifies the danger of dismissing philosophy as irrelevant to science. In my opinion, scientists who do not make this particular error of conceptualization are exhibiting a most admirable and important intellectual virtue. Comment number 7. Gedanken wrote. RBH gave a good example. Here is another. We have Euclidean geometry as one of the oldest mathematical proofs. Isn't that good enough for us to know that Euclidean geometry is completely accurate for astronomical measurements and models? First, although RBH's handling of my example is interesting and even somewhat instructive, I've already explained why it doesn't vindicate your blanket approval of standard scientific methodology. Second, your current example differs from my example in a crucial way. It crosses the line into the domain of what would, for reasons of ignorance, currently be considered optional models. Thus, while the answer to your question is negative, at least at the current stage of the geometric modeling of nature, this, along with your oversimplified disproof of Darwinism, still fails to validate your position. So if you mean to compare your new examples to 2 + 2 = 4, I'm afraid that won't work. My point only required one valid example, and I gave it. Note the italics in the above paragraph. Their purpose is to point out that once again, you have no way of knowing whether or not the proper geometry for astronomical applications cannot be mathematically deduced, particularly in the long run. The conventional working assumption, of course, is no, it can't. But a working assumption is not necessarily a truth, and a scientist asked to prove this assumption wouldn't even know where to begin. Fortunately, this need not apply to everyone for all time. Comment number 8. I think that the concept of numbers is induced, not deduced. Asterisk 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 equal asterisk asterisk plus asterisk asterisk. The symbols 2 and 4 were names given, not mathematical concepts from some sort of logic or proof. This appears typical of a viewpoint called nominalism, which ignores the necessity for something general enough to correlate and enforce consistency among instances of perception. Nominalism leads to an unanswerable question: what accounts for the consistency of percepts to which the same names are consistently given, and from which babies learn by induction? Nominalism is often juxtaposed with realism, which holds that universals exist. Realism is in some sense true, for if universals did not exist, then the universe would have no means of enforcing its own universal self-consistency. As it happens, this has a technical formulation: if the universe were a language, and the program of scientific theorization attests that it can be so represented for scientific purposes, then abstract truths like 2 + 2 = 4 would constitute its syntax, and if categories of perception and cognition were not to match this syntax, then the consistency of the universe would not be reflected in perception and science would be impossible. On the other hand, if this kind of syntax were really learned by induction, then the mind of an observer would be free to construct alternative syntaxes. If this were possible with respect to arithmetic, then one could, for example, devise new integer sequences with different distributions of primes. If you think that this is feasible, then go ahead and try it, but don't be too surprised if it turns out to be a bit harder than expected. Since you continue to focus on the example of Euclidean geometry, a couple of observations may be in order. In classical mechanics, the geometry of the universe was assumed to be flat. Special relativity merely updated the flatness concept to 4 dimensions. Then came general relativity, which replaced the flat Minkowskian manifold of special relativity with the concept of curved space-time. But this raised a question, with respect to what is space-time curved? In answering this question, we find that the microscopic geometry of nature is still assumed to be flat. The flat Minkowskian manifold has simply become the local, tangent space, limit of a curved Riemannian manifold. In effect, flat ideal geometry remains that on which curved physical geometry is defined. To complicate things yet further, whereas geometry was once considered the basic stuff of which the universe is made, this notion has led to intractable theoretical problems and is no longer on firm footing. It now seems that geometry must be replaced with something more fundamental, raising the possibility that the replacement operation will determine certain geometric particulars of nature without benefit of observation. Regarding Alex's post, I'm not arguing that undecidable features of nature do not exist. In fact, their existence would imply the correctness of a certain model of nature and causality with which I happen to be associated, because undecidability is a formal property, and formal is roughly synonymous with linguistic. Objectively undecidable elements in nature would imply that nature is linguistic in character. What I do argue is that among the features of nature that are not undecidable, some may be amenable to a priori investigation, and among those that are, some may be at least partially determined by volition. Either way, you're no longer fooling anyone.